Australian junior record, you reckon? Yes, it is. She's inside 2 minutes. Clay's in front of Jenica at this stage. Liz Clay's going to have a huge run. What a comeback. McSwain's going to win. McSwain wins. Stewie's done it. The king of King Island.
Good afternoon. Welcome back here to WA. This is day 3 of our Australian National Championships, the Open and under 20 portion of it at least. There's a few of us that have been here for over a week now here with the juniors that started beforehand, but we are back, an action-packed afternoon. You're here with Mitch Dyer and Nana Wusu. Nana, good afternoon to you.
Hello, I love talking athletics with you, Mitch, so I'm excited for day 3.
We haven't been partnered up in
a
a while.
year,
Yeah,
maybe.
full year.
Yeah, all
that seems
schools, I
criminal,
think.
doesn't it?
It's way too long, but they've brought us back together.
It feels like they're keeping us apart.
I know, they don't want to hear us.
They just said, nah, you go. I know you grew up together, but I've got no interest in hearing the two
you
of
go
you
this
together.
way, you go that way.
It's going to be a good afternoon, though, isn't it? I mean,
I'm
we're on the
very
morning or
excited.
the starting portion, but still plenty of action in here.
I know we've got some under-20s, we've got some para events coming up very early. Obviously the 100-metre semi-finals, the 8 semis we just had before, so they'll be interesting to see.
We've got some 4x1s in here too.
I know, under
Might
24
leave
by
you-
1.
Might leave you to call those. That's your
I don't
expertise.
know about that. I'll start yelling because I know how many steps they've got to take.
That's your Actually, I'd
if they
be
take
curious.
off early.
What do you make of the mixed 4x1 coming into World Relays in LA?
I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's good for the sport. I think it gives the people, you know, the bridesmaids that
Yes.
might not always be in that top 4 an opportunity. I'm very interested to see why they chose boy, girl, girl, boy.
Yeah, what do you think the rationale would have been?
I think,
Like, if you were making that decision, what would you...
I think I would choose the same one.
Yeah.
It seems to me the safest option. With relays, you can really adapt and dictate how far someone runs. It is 400 metres, but you can choose that maybe your starter is running about 85 metres and then your second runner's running nearly 120 metres.
Yeah, okay.
I think 2 girls passing to each other, especially on the bend, very dangerous. A lot of injuries happen around there. I think that's the safest option. And with the home straight, with the you can really make sure that you change the baton closer to the 100-metre start line, which is a bit more safer than passing on bend.
Yeah, okay.
But I'd be very interested to see if they explain to us, because we've had a couple mixed.
Yeah.
2019 we had the 2x4.
No, you're right.
Yeah, 2x2x4. We saw Australia win a medal in that.
Yes.
Kat Bissett and Josh Ralph. So we aren't. We've had these events before. I wonder if there'll be more events.
I hope so.
Maybe we'll see a long jump relay. I remember in primary school athletics,
That would have been
used
alright.
to do a long jump relay. They'd count everyone's jump,
And then
and
they'd
then
accumulate it.
accumulate it together. Shot put relay in
Maybe we
primary
need to
schools.
getting more into the primary school method of things here.
No, the more people who can compete, the better.
The
I
better.
say.
I'm
The
with
bigger
you.
the Australian team.
Well, then the more chances we have at a medal.
Yes.
Speaking
yes,
of long jump, here's the Victorian Colgate on the runway. This is our women's under 20 long jump field as well. It's a big field. There is, well, actually, we've had 6 DNSs. So 6 women have opted not to compete here. But Molly Colgan, our Victorian, gets another one out there cleanly. She really needed that. She was 4:11 in the first round and then no jump to the second. That looks further, at least. To climb into the top 8, you need a 5:42 right now to get your 4th round jump. So
looking at the wins, it's definitely in their favour. Beautiful tail behind them.
Good tailwinds on the home stretch.
I think we've seen them over the past couple of 10 days, so the girls know they'll have to adapt their run up.
Well, Colgan's just jumped to 8th with that 5:56. So now pushes it even harder to get into this final round of jumping. Zoe Chester has the silver medal currently.
With a 5:89,
It's good
1.8.
jumping.
It's good wins.
So she'd need to clear over 6:05 to get into the lead. 6:05 is no joke.
No,
of a jump.
if I'm jumping 6 metres, I'm a pretty happy girl.
Oh, I'm chuffed, aren't you?
Long jump, 6 to 7 with Brooke Stratton's Australian record at 7:03. I mean,
Over in California.
mm-hmm.
About to be a mum, Brooke.
No.
No, it's Bush Cool.
Bush cool now.
Yeah. Oh, that looked all right. See, on this, it's
I
really...
hear some claps,
it's
so I
hard
think
to
it's
tell.
going to be a very good jump.
Do you think... Is that over... No. Do you think it's over 6?
Can't tell from up here.
It's
We're
hard
slightly angled.
We're past the start-finish
So
line.
I think it looks shorter from up here, but it's probably longer down there.
I'm going to say it's 5.9. And
Which would
I've been
keep her in second place.
very bad at guessing through the whole
It could be
league.
7,
Yeah,
is what you're trying to
it
say.
could be. Oh, 5.98.
Well
Hey,
done, well
thanks,
done.
Nana. I'm pretty proud of that one.
The face of
pretty
athletics
proud.
got it right.
Oh, geez, that's a rough face of athletics. 5.62, Sophie Williams. It's actually pretty close here from 4th to where Sophie is. 5.62
We
all the
saw
way up to
Sophie
71.
in the under 18 heptathlon in
Yes.
the juniors.
We also saw Tirisi Hess in that. We saw a few athletes. Actually, we got some in the hurdles coming up who are in that heptathlon as well. I think that's a
I think
foul.
that's a foul as well. Red flag is currently up.
It's a good indicator,
I
isn't
know.
it?
Just look down. 2 flags. White is good.
Yeah.
Red is bad.
Red means bad. White means we're
But
on
it does
here.
look like the wind has just picked up as she was starting her takeoff.
Hard because there is a tail or like a sock in the middle of the infield here, which is used to be a pretty strong indicator of the wind, but it's not giving us much. So I'm trying to base it off the flags now.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm doing the same as well,
And
which
it's
is
picked up.
beautiful.
Yeah. So Izzy Wing. So another one who was in our heptathlon.
I was
She
going to say.
bronze
and
medalist.
bronze. And I saw in another individual as well.
Yeah, was she hurdling? Or was she
Hurdles
another?
finals today. You
I
might
think
say,
maybe
or-
she was sprinting. She's been busy. She's had a
Very
very
busy weekend.
active weekend.
It's great that there's only a 1-day break, so our juniors can continue on if they feel like they'd like to compete again. Oh, that looked like a great jump by them. Another foul. That wind is really picking up today. From yesterday's thunderstorm and rains
I know.
to 26 degrees on this track and full tailwinds.
It's sort of producing an East Coast sort of day. I didn't want to just single out Melbourne for being bad with weather, but it's producing a day where it's...
Mitch, I think you need to take that back. Melbourne has been sunny. We've
Oh,
had
I
a good 3 months.
Yeah, we have. We've had a delayed summer.
We have.
It's 30 degrees
And
over
I'm
in
sure
Melbourne
when we
this
get back
weekend.
next week,
It'll be raining.
torrential
and,
rain, puffer
yeah,
jackets,
4
Kathmandu's.
degrees.
Yep.
Lucky we're
We'll
over
be
here
home.
in WA, where it's nice and sunny. Here's our starting heat for our women's para open 100 metres. So the way that the qualification works is there's 3 heats. 8 women will progress, but of course they have to do the percentages, decide and accumulate those points based on time and the different types of categories that are in here for their para events, and that's how we'll find our finalists. So it's not necessarily first 4 over the line or first 3 over the line that we see pretty consistently throughout all our other events. That's how it's decided. So Talea Blacksmith, she was just a teenage revelation last year towards the Paralympics. She'll go out at 2. Clara Campillos, the Victorian. Sophie Hughes, Lisa Weingartner, Sabella Wharton, Akeisha Snowden, the young 18-year-old. She'll be going to New Delhi this year for those world champs. And Alison Reedy from the NT. So a good start here for the women's para 100s.
Talia will be one to watch. She ran a beautiful 400 about 2 days ago.
She's so strong, isn't she? She looked like she really enjoyed that 400 as well, to be fair.
And not a lot of people can say that.
I
so-
know. The lactic head did not get to her at all.
And she's back again.
So Keisha Snowden's already run 5 qualifiers for the world champs. So that's pretty handy. Blacksmith, Campillos, Hughes, Weingartner, Wharton, Snowden, Reedy. Cleanly away here. A really good start there from the youngster in Talea Blacksmith. And it looks like we'll come
the
back.
race has been called back.
So a bit of a...
I didn't see a false start, but
I
maybe a
didn't-
bit of unsteadiness.
I didn't even hear the second gun go. So, granted, sometimes it is hard with the cans on, but it looked pretty clean to me.
It looked very clean to me.
Yeah, you're the sprint expert.
I didn't hear a double gun.
I know, but I'm going to leave all the expertise
Oh.
and the special comments to you, Nana.
You just keep running until you hear a big
Yeah.
yell or someone waving at 80
Stop.
metres. Stop. Just keep powering ahead.
Well, actually did get a really good start there, Talea.
I was going to say.
So I'm sure she'll be, it is, I imagine, Nana, frustrating when you get a really good start the first time of asking and somebody's flinched or somebody's broken.
And you want to replicate that same movement again. But
Yeah.
the nerves kick in. You don't know if it was yourself or
Mm.
someone else.
Do you remember the junior years when they didn't have the one strike policy and
Straight
people
out.
would just try and jump the gun just because they knew they got a second chance?
I've always been told you react, you don't anticipate. I know, simple.
Yeah.
Simple but effective.
Tony Marsh?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe it was a technical difficulty because...
No flags have been held up, no
Yeah.
yellow cards.
Which is good. So it may have been an issue with the gun. So Blacksmith, Campilos, Hughes, Weingartner, Wharton, the 19-year-old Akeisha Snowden. She's second from the left of screen for you at home. And then from the NT, Alison Reedy as well. We'll find our 8 finalists across all 3 of these heats. This is heat number 1, women's para 100 metres. Another great start there from Blacksmith, so it didn't matter whether it was first or second go, she was ready to run here. So Talaya Blacksmith is out. Snowden now, second closest to you here, is moving quickly, but Talaya Blacksmith will stop the clock quickly. 12.55. That's great racing.
Best, or maybe even a PB for her with a
Great
2.3
racing.
win. Slightly illegal, but gosh, her start. But even Snowden in lane 7, her last 50, she really opened up and you could see her back end. She really worked through to the finish.
Akeisha Snowden will be right around her own Australian record. 13.77 it was. She wasn't all that far behind.
No.
She'll be around it, maybe just outside, but around it.
We've got some fans for Blacksmith. You can hear from all the way up here.
I know, there's
Big
such a
cheer
loud
squad.
community, aren't they? Here we go. So she's just outside, 13.84. So just misses her own Australian record in the heat. So like I said, it's not just first, second, third, fourth that roll through here. It does go down to percentages. So great racing there from the women.
Gosh, I wish I jumped again. I love a clap. We've got Vine on the runway. Oh, that was just a very clean jump. A little fist bump. I think she's pretty happy with that.
She left a bit on the board there too.
A white flag.
So that's always the interesting part to me as well, is looking at where you're landing on the board.
And on the screen, we have the official results for our open heat for our para women's 100 metres.
So good running, you can see the points and percentages. Look how close that is. Talaya Blacksmith 94.9 and then Akeisha Snowden 94.6. So they'll sit in the box seat here. Sabella Wharton 14.5. Alison Reedy from the NT, great run, 14.59 but 84%. Weingartner as well was third across the line, but will be fifth in terms of the percentages. So we go back to the long jump here. It's Goldsmith now.
Previous jump of 585 with a 1.3. Just hitting that black line.
Close though, isn't it?
Currently in third position.
So this is third round?
Third round, third attempt for our under 20 girls.
So really the future of long jump, we just talked about, was sort of without our junior long jumping star, Delta Amadowski.
Yes.
No, I don't want to say a surprise gold medalist last year, but it's not her primary event. So to walk away with the gold
Very
at last year's
talented
World
athlete.
Juniors was huge, wasn't it?
The double gold.
So she'll contest the hurdles here. She's on the start list for the under 20s, but we're just talking about it. That might be a scratch. It might be in
I think
these
we might see her
open.
in the open hurdles tomorrow at 12.
If you have a look up on our scoreboard, you can see the results from the under
Fowler
20
getting her
women's
first
400
jump on the
hurdles
board,
heat
had
two.
2
This is a
no
amended
jumps for
result
her
from
first 2 attempts. So good to see her get some numbers on the board today.
So next on the track is Heat 2 of our Para 100s. We'll get to those in a moment. The visitor, Anna Grimaldi, the Paralympic gold medalist, partner of Jared Clifford. Good to see her out here.
All the way from New Zealand.
All the way from New Zealand. See Fuentes on the line here though. For the long jump. Another trying to get herself into that top 8. She needs to get past 5:57 currently a 5:25 best. So a little bit of work to do here on the final jump. At home too, you're going to feel the energy of this crowd, aren't you? Ooh.
Very good run up there. Just slightly over the board. As you can see, when the officials are putting the red flag up, it is flying. So tailwinds can be a blessing and a disguise in these type of technical events. Really have to adapt between each jump.
Hard to judge, isn't it?
Very hard to judge.
So Para Open 100, Heat 2. This is Sasha White out of lane 1, Lexi Brown out of 2, Michaela Elcote is in 3, Anna Grimaldi, the New Zealander, goes in 4, Izzy King in 5, Kim Newkirchen is in 6, and Olivia Riley is in 7. Newkirchen. That is in 6. Here we go. Watch for Grimaldi in the middle of the track. She'll be the fastest. Great start there. Our visitor from New Zealand, Grimaldi, is out here quickly. So the Paralympic gold medalist makes really early work here in this field, and she's away. So let's see how fast she can go. That'll stop it pretty quick, 12.42. Good racing. Lexi Brown, Sasha White come through next, and then it's Elo Cade as we see the final parts here of our women's para heat number 2. Good racing from Newkirchen, then Riley. And great racing here from King. Finishes things off. So that is heat number 2 of 3. Again, 8 will go through to the final. It'll all be done on the percentages. We've already seen those percentages come through for heat number 1, but the New Zealander wasted no time to get out there quickly.
Definitely a season's best in that with a 1.7 win, so legal,
legal
as well.
wind.
She needs to teach me some of that front side mechanics. The way she was running from 50.
It's a very smooth mover, isn't she? Yeah.
Transition to top speed, very nice.
So when are we talking, in terms for those listening at home, Nana, when you're talking about that transition to top speed, typically in the 100, when does that transition? Is it coming out of your drive phase?
Coming out of our drive phase,
Yeah.
we get a bit taller, open up a bit more, using that momentum of our first, 6 to 7, or depends who you are, 10 to 20 metres. I mean, the best 20 to 30.
It's a long time, it feels like, to be in. Who does it best
down.
in Australia? Who's the best through the drive phase?
Well, right now,
Yeah.
it's hard to say. Hard not to say Lockie Kennedy.
Yeah.
It's very hard not to say Lockie Kennedy. Also, Christy Edwards, we saw in Melbourne and in at the Sydney Track Classic. Her drive phase and her first 3 steps really set up the rest of her race, and we saw her run some quick times.
She's had a really, really strong summer, hasn't she?
She has. I'm very excited to see her in a 200
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Her bend work has been
Unmatched.
amazing this year. So well done to heat number 2. Heat number 3 of this para 100 is loaded with talent. We've got Rhiannon Clark, the Western Australian, goes out at 2. Training partner and fellow Paralympian Ella Party's in 7. Then we've got Abby Craswell as well in 3. Summer Giddings is in 4. Marley Lavelle, another of our Paralympians, is in 5. Neve McAllister is in 6. Abby Pete is in 8. And Kira Post, I think, is a multiple-time representative, goes out there in lane number 9. So let me give you... Abby Pete is our under-15 record holder. I'm going to try and give you some context in terms of what they might be needing. We do have a World Para Championships this year in New Delhi. So for Pete in lane 8, anything under 1560 will mark her first qualifier. Abby Craswell in lane number 3. She was at the Paralympics last year. She's a 2-time world champ rep. She's already qualified for the world champs. Marley Lovell as well. She's the current Australian record holder across both here in the 1, 2 and 4. She's got 7 qualifiers already, Marley, so she's fine. Rhiannon Clark, again, another at the Paralympics last year. She is the Oz record holder. She's got 1 qualifier, so if she runs 12.95 with a legal wind, she becomes eligible to qualify for the world champs. Ella Party has no qualifiers right now, so again, she needs 12.95. Look, she's a 3-time Paralympic representative. So this is just a stacked field. This is why I wanted to put into context just how loaded this is. This is a quality field. So we're on a big time watch. When we want wind legal times for these women to be able to qualify for the world champs later on in the year. Here we go. Good start here. This is loaded with talent. We can see Kiera Post get out quickly, but now we start to see Rhiannon Clark goes head-to-head there with Ella Party. So the two Western Australians are out here. Clark is quick. She wants to get under 13, 12.82.
Legal as well, 1.6.
There's that qualifier. Needed that for New Delhi.
I think that's a PB for her as well.
That is massive there for Rhiannon Clark.
Yes, confirmation, PB for Rhiannon Clark. Whew.
So needed under 12.95, 12.77.
She smashed it.
Wow. Hey, we're talking about the drive. No, actually, we're going to see a replay. I'm not even going to bother trying to pretend I know what you were talking about. I'll wait for these times to pan up, and I'll do some
PB
some
also
numbers.
for Ella Party, 13.16.
So break it down for me, Nana.
Oh, sorry, I'm in awe of watching her run. Her arms and her turnover is so quick, and she runs through the line. As we know, for the qualifications for Delhi, you need 2 qualifiers to be considered. So she'll be very excited going into the final to see if she can back that up.
So
PBs galore for our first 4 across the line. Post and Lovett also getting PBs. Actually, our whole field getting PBs if you look down at the scoreboard at the 100-metre finish line. So good day in Heat 3, very lucky heat.
I reckon we'll see a few come out of here in terms of the percentages.
Yes, 8 to qualify to the final.
Which is, I think, later on this evening.
Yes.
Yeah, so good that we keep them in the same day, obviously. All
Well-
100s. I don't know how you sprinters do it. I know everyone talks about you don't need too long to recover from sprinting. It's hard for me to imagine from a distance runner's brain, but
Personally, I would rather run 2 races in one day, because the next day you sleep, the DOMs slowly start
Okay.
creeping in. On a track like in Perth, Mondo, very hard. What you put in, you get back a lot. And most of us who aren't Western Australians are not used to running on a track like this. So some sore bodies tomorrow, especially if you're backing up and you're doing multiple events, or you're a junior who's been here for the past 10 days competing. I reckon the younger you are, the easier it is, I can tell you that much.
it's still hard for me to fathom. So here we go. This is going to... Is this our final, possibly? No, I think that's the second page. So it did flash up on your screens there. I was too busy looking through everything else here, what we've got coming up to check. But this will be, what you saw on the first page there, will be the final. And again, there were some high percentages accumulated in these heats, which is beautiful. So our shot put continues here as well. This is our men's under 20 shot put final. Elijah Wilson from the ACT leads this through 2 rounds. The Queenslander, though, gets a good heave out there. He'd need to get into the 16 metres to really contest for the top. 16.94 Elijah Wilson in the first round. Reed Davidson as well went 16. Then Lee Martin got up to 15.44 to sit in the bronze in the second round. Harry Humes only 6 centimetres away from him with a 15.38. So it's a close competition as our New South Welshman rolls in here. He'll be looking to try and get into the top 8. We'll be right back. We've got more Para 100 metres to come and plenty of events all afternoon long. Don't go anywhere. We'll be away shortly in Perth.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in-store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
We are back here. We continue with the men's under-20 shot put action. It's always fascinating watching this age group. Some spin, some do the hop step around there, whatever's comfortable. That'll be about 13, 14 metres maybe here for the Western Australian. But
Do you think you could throw a 6 kilo shot put?
yes, I could throw it. I don't know how far I could throw it. I don't know if I'd have. It's like ballet out there with these big guys. Like it is. It's a hard caper, so I don't know how far I can get it. I'd like to think I can get it 10 metres.
10? Well, you know, we have
10 or
Elijah
more.
Wilson with 1850 a month ago, so...
I know. 1850. Remember, really the last big shot putter I remember was Damien Birkenhead.
Yes.
Yeah. The
Father of 2 now.
Yes.
2 little munchkins. Boy and a
Beautiful.
girl.
Yeah. The Colossal from Corio.
Is that a self-titled nickname?
Yeah,
or-
well, he was just a good guy. Didn't meet him all that much, maybe once or twice, but he was a lovely man. But he's the last real shot putter I remember from at least men's perspective in Australia. So this is Wilson. He is our competition leader. This is who you were just talking about, Nana. He's got the capabilities to throw over 18 metres.
Sorry, 18 metres with a 5 kilo in
So
December.
he's
With a 6
16
kilo,
here.
it's 17.98,
Still
which he
big.
did last month.
So this is like a choreographed dance here. He's got his structure, he's got his setup. Straight to the back of the ring. So just watch how quickly he spins here. And it's really that hip drive right at the end. So what's he got here? Bang! Oh, that's big.
Oh, there was some height on that.
That's big.
From here, it looks like 18.
Mr.
but
Nonchalant just walks off, head down. He says, I don't mind it.
I did my job.
I don't mind it. Let's just see how big it gets. So, I'm waiting for it to...
18! I
Hey!
did say that. I did
You
call
said he
that.
throws 18.
Oh, PB.
Yeah. Well, you just said he's best
No,
for
that was for the 5 kilo.
Yeah.
17.98.
Yeah,
for
he's
the
got
6
it.
kilo.
First time at 18. Well
no
done,
time
young
like
man.
the present. National championships to pull out your biggest one.
Well, it's still, we're talking about how good it is for the sprinters. These conditions suit everybody, really, except for distance runners. So,
Except
except for distance runners.
half the events.
Half the events. So here we go. Men's Para Open 100s now. Angus Hume, Sam Mornay, Alexander McKillop, Waripa, then Jackson Love, Jack Netting, Jordan Fairweather, and Maximos Papakonstantinou goes out of
good
lane number
name.
9. It's a strong name. Here we go. They're behind the blocks. This is 1 of 3. 8 go through to the final. Good jump here. Sean Mornay in lane number 2 was good, but now starting to move through is our New Zealand visitor. So he's out here, moving really strongly now. Mornay might put a little bit of pressure on him, but he's going to salute there. 12.19. Ooh, good strong performance. What have we got? Plus 2.4. So
Win
that
picking
win
up
reading,
again.
it's playing games at the moment, isn't it? It's either right under or just over, but great racing there. In fact, it could have been Alexander McKillop just trying to read the lanes here, but
Mornay had a cracking start,
He
though,
did, didn't he?
the Tasmanian. Again, we'll have to wait for the percentages.
no, Jackson Love. So New South Wales, Jackson Love gets up there,
In lane 6. The pink.
who's our area record holder for the event. I think he's just equaled his own area record, but obviously the plus 2.4 won't let it stand, but he has. So he's equaled his lifetime best with a clean wind, and he's already eligible here for the World Champs later on in the year. So well done to Jackson. He'll be looking for that clean win, you'd think, then later on this evening, because if he's capable to roll that in the heats, it'll be amazing to see what he can do in the final. Alexander McKillop was second, and then Waripa, the New Zealander, was third. So great racing across the board here in Heat 1. McKillop's also got 8 qualifiers himself for the World Champs. So the men and
Back to
women's
the
para events are
women's
huge.
under 20 long jump with Chester on our runway.
5.98. She still sits in second. This is her last attempt to get up over the top here and claim a gold medal. So watch the board. She'll put everything into it.
Oh, flush on the board, it looks
Yeah,
like
it
from up here.
Perfect hit on the board.
White flag up.
I don't think it will improve. I think it'll live around that near on. Oh, she's had to look back, hasn't she, just to check. I reckon it's around 6 metres.
She's been hovering around there. 5.98, 5.89. And leader Vine on the runway, who's already jumped a PB of 6.05 with a 1.8. So a legal PB, which we love. 5.94 for Chester.
So a good jump. Won't be enough, though, to get up for the gold medal. But a good series nonetheless as our gold
If you're in
medalist.
the crowd, let's start the clap. Vine is wanting one.
Oof. Left a lot on the board. So it doesn't matter, though, because you look at the smiles on the face for Vine. She doesn't care. She's going home with a gold medal and
gold under 20.
6.05 jump.
And a PB. It's a pretty good day.
Hey, it's a good time to come west. If you're going to come from Queensland, better make it worth it.
Not the quickest trip.
She's certainly done that. So well done to her. Heat 2 of our men's para open 100s on the track. Chris Albert, Benjamin Kalinjuk, and then Ethan Parry, Tom Burrows, Gabrielle Wilson, Sammy Mwamba, Patrick Rahm, and Andrew Close will round out this field. So again, another strong field here in our para 100s. Trying to get a read if any of these gentlemen are looking for world champ selection right now. Doesn't appear so. So this will be good. See who can roll through here. A lot of them just trying to find their calm on the start line, just get into their own zen state to get ready here for the hundreds.
I love it. You've got to be cool, calm, and collected to react to that gun. So, Mitch, did you have any pre-race rituals? You pointing to the crowd, but you're praying. Shout out to Mum.
No, I was very chatty. I would just talk, unsurprisingly, now that I work in media.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, literally, I would just talk. No, I didn't get too much nervous energy, to be honest, on the line. I wasn't really one of those guys. My nerves would come in the lead up, the days before, and trying not to think about
the race?
Yeah, try not to think about the race. I know a lot of visualization is sort of pretty popular at the moment, but I would try and do the opposite.
Over-visualize.
Yeah, I did not want to know anything about it. So, what about you? You'd have a little something.
Oh, I did the gout, a little jumping jack before.
Yeah.
I'd always run past the official, get a little bit of a yelling on the way back.
Come back! Nah.
You run half the race.
Get back here. We want to start this thing.
Walk back slowly.
Well, there's some good ones here. So I've seen the hands together to bring in your middle eye, your centerpiece. I like that.
Seen the both hands of LeBron, the calm down.
The long, deep breaths. Everybody has their own rituals. I like it.
I'm all for it. Got your own lane, you do you.
Yeah.
Unless you're running a 15.
Yeah, then it's a little bit hard.
A little bit different. Okay.
You don't want to do anything where your arms are stretching out or you're hitting anybody, that's for sure.
Sharing is caring at those events.
And some people get very antsy about it online.
Little elbow here and there.
Oh, I've definitely threw a couple of those around.
I'm not surprised.
So, Albert, Kalinjuk, Parry, Burrows, Wilson, Mwamba, Rahm, and Close. They'll contest here in heat number 2. So, again, 8 gentlemen will make it through to the final. But it's all done on percentages, so it's not necessarily first across the line. A few of these guys have been active across the last few days. They've found themselves in the long jump. They've found themselves in a few events, and now they're going to contest this 100 metres. Here we go. This is heat number 2 of 3, our men's para 100 metres. Good jump there now was Tom Burrows from Queensland, but starting to move through really well is Mwamba. So from New South Wales, Mwamba is up and away. Just a beautiful technique. He's out there with an 11.07. If you don't mind, Wilson then to Rahm as the rest of our field rolls through. And here comes Chris Albert to finish things off here, the Tasmanian. So well done, Chris. Good job there. I reckon that's just under 20, if I had to guess.
You've been good at the guessing. I'd back you.
Thank you. I've had my eye in today. Sammy Mwamba, so plus 3.4 as well.
Bit of a push.
For that tail, but 11.04 for him.
That is not. That is a very quick time. Nothing to joke about at 11.04. Strong runner, I tell you what. Great start as well.
Yeah, out of the T20s, 21-year-old from South Australia. It's a great racing. Patrick Rahm as well, 11.86. And then we got Gabrielle Wilson, Benjamin Callenjuck, Andrew Close, Tom Burrows, Ethan Parry, and Chris Albert. So they're all T20, T21, and Andrew Close is a T12 competitor. So similar, but great racing. Let's wait on these percentages. So they must have 6 jumps in the under 20 because they're still rolling. Okay, my head's still in the junior
The rules have
competition.
changed slightly. The juniors will get 1 more jump.
And
they will change the order now. With Viney being in the lead, will be the last jumper for each attempt.
Because I thought it was opened when they went back to the
under
the
20s, you're an
I
adult
know,
now,
I know.
basically.
Yep. So here we go. Good hit on the board. Isn't it always fascinating? Hess, the German, who's in our platform. The athletes know so quickly whether or not it's going to be good or going to be bad. Their facial expressions are
almost like, coach, I already know.
Yeah,
I can tell you what you're going to tell me, okay?
Yeah.
Unless you've got
Cut
something
the attitude, yeah. I can see it on your face. I don't want to speak to you.
As they're jumping, I reckon they're already going through the process of, I did not take off the way I wanted to. I did not take those first 3 steps like that. I didn't do this in training all year. Why am I doing it now?
Why is it coming out of the Nationals? Oh, my God.
Out of every competition.
Well, here's Goldsmith. Hopefully there's some positive self-talk going on here for the New Zealander.
Currently 3rd. If you're in the crowd, it's time for a clap.
So what did she jump, Nana?
585 is her 2nd attempt and her longest attempt, and then 2 no jumps.
Okay. We look for a clean one here as well.
It looks clean.
Ooh. Nope, she instantly knew, didn't she?
She knew she wasn't happy with it, but she knew it was clean.
Well, it's a clean jump, like you point. That's the most important thing.
Look at that flag right now in the official's hand.
Oh my God.
He's got about a 3-metre tailwind.
About to blow out of his hand. Well, Heat 3 will enjoy this. This is a really, really strong field. So Liam White goes out of 1. James Tirrado's out of 2. Michael Shipley in 3. Danielle Diallo is in 4. Nathan Jason is in 5. Zachary Orbell is in 7. Chad Peris, the White Tiger, goes out of 8. Jaden Page goes out of lane number 9. So 2-time World Champs representative, Paralympic representative, Oz record holder Jaden Page. I mean, when we talk about Chad Peris, he is just one of the greats. 6 times World Champ representative, 3 times Paralympic rank, 1-time Paralympic medalist, Oz record holder, area record holder, already qualified here for the World Champs. An absolute superstar. Jaden Page just needs 1 more qualifier here to get into this World Champs team.
Is that an auto qualifier?
Well, I think it's up for selection, so selectors will use their discretion. I think depending on how many are in each classification, but he's currently got 1 legal qualifier. He needs to run under 10.95 to get that 2nd one.
We'll be eagerly looking at the clock.
So watch for them. They're the 2 outside lanes here. It's Chad Peris and Jaden Page. And if I look across James Tirrado as well, he's our 100-metre record holder for the under 20s. If he can run under 11.50, depending on the wind, he'll put himself up for selection as well. He's out of lane number 2. Heat number 3 here, men's para 100. 8 go through across all heats. Good start there for Chad, 2nd from the outside. Here comes Jaden Page, though. Tirrado not far away either, so they move through the back end of this field now. Chad Peris and Page, they're going to want to run it quickly here. 10.85 plus 1.52, that's all legal. All legal.
The
Great racing.
The magic number. They need, 10.83 it's been wound down to.
Good adjustment there for Chad. 10.83, wind legal. So we're just waiting. I know Jaden Page is looking on the clock.
And an equal season's best for Chad.
Wants to see if he's got his second qualifier here.
Fingers crossed.
His Oz record is 10.87. As I said, he's two-time world champ rep, Paralympic rep back in 21.
10.95.
Oh, he's right on it. So that's what he needed. 10.95.
And legal.
He becomes
We've got
eligible.
2 qualifiers.
So he's chuffed. You can see he just went straight up and said, you look
What
at him. You
a
can hear him
relief.
from up in the booth, can't you?
Relief. Weight lifted off their shoulder for both of them.
Nathan Jason as well. So great racing. And Nana, give us an update here on the long jump.
We have a new leader. The Queenslander Chester has just done a massive jump and PB of 6.25. I think she knew exactly, that little clap at the end of that jump, she knew exactly that was a big jump. And in her final jump of the series. So well done to Zoe Chester. Oh, my apologies. One more jump to go.
So
see if she can improve on that.
Zoe Chester.
Back to the under 20 men's shot put.
And that's a big throw as well. So here's Vine. This was her attempt to try and just take that lead back. And
sadly a foul for that 5th attempt for Vine, who was before Chester's jump in first position. Legal PB for her so far though of 6.05.
so we're into the final rounds here as well of this shot put. We've decided our top 8. So this is Fody. He's already thrown a PB of 14.19 to get in
Box
here.
Hill man.
The Box Hill man. All right. Well, then he's got a soft spot in our hearts. So good throw. Do you
Looking
think?
15. Around that 15-metre mark.
Next up on the track, they're standing behind the blocks is
So this is our final heat here for the men's para 100 metres. It's Dylan Malloy, Zach Harding, Samuel Allen, Blake Carr, Xander Ryan Field, Ramon Lewin, Dylan Vidana-Patharana, Liam Wilson, and Ulrich Mueller. In that order, inside to the outside of the track. Mueller's already technically got the amount of qualifiers needed for the world champs later in the year. If he runs 11.31, he'll equal Evan O'Hanlon's under-20 national record set all the way back in 2007. Again, everything needs to be wind legal here. So that's a real watch. He's going out of the furthest lane on the track, closest to you at home. Malloy, Harding, Allen, Carr, Field, Lewin, Vidana-Patharana, Wilson, and Mueller. Heat 4 of 4 here for the men's para 100 metres. About to get underway. So good start here across the board. Watch out for Mueller though. He'll be looking for a quick time. It's a hot track, so we want to make the absolute most of it. So Mueller closest to you here is away. This will be quick. He's going to get down here well. 11.46 for the Queenslander. Samuel Allen was up next. Plus 2.9.
But give them confidence for the final if they make it. Obviously, we have to wait for the percentages. But good to see some quick times from our open para 100-metre runners.
Yeah, so he goes down to 11.44, but to your point, it's a big wind, isn't it? It's so interesting how it's fluctuating. We had, what, 1.3 for the race before, and then out to a 2.9. So
we've had one legal race of the 4 heats and 2 qualifiers in that one. So
there you go.
Exciting to see if they can go under that qualifying time again in the final later this afternoon.
So it's all going to go down to percentage, like we said. And we're just waiting to see what those percentages will be. That'll flash up on your screen in a moment's time. We're back for our under 20 shot put. It's our Queenslander. I think it might be Lee Martin, who would love to get over 16 metres here. He's at 15.95. That was his 3rd round attempt.
16 metres, 16.02 will actually get into the silver position.
Oh.
Oh, I think he may have done it.
Looked good. Yeah, the field was
Very
happy with it too,
good.
weren't they? So, Reed Davidson, who's in second, New Zealander. Here's our percentages for our Para 100s. This will give you where our final is going to be. So, Callan Juck will go in the highest percentage, then Jackson Love. The White Tiger goes through next. Mwamba, Alexander McKillop, Jaden Page, Ulrich Mueller, and Ethan Parry will just get there over Nathan Jones as well. So it says there'll only be 8 in the final, so Jones will just miss. Sammy Allen, Fairweather, Torrado, Netting, Rahm, Wilson, Lewin, Field, and Harding. So sort of the main contenders we thought would be there are going to be there, and that's going to be one hell of a final later on this afternoon.
Just an update from that under-20 shot put. Lee Martin, 16-10 to move himself into second place.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so we're ramped. That was actually a big throw from Davidson as well, but I was wondering. It looked
Davidson
huge.
currently in third right now,
Yeah.
so we might have another change in about a minute's time.
Here we go. So our New Zealander on the one-way here in the women's under-20 long jump as well. This is Goldsmith, who was looking in the last round just to get a clean jump after 2 fouls. Now she'll want to improve.
Oh, red flag up. So that will end her series. So third place is locked in. Well done to Charlotte Goldsmith from New Zealand with a jump of 5.85.
Jeez, it looked close again, didn't it?
In second place, representing Western Australia.
So now can Vine get back up to the gold because she had it taken away from her. By the way, it looks like Elijah Wilson's gone big again. Be around 17. If not over 18. Here's Chester. So they haven't reversed that order because she was in second.
She was in second place. I got a bit stressed out there.
Oh, maybe she'd been passed.
We put the wrong person on the board. 17.23 for Elijah Wilson.
So what can Chester do? There's a good win behind her as well. Her last jump. But she wants some crowd involvement here. Nana's hands are up. For anybody wondering at home.
I'm clapping in the booth.
So 16.25 was the 5th round attempt. Plenty of speed into the board, doesn't she? So hits that. That's red.
Red.
Yeah. Whoa,
so all up to Vine now.
Here's
Lily
the
Vine.
moment for Vine.
Can she pull out a 6.25 or higher? She's already PB'd this competition. The Queenslander.
Well, it's a bit of a strange one, isn't it? Because usually we're so used to the last person jumping just having the gold medal in hand, and now Lily Vine finds herself in a position to try and
Can she
contest.
do a Chris Matreski of last year? Olympic qualifier and the
Can
gold
she
medal
find
on the
something?
last jump, the clutch.
The 6th round specialist. So can Vine channel her inner Chris Matreski? That's the question we're asking right now.
What a good saying.
6:05.
Can you channel your Chris
Yeah,
Matreski?
do a Matreski. Give us a Matreski.
I think that we should add it on a t-shirt.
That should trend. I don't know if Chris would like it. He might.
He might, you never know.
So can the Queenslander do it in the 6th round? This would be something. Hits the board.
Flush on the board.
Don't think that will be further
Well, she's
than
smiling. Is that a good
6:25.
smile?
What do you think?
I think that was a bit of a cheeky smile, like I've done enough.
Gee, she's giving it a good look back, isn't she? So look, if she's not sure.
Oh, she's staring. Oh.
No.
No, she hasn't done it.
Oh, close. When
Oh, PB again.
yeah.
6.15. I think she'll be happy with that
So
one. A
gave her
silver
everything.
medal and 2 PBs.
You can't ask for more than that, can you? Wow, so there you go. The results of the long jump. Zoe Chester gets up in the 5th round to take it. Lily Vine threw everything at it with 6.15 in the last. Goldsmith from New Zealand is technically 3rd, and Isabella Wing, the heptathlete, will get a bronze for Australia. So the women's under-20 long jump, a good competition in the end. Fought hard.
Gosh, that was one of my favourite events to watch. I loved every moment of that.
You used to be a long jumping superstar. No,
But a
that's why.
soft spot
You
for the sand pit.
Long jumping superstar. Hey, we'll be right back. We've got plenty more action coming up here in a moment's time. The shot put will continue. We've got Para 800s and plenty more. Don't go anywhere. Nana and I will be standing here in sunny WA.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you become walking on a dream?
So we're back here in sunny WA. Absolutely beautiful scenes here as per usual. We sort of just had a bit of an unlucky run late last night when the rain started to fall down. We're going to return here with the shot put. And this is the Victorian, Theodore Elitis. 1469. Says here it's a personal best. He rolled that in round number 3. And the Queenslander now about to step up into the circle. So this would be Angus Cluse. So he'll need a big effort here. He needs to get over 16.10. You can see where Martin sits in the 3rd spot. He was already thrown his lifetime best here to get into the 5th position. So he'll have to find something. And you imagine in these last rounds now, it's do or die. You just throw absolutely everything at it. You don't want to hurt yourself, which is easy to do here in the shot put because you're spinning around the ring. He's going to go with the spin by the looks of the setup. Get that ball in the right spot. No. He's going to do the shuffle. So can he improve here? Need to find something big. Ooh, and it's a good throw. I don't think it'll be enough to move up past that 5th spot that he's in, but it is a very strong throw. As I said, 15.49 was his best, so we'd have to get up over 15.83 to get past Hume. And he's walked away 15.13. So a good throw, but again, not enough to get over where he was. Now, here's Harry. No, this is, hold on. Harry Hume moved up to 4th earlier, so he's thrown my order out. So maybe this is Cluse. It is. So this is Angus Cluse. So what can Angus Cluse produce? That was Harry Hume who just threw. Now Cluse is in 5th, so he'd have to get a big one out here with the spin to move up. So Cluse, give it a whirl. Ooh, not a bad throw, to be fair, for the New South Welshman. I don't know that it'll improve all that much. If it does improve from his 15.49. Wait for the board to flash up in front of us here. 15.04. So he won't move past 5th. So this leaves now 3 men left. Lee Martin, the Queenslander, steps in. Currently, technically a silver medalist, so Harry Hume will go home with a bronze because Reed Davidson is from New Zealand. But what can young Lee Martin do? He's got over 16.10. It's his only throw over 16 metres. That came in the 4th round. He flirted with it in the 3rd round. Can he catapult past it here in the 6th round? Gets it out there. Ooh, gave it every opportunity. Nana thinks it's 16. I reckon it's just under. He can't tell himself, I think. He's sort of asking the question, I think maybe of his coaching staff, but the problem is they're standing behind him. So it's even harder to see from where the 15.58. It's the curve that always gets it. It's the curve, really, of the line's not straight. It's a...
We're just not in the right angle.
I know, we're not in the right spot here. So here we go.
But
Reed
the
Davidson.
Best view, the best view.
The New Zealander. Look at that big throw in the 5th round. He wastes no time in the ring. He's straight in. Launches that. Oh! Big throw from the New Zealander.
Well over 18 from up here.
You think? I reckon it's smack bang.
Paper, scissors, rock.
Right.
Oh.
Well, we got the same. I reckon 17.94.
18.05.
Oh, okay. Oh, close. 17.89. Big throw from the New Zealander. So
But a season's best for him and his best throw of the 6-throw series.
here he goes. He wants some love here, Elijah Wilson. Competition leader. He launched this thing 18 metres on the nose in round number 3.
He's looking good. He's looking confident.
Can he go further? Wilson lets it fly. Good throw, but won't improve. He knows it too. So steps out for the red. Doesn't matter. The man from the nation's capital is the national champion here in the men's under 20 shot put.
PB, gold medal. That's a theme today.
That's a good day.
You've got to throw the best of the
Super
best.
Saturday, they're calling it. That's what the Uber driver said to me on the way here. He said, "You're going to
Did you
Super
talk about the
Saturday?"
athletics or the horse racing?
I'm talking about the athletics, yeah. He said, "Your Super Saturday's on." I said, you know.
I've got a question.
Go on.
If there's another shot put, are we smoothing out the grass?
No,
How are we
we'll look
getting rid
at-
of the divots?
You don't.
Oh,
I don't
so
think
you
so.
could land in.
Well, maybe at
Someone
the
else's-
end of the day,
Okay.
you could hit another divot. Here's our
Does it make it a
discus.
bit complicated?
Well, it'd be hard to read, I reckon. This is our para under 20 discus. Malachi Canning, Kai Davenport, Alex McGrath, Tom Roach, and Daniel O'Regan. They're into their second round of throwing now. It's Canning who leads from Davenport, then McGrath, then Roach. And O'Regan had a foul in his first round, so he'll be looking to get a marker out there. So that's the young Victorian. And now O'Regan, who was the one who had the foul in the first round. So Daniel O'Regan, his PB's 19.21 for the 18-year-old. So let's see if he can get out there. If he gets onto the 20, this will be his lifetime best. So plenty of height in it. Oh, just hits the tape. So they'll measure it. He gets one in here. Does young Daniel. So we'll continue monitoring that, but we're going to look back here. This was our men's 800-metre semi-finals this morning. They returned at 10 past 11 to try and contest here. I won't race call it for you. I'll just give you the highlights. So it was a strong first heat. We had none other than Daniel Williams, Jack Lunn, also Peyton Craig, Lachlan Raper. So it was a strong, strong field. You could see the big looming figure in Daniel Williams, who some thought stepped off the track a little tired yesterday. For mine, he looked so strong. And you can see him. He's just such a master tactician at 17. He's got hip number 5 on with the shaved head. But Peyton Craig, Byron Bay running boy.
Singlet.
He, look, he's an Olympic semi-finalist for a reason, Peyton Craig. Just look how smooth he is to get into that third spot. It's interesting. Those two sort of run similar. They're a bit junkyard dog-esque. Just put their head down and grind their way through an 800. So it was Jack Lunn who sat back, but you'll see him here. He's about to move wide on the track. He's in the white and pink there, second last, but now starts to make his move at the bell. So Williams it was that put his head down over the Western Australian. Raper got a pretty good carry, actually. He got a good sit here in the semi-finals, just to sit on that railing. But Peyton Craig put himself in the prime spot. You want to be able to just sit out there and move along well and know that you're not going to find yourself in any trouble. That's where he found himself in a little bit of trouble in Sydney. It wasn't his own fault. He just was a product of choppy racing. And now you see Daniel Williams just get over the shoulder here of the young Western Australian. You can see Lockie Raper was keen to get out, but Peyton Craig, with his strength, was just able to command his spot. And Jack Lunn, who I said, watched him at the 300 mark of this race. He was second last and just moved up beautifully here to get right behind Raper. So it looked like for most of this race, this was going to be your 3. You can see how relaxed Peyton Craig is. And now Jared McAuliffe as well just came storming late. But these two cleared out pretty well. It was a dogfight to get to the end. It was actually Jared McAuliffe and Lockie Raper who had to sit back and just wait and see what those times were going to be. But look, the two class competitors in Daniel Williams and Peyton Craig shook hands. I was down there at the finish line. Could have blown out a candle, those two.
Was it a bit windy during the race?
Well,
From a
little bit.
sprinter's eye, it looked like there was a lot of forward leaning during that race.
Yeah,
so
that's a good point. It was windy. Yeah, it was windy. So they had a little bit to fight with, that's for sure, as our men's para under 20 discus continues. It is going to be Malachi Canning who steps into the ring. He's the current under 17 national record holder. It was at a Melbourne Athletics approved event. So 29.15 is his best here. He's thrown 35.33 before. Oh, that's a good throw. Ah, it's outside. So it was a good throw. It looked like it was over that 30 metres for the youngster. And let me give you semi-final number 2 for those playing along, wanting to keep up to date with our 800 metres, which the final will go off tomorrow.
The man in red, Peter Bowl,
So Peter
fan
Bowl.
favourite and Australian record holder.
If you love watching easy racing, just watch Pete. He goes second from the outside here. He has Mason Cohen inside of him, and Luke Boyes is going. He's in that white psychedelic sort of singlet there in the middle.
Is that what Nike wrote down?
Well, I think that's what they put down on the colour palette. They said make it as psychedelic as you can. Now, he was the national champion last year, Luke Boyes, and you
Yes,
remember
he
he
was.
was somewhat unlucky not to make that Olympic team. Obviously, there's no luck in making the Olympics, but it was just the depth of our 800-metre running in the back end of the year and the way the point system works saw him miss out. But you can see he wants to make a mark here. 146 is season's best. He's faster than that, his lifetime 145. But just commanded control of this race early, did Luke Boyes. You saw him do it again yesterday, and clearly he's put his intentions out there that he wants to front run and he wants to set tempos. Now look at Peter Bowl. He's our fourth place getter at the Olympics in Tokyo. He is our former national record holder.
So a second slower in the first lap for the second heat.
Yep, so they wasted really an opportunity for mine to go and run faster and try and drag through the field behind them. You can see that separation's been made. It's Jai Perrott in that fourth spot who's trying to hold on to Mason Cohen, Boyes and Bowl. But now look at Peter Bowl in that second spot. He's just a beautiful mover on the track, isn't he? He's just textbook in terms of wasting no energy. He's back enjoying it, and this is the Peter Bowl that we remember.
I know,
from
he
years
looks
ago.
so relaxed compared to Boyes and Cohen.
And with 100 to go now, look at Pete. He's just
made his move.
got right up here. Now watch this final 100 metres. If you like a bit of fun in athletics, watch the two in front, Peter Bowl and Luke Boyes. Pete looks around, looks left, look right, says, how'd you like that one, Lukey boy? I'll see you tomorrow. Bang.
I love that bit of banter. Our sport needs more of that.
So they're
Inga
ready.
Britton, you know, give a fist bump to Stewie at the end of the race,
Yep,
you know?
they're ready. So, look, Pete walked off the track. Again, kissed his new baby daughter, obviously.
No, very adorable.
New dad, Pete. I think it's really given him a new
perspective.
on things, and he's smiling again, and he's happy, and
He's running
enjoying.
for someone else.
Yeah, he's enjoying his athletics. So I saw his partner and his daughter down there, which is just beautiful. So that was how your semi-finals played out, and this is how we've got our final here. So Daniel Williams, Peyton Craig, Peter Bowl, Luke Boyes, Jack Lunn, Jared McAuliffe, Lachlan Raper, and Mason Cohen. That will be your full final. Just keep an eye on Jai Perrott, because sometimes when we have an international, they'll add one more. I don't think they will, but just you never know.
Is 148.06, is that a fast cap?
Probably around where I thought it would be, to be honest. I mean, Mason's such a stalwart of 800-metre running. He's made that many national finals now. 148 is probably around where I thought it would be to cap it off, but look, this is a quality field.
Do you, when you see this group of men, do you go, we're going for a big time
Yeah, I
today, or
think
we're
it'll
going
be-
for the win,
no, it'll
and
be
then
quick.
the bonus is the time?
It'll be quick.
Okay, give us a number. I'll write it down.
I
I'm gonna
think
call
it goes.
this.
It wins in 144 for me.
144, and what is the Australian record?
143.99,
Oh,
set by Joe Deng over in France, actually about 18 months ago. Don't forget, it was Pete had it. And
they've done a bit of back and forth with that record.
Yeah, they have. They've chopped and changed, because then before Pete broke it, it was Alex Rowe and Ralph DeBell shared it. Remember, Alex
yes,
Rowe
I
rolled that in
did.
Monaco. So
Doctor now,
and
hanged up the spikes.
hangs up the spikes. I hope you're watching, Rowie. But also, it was all three of those gentlemen were Justin Rinaldi coach. So there you go.
JT, he also had a win in the under-20 800
Yes,
last night.
Bob.
In Bob. A PB Anderson to record for him.
Well,
so.
I didn't realise it was Justin's Bob, because he usually has the long hair. So when he's rolled in with the buzz, I was actually a bit caught off guard. Here's Malachi Canning. He got over 30 on his second attempt. He's thrown 33 before, but it was a foul. So let's see if he can get that one out. Yes,
Oh, yes.
Malachi!
I think he smashed that 30.
Big. Oh, my God. He's absolutely obliterated at the 18-year-old. So 35-33 is his best. That's the... Well, geez, I reckon he's gone pretty close.
I think so as well. Just have to wait for the live results on roster.com.
I reckon he's gone real close. Kai Davenport as well has gone over 20, so is McGrath.
34-24.
All right, Malachi.
PB for Malachi.
There we go. So brilliant for him. Well done, Malachi.
Oh, I think we knew even with that foul in that second attempt that he was ready to throw something big.
Yeah, he was ready to get it out there, wasn't he? It was only just a foul as well. It was just outside the lines.
Outside the V.
So another of our Victorians. Davenport. He's got it over 20 metres, 20.77. He's gone over 20 twice, actually, in this competition, which is
Great to see
a
a
personal
consistent
best. Yeah.
series of throwing for our throwers today.
So he's gone. Hasn't flashed up yet. No. 22.
22. PB.
All right, Kai.
It doesn't matter what direction you're
Now
throwing
we're
or running
rolling.
in. Tailwinds galore.
Tailwinds galore. So I think this will be Daniel O'Regan here. Yes, it is, Daniel. And Daniel's thrown 18.57 in the second round. Then he went 16.04. So what can the Victorian produce here? An F21 athlete. He'll wind this up. I love the fluoro sunnies on him. Yes. Good throw. I reckon, to the naked eye, I think he's gone around 17 metres, which would split the difference of his current two throws. So it's a clean throw, most importantly.
Victorian camaraderie.
Well,
A little high five at the end of
love
the throw.
that. And there's always good para camaraderie as well. They all get around each other. 19.15, what do I know? He's thrown the furthest that he's thrown this whole competition, Daniel.
And a PB for Daniel.
Well done. Straight to the coach. Here's Tom Roach. This is a familiar name.
boy
in the
from
Victorian
Scotch.
Scene. Yes, love Tommy
the
Roach.
APS's favourite athlete.
Yep, beautiful man. Let's go, Tommy. Let this one fly, son. 18.47 he's thrown in the second round. He'd love to join that 19-metre club. He'd love it even more if he can join the 20-metre club. Good wind up. Let it rip, Tommy. I reckon around that 17, 18. But again, what do I know?
Tommy, we love you too.
You know what? He's always the double cobra.
Oh, I love
Yeah,
it.
I
Show
love
up,
the double
show
cobra.
off the buys and
Get
the
the
tries.
guns going.
Bang, bang.
Bang, bang. Okay, so
Always
he's
got a smile on his face. at the track.
18.47 was his second round. 17.42. Here we go.
Spot on, Mitch.
Eyes in now, Nana.
You don't need the binoculars.
The binoculars.
The binoculars, the 2020 vision from up here.
Get the binoculars out. Okay. I think I left them at home. The binoculars.
The binoculars.
So now I'm
If
from
anyone
New
wants
South
to buy some
Wales.
binoculars,
Yeah. This is
head
Alec
down to Perth
McGrath.
track.
20.3. I can tell Alex what he throws from here. I'm confident in the New South Welshman. So again, we're getting a lot of PBs. Here we go, Alex. But that flight, yeah. Oh, it's in.
So you're allowed to touch the line?
You can touch the line, but yeah, you can hit the line, but I wonder if it's like 50% of discus has to be in around. I don't think so. I think it's, you
if
hit
it's
the line,
side,
it's in. Yeah.
or maybe if it's the top.
If it hits, yeah, it's a good point. I think if it just hits the line, it's
Maybe
in.
we need to get one of them up
Yeah, we
here.
need one of
have
the
a
officials
chat.
up here. I reckon he's gone
Our
past
beautiful
20,
officials
30.
who have been out here
Oh my gosh, these guys do
across
just
2 weeks.
an
Thank
incredible
you.
job.
If you see one and you're competing, give a hello and a thank you to
Yeah.
all these Victorian and Australian and New South Wales officials.
So they've come here for the seniors. Oh, the throw. Hit the line. So if that throw hits the line, it's in.
No, it's out.
It's out.
It's out. Sorry.
Oh, they didn't count it. Oh, okay.
Oh, we've had the top officials say
All right, so hits the line, out.
it's out.
Okay, hits the line, it's out.
You learn something new every day about
Okay,
this
so
sport.
I was getting confused, but that makes sense. Okay, so hits the line, it's out. Malachi Canning up here next. This was our 34-metre thrower. Only a round to go. So here goes Malachi. 21.94, just for those playing at home, for Alex McGrath. I told you it was further. These guys need to back up. He's got a cannon on him here, Malachi. They're only at the 30-metre mark. You have to give him more room than that. So Malachi Canning, can he go further? Good spin. He's got great whip. Inside as well. I reckon that's 33.
Great whip. I love that one. T-shirt. T-shirt
Great
saying
whip.
definitely.
He does. I've got definitely. That's not a technical term. It's probably discus throwers everywhere. Just being like, give it the
send
right.
a message to Denny and
Yeah.
see what he thinks
I'll see
about
what
it.
Denny-
You've got a
yeah.
great. He's got the second best whip of all
Yeah,
time.
I'd say who's got good
74.
whip?
Can't believe he's done that. I mean, I can believe he's done it. That series.
It's the best
Six
series.
good whips.
It's statistically the best discus series in history.
You're kidding.
There's never been another man in world athletics that's thrown 6 throws over 71 metres. So he's second best in history in terms of distance, but statistically
The best
was
of
the
the
best series of discus throwing
in the world.
in world history. So he was on a quest for a piece of history.
And he
he's-
got it.
He's got
He's
that.
got many now.
Yeah. Well, you've got to think about, like, only a few days before that, he moved to number 5 all time.
And then in that same
And then in the
competition,
same
he went
comp, he's gone.
third,
Mhm.
no, fourth, third, second.
Yeah. So he's
He's knocking them off.
his main comp.
Chess pieces.
Well, the main comp is tomorrow.
Oh,
So
these are
have
just
all been warm-up
warm-ups.
comps. So Alekna and
All right,
everybody else
Mitch.
rolls through here tomorrow.
What's our prediction?
Well, I think he goes, if there's anything to suggest off his form, I think the world record gets broken. But the current world record holder is also there. And he threw.
What do you reckon he's going through his mind
he
right
threw
now?
the same. He threw at the same meet last year in Ramona. So the world record on Monday becomes 1 year old. I don't think it makes it. I think it gets broken, but it'll be a battle of who breaks it. So they might have 3 break it, and then it's obviously whoever wins has the world record.
On Monday, we'll be watching.
Athos Lockie Morehouse made a good point. He said it actually would be incredibly impressive. Whoever wins the competition is almost the most impressive part because it's, you know, world-class
World
discus throwers.
class.
So
Top 3 best in the world in one
it
place.
was a good point. I would love to see. Look, it'd be cool to see a 75-metre throw.
I think those 3 men are
Yeah,
definitely the ones who can do
they'd
it.
love to be the ones to get there.
And
Wouldn't
imagine
they?
if it was Denny. Even
Oh.
better.
Hey, you got to have nothing but faith from the man from Queensland.
Queensland.
True blue is Denny. So this is the 5th round of throwing here. Dagan O'Regan, 1975. Here's Tom Roach. He's back. Come on, Tommy.
Gave us a little smile. Maybe he can hear us.
Yeah, he's ready to roll. It's a good throw from Tommy there. So he's looking for 19 metres. He's searching for it. 18:47. So he's asking the question, Tommy. Has he improved? Yay! Bang, bang, Tommy!
Bang, bang, gun show.
Bang, bang, Tommy. Look at him.
The man from Scotch, Box Hill Athletics track.
Yeah! Steve Kane's loving it as his
Oh.
mum. Oh, beautiful.
Bless. 18:48 for Tommy. PB again.
On your Tommy Roach. Yeah, it's just raining PBs in the discus cage right now.
I think Perth might be the
This is the place.
favourite
I said
track
they
for
need to
athletics.
book in for 5 years of Australian Nationals here.
Perth government,
Perth, hello.
Hello. Give the athletes
up.
what they want.
Yeah, pick up. Everyone loves coming here, honestly.
It's worth the travel. I think a lot of athletes
Oh
are going to
my
go home
goodness,
on that
yeah.
plane, 5 hours, and go, bring us back.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. Exactly right. You can run
Bring
here. We've got
us
Cottesloe. We've got Scarborough not far away. City
Margaret
Beach,
River.
Margaret River. Here we go. Get it out there, son. So this, here comes, yes, Mr. Whip, Malachi Canning. So he's gone 34, 33. and 29, but there's just a 35-metre throw in there.
I reckon.
You just feel it. Here we go. Oh, yes.
Yep, it's coming.
Yes. I reckon
Very
30.
close. 3.
I'm going 1. Oh, no, take that back. 30.
33.
Oh, now I'm rattled. Yeah, I think you're right. I think 33. Yeah. It's okay to agree, Mitchell. You don't have to be different, you know. 33.
We can agree
Yeah, we
sometimes.
can agree on
We can
things,
give the
Sana.
people what they want.
Yeah, 33. I like it. 'Cause if he... Yeah! Good guess. 33.01.
She's good.
Oh, you've got
Malakai's
your
better,
eye in
but
now.
she's
Yeah.
good.
Mr. Whip. She's gone 34.2, 33.7, 33.01. That's a good
That's a very good series.
good 3-round series.
It's a Matt Denny series.
From the Whip, yeah. Statistically. We're speaking statistics up here.
Speaking facts.
Yeah. Facts and statistics.
No ifs, muts, or baby.
No. You've lost the plot.
There's a soccer reference there for those at home.
So here's Davenport. Khan Kai. He's thrown 22-1-8 in the 4th round. That's a good looking throw.
He seems quite happy with it.
Yeah, I reckon he's gone around there again. Love the frosted tips. I've had that haircut.
Oh.
It's a good look. What
Can
do
we
you-
get that on the live stream? Just a little side picture.
Yeah,
of it.
his looks a lot cleaner than mine. Mine was a at-home job in COVID. I actually went orange. I looked like one of the Weasley brothers. It was bad. 21-2-1 for Kai. Well done, young man. Great series. So Kai, he finishes with 20.5, 19.8, 20.7, 22.1, 19.7, 21-1. 21-2, sorry. So good
Another
throw.
good series.
Here's O'Regan. Yes. Here we go. Daniel O'Regan. He'd love 20 metres, would Daniel? He would love 20
We'd love to see it
metres.
as well.
Yeah. I would love to see it. Everyone at home would love to see it. Here we go, Daniel. Let it rip, son.
Oh, that looks good. Some height.
Oh. Yeah, I reckon he's done it. 20.07 is my guess.
17. 20.17.
Ooh, I like it. I like when we agree.
No, 17. You said 07.
Oh, sorry, but you said 20.
I did, yeah.
Okay, so we're both
We've agreed on the
we'll agree
meters.
it's over 20. Yay, Daniel! Yes!
PB! And a great
20.45,
way to finish it
yes!
off. Thumbs up!
Oh
we
my
love it.
Yes.
Well done, Daniel.
Well done, Daniel. 20.45, he got there. Double Cobras.
Damn, Daniel.
We don't see it enough.
Damn, Daniel.
Damn, Daniel. Okay, so can we get Tommy Roach over 20 now? This would clear the field of 20. He's confident. He's talking here, Tommy Roach. He's talking. Come on, Tommy. 18.47, 18.48. I reckon we've got our eye in where 20 metres is. So he'll be... Oh, he's outside. So he won't get there, but that's okay because he's thrown a PB.
PB.
He's thrown 18.48.
For Tommy.
On you, Tommy. This won't be the last time we see Tommy Roach.
Definitely
at these
not. I'm
championships.
sure we'll see him
He
in many
will-
other events.
He will be somewhere. And he's already been competing, I'm sure of it. So well done, Tommy. He rounds out with 18.48, 15.78, 18.47, 17.94, 17.42, 18.48. So another clean series.
McGrath and Canning left to round out the competition.
Yeah, so we've still got Mr. Whip to finish, don't we? So Alex McGrath, 21.94. He's gone over 20 twice. Here we go, Alex. Yes. Good spin.
Good spin.
Ooh. That's... I like it. I reckon he's gone 20... Yeah, 20, 22.
22. I would see a PB for him again.
Yes. And we've...
Already had one in the 4th round.
I feel like we're willing them over the line. If it's not 22, it's high 21. But don't sit on the fence.
Oh,
Hey, 23! Oh, my
PB.
goodness. Alex.
It was a
Yes.
good spin. You did call
He
it.
did have good spin. He had really good rotation. Mr. Whip about to enter. I want to see 35 from Malachi. He's under 17 national record holder. But I reckon he's got another 35 in him. 35, 33. was his
35.
best. I reckon he's got it. 34.24, 33.72, 33.01. Here we go. Watch him whip. Go, Malachi. Oh, yeah. Oh, he sent it long. I reckon it's 33
36.
again. Oh, you got 36. No, we can disagree,
You
Nana.
made me question that.
No, we can disagree.
For those playing at home.
Maybe it's 34. That is actually kind of hard to tell. Closer
Are we in
read,
the
it's
centre?
easier.
It looks like it's dead in the middle for us, like a 35.
Yeah, I'm starting to think you might be right. Maybe my eyes out. 33. No, why did I ever
Well
doubt myself?
done.
Thanks, Nat. I appreciate that. 33. So good series. 34.24, 33.72, 33.01, 33.65, and started with 29.
Last throw of the series for all competitors in the under 20 discus throw.
Great
for our
series.
para-athletes. PBs for all. I think that's a good competition.
That you can't ask for much more than that.
Definitely cannot.
You cannot ask for much more than that. So well done. You can see that full list here. So as we said, it all comes down to percentages, but it's just about worked out for the furthest throws anyway. Only Daniel O'Regan, his last throw got him up there. So Malachi Canning wins it, 74%, 34.24 metres. Alex McGrath, 23.5, 71%. Daniel O'Regan with the beautiful fluorescent sunnies gets up for bronze, 62%, 20.45. Kai Davenport will be fourth, 22.18, and Tommy Roach will be fifth, 18.48 metres. But you can see the percentages there on the right. That is how the medals are decided in all para events. And as we shake the hands with our officials, our photographers, the hardest workers.
Oh,
Really, all of those
You
around
might offend
us.
some of those athletes.
No, and the athletes, they're all magnificent.
No, but the show does not run without our officials and our media team that have flown from all over Australia to help out over the past 10 days. One more to go. But this afternoon as well.
This afternoon.
Cannot forget this afternoon.
Cannot forget this afternoon. There's events
Fast
everywhere.
afternoon.
So we'll be back here shortly. We do have a bit of a break here in terms of field and track events, but we'll be back to bring you some more action here in WA. Day number 3 of our Open and Under 20 Championships in sunny, lovely Perth.
We need to raise the bar,
Then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
we need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
So we're back here at the track. Now, we do have a little bit of a break. We have about 20-odd minutes maybe until our next event. So our athletes are preparing. It's going to be our men's para 800-metre final. Our men's under-20 long jump final isn't long after that. And then we roll into our under-20 hurdles as well. So there's plenty coming up. But we can take a quick preview or review, I should say, of what happened yesterday.
Wind it back. Yesterday
Let's
was a
wind back
good
the
day.
clock. It
Some
was a good day.
fast time, some rain, some thunder.
We'll have a look at this. This was heat 1 of our men's 100 metres. Lockie Kennedy, he's been a man in focus for a few months, but I feel like last night there was a bit of expectation on what could happen, and he set the scene quite well in heat number 1.
Will we see a 9 next to his name today?
What do you think, Nana? You're the sprint expert, so
I
what
really
do you
think we do. We saw him a month ago run 10:03 PB, and then yesterday, I think people are forgetting, not only did he run 10 flat, but a world champs qualifier. So I think that barrier is closer than you think. It is a big jump. It's so small, 9.99 to 10. But I feel like once you break that barrier, the 9s will start coming. Lockie series in his world rankings will be 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
The world becomes your oyster.
It is.
Well, do you want to break it down? So Lockie goes third from the right here on screen. This is his heats. It was a wind legal time, but as a sprinter, break down where the strong points are for Lockie Kennedy.
I was going to say what they are before he even started running, but his first 3 steps are quick, low, fast, and powerful. He's clearly one of the strongest competitors in the world and Australia, but he's so relaxed, and I think what really sets him apart from people who aren't as consistent as Lockie but can run as fast as Lockie is his transition and his steps. It's very seamless the way Lockie runs. You don't really tell a difference to his driving. He doesn't pop up. He really takes his time. And even when he doesn't get the best start, or there's other fast runners like Josh Azzopardi and Seb Sultana around him, he just is patient. You see him breathe through. I'm someone who never breathes when they run. But you can see him little eye off the clock. He knew. And these past couple of runs, I think, brings a confidence that you only get when you're confident in what you're doing behind the scenes at training. And he's seeing the results week in and week out. 2 weeks ago, Maury Plant, 100 and 200 metre winner, PB, and that beautiful time in lane 3, 10 flat. So Perth has a very special place in Lockie's heart. And I think it might get a little special if the weather gods are good to us, hopefully.
Well, Bruce describes it as tantalising. I reckon that's
I like
such
that.
a great
Tantalising Lockie.
use of words, because it really was. Like, there was no dip at that line either. It just looked
He
fluent.
kept his momentum. Sometimes when we dip, we're thinking of a different phase of our race.
Okay.
But he just runs through the line. And it was great to see, I think, in all the men's 100 metres, we know how close the Sebs, the Joshes, the Jacobs, the Jacks, the Rowans are, that they were running for times. They're not just running to beat each other. They have a time, obviously, world champs in Tokyo in September. But they know that you can miss out. Top 2 across the line, and then top 2 fastest times. We're going to have stacked fields. We are in the era, a golden era of Australian sprinting, where you might have to run 10-2 or lower to make that final. So there is no way you can make a mistake, and there's no way you can ease back. You have to run every race. And I think that's really good to see. I'm not a fan of the slowing down and easing up. You don't know what the weather's going to look like the next day. You don't know how you're going to be feeling the next day. Mondo is new to a lot of people. The travel as well. Whether you came the day before your race or you've been 4 days out, you don't know how it's going to affect you. So running through the line.
Well, this was heat number 2, and the watch here was Josh Azzopardi. He's third from the left, so the last to put his head down. And again, this is a guy who wasn't at Maury Plant. He decided to bypass it and just focus his attention up here at the Nationals. But out of lane number 1, it was Caleb Law who just took everybody by surprise, really, except for you, Nana. You seem to be the one that's been on Caleb for a while. And look, his 200 is his event. Obviously, he's a World Junior bronze medalist at that. That's what we've known him for over these past few years. But there you
Rohan,
are.
I'm
no,
so
on
happy.
screen.
200-meter specialist showing those 100-meter runners.
For you, how impressive was that? It was 10.17 and gets converted down, but it was just, it caught, look, me in the booth, I was all on Azza. I was
Who
like,
was that
oh, it's got to be
lane
Josh. And then Caleb Law, look at this. He even caught him sort of off the gun, didn't he?
I think this makes me a little bit more excited for his 200 after seeing his flat speed get that low. 10.13 is no joke. But Josh, no surprise there. He's been one of Australia's most consistent sprinters over the past couple of years. We've seen him at Com Games. We've seen him at the Olympics. So I think Josh was doing what he needed to do to make the semi, but Caleb was trying to prove a point. Not the happiest after the Maury Plant meet. I know he's got a lot more in the tank. And he just ran a relaxed race in lane 1 by himself, opened up just like his teammate Lockie Kennedy, and PBs to prove it.
I mean,
so we're very excited to see. And he'll
confidence is
back up.
key, isn't it? Yeah.
Sometimes these athletes won't back up, but we know we're going to see him tomorrow run 2 rounds, hopefully over 200 metres. So it's good to see that he wasn't holding anything back because he was thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow, and he got a PB out of it.
Yeah, it's honestly, to your point, the state of Australian sprinting right now, he needed a PB out of it in order to get through and look comfortable and be confident.
The state of Australian athletics in general. You name me an event that we're not excelling in right now.
Well, exactly right, honestly. You're exactly right. Like, it just seems to be, wow, sprinting's going well, and then you're posting about, Nicola and Eleanor. We haven't even talked about them. They jump tomorrow, and then we're talking about what Denny's doing, and then we're talking about, what our marathon women are doing, and we're talking about all these
Jess is doing their Grand Slam.
Jess, Claudia Hollingsworth announced this morning to be going over to Miami as well. She'll be a challenger.
Oh,
at
news
Grand
to
Slam.
me.
Yeah, so there you go. So, the attention is brewing. I wouldn't be surprised if after these national championships, maybe the door comes a knocking for a few of these athletes to get over to Grand Slam as a challenger. But
definitely think we'll see some Australian athletes after the domestic season they've had at the first Diamond League in China in a couple of weeks' time. And World Indoors. Seeing these
World
boys'
relays
times, I'm
as
very
well.
sorry, not World Indoors, World Relays. I'm very excited to see both the Australian women's 4x1 and the men's 4x1 because those times are getting quicker.
They certainly are. I mean, they just...
Good problem to have. Who are you going to pick?
Exactly.
A final of 8?
Yeah.
Might not go your way on the day, but you could pick any of them and have a cracking...
Well, the way I used to think about it in these nationals is that you'd always sort of roll in with an expectation of who would be gold and silver.
Yeah.
I feel like in most events. You could pick that out and then it would be, maybe we'll see one surprise package or maybe
the dark
we'll
horse.
see something happen. Yeah, but now it's, we got to come back and race because there's no guarantee we're getting in here. Here's young Seb Sultana. Look, really just caught a lot of people last year, didn't he, when he crowned himself the national champ, the junior. But now he's in the big boys.
It's good to see him back out racing. We didn't see him until Perth Track Classic, and that was his first race of the season.
And unfortunate last year with his injuries.
A very good race at Perth.
Well, have a look at this race here in these heats as well. You talk about being a smooth operator. To me, Seb Sultana is just all class. Yeah, he is... got the Rolls-Royce engine in there, and he just knows when to break it out. So he's third from the right.
We also had Jacob
Despard,
in
the
this
Tasmanian.
Race, one of Australia's most consistent male sprinters.
Seb here, though, was just in control from the gun. I've gone back and watched these, and to me, he seemed to be one of those that stood out. Just how easy is that? 10.15.
Looked like there was another gear in him.
Down to 10.12.
Not today, not today.
Second
Just
fastest
get through
time
the rounds.
he's ever run yesterday as well, and looked like he was cruising.
It'll be very interesting to see how he goes because he hasn't had those rounds in his leg. Unfortunately, we didn't see him run at the Olympics, so it was over 6 to 7 months before we saw Seb run his first race. So will the rounds affect him? We're yet to know. I mean, second fastest time in your third race of the season. We saw him at Maury Plant come second to Lockie Kennedy and third to Rohan Browning. So,
well, he's going to go out of semi-final number 3 tonight. And he's with Caleb Law.
I remember looking at those semis, and I'm like, it's stacked. It is stacked.
I was looking at them, and I thought, geez, I wouldn't want to come up against a couple of these guys. And this guy is someone I wouldn't want to have. He's been in the gym, Ro. Look at him. He looks prime. But I'll tell you what, this was an impressive.
You can ask him for his program after.
Yeah, I will be. I'll be asking him about the diet and the program. But this, to me, was a real good statement piece for Rohan. He was good in Brisbane when he ran that 10.12.
First race of the season
Yeah,
as well.
and Maury wasn't his best, but... geez, he came out here and just said, look, fellas, don't forget, I was the one taking us to the promised land back in Tokyo and putting sprinting on the map. Let me show you what I can do. And this was a statement.
Back-end specialist. Looking at the clock, I think he knew something special. And Rohan is a confidence runner, so I think that he's not one to count out for those medals if he makes it through the semi-finals.
Well, 10:07 he ran last night.
Veteran.
Yeah, 10:07 to
Can we
get
call
through.
him that yet?
Yeah, well, I suppose so, because Rowe would be, what, 28?
I think
Somewhere
so.
in there. So, yeah, you're starting to get to that veteran status, I think, then. But he really did put the world on notice again last night to say, don't forget, I'm still here. I'm still racing, and I am still contesting for gold medals. He's
Sometimes
a real
we
watch.
underestimate the value of being in this sport in a very long time, and he's been to Diamond Leagues, Olympics, Com Games and World Champs, probably out of the group of Australian sprinters, the one who's competed internationally the most.
Yeah.
So he is no stranger to pressure, being an underdog and also being the crowd favourite and the one that people are watching. So anything can happen with him. He's just started his season only
exciting.
a month ago.
Yeah.
So very exciting to see what Rohan brings to the table
It's
in the
exciting.
semis and hopefully the finals.
So they're the big watchers here for this afternoon semi-final or this evening semi-final. You'll be in the booth with Bruce and DC to call all that action home a little later on. Nana and I will be just out enjoying the athletic spectacle. So you can see our men's under 20 long jump is warming up. And as I said, the para 800 metre final will be the next track event. That starts in about 5 to 10 minutes time. So what we'll do is we'll give you guys a break. We'll let you just adjust yourselves, prepare for a great afternoon of athletics, because it really is non-stop once we do come back and start rolling into these track and field events again. Don't go too far. Go and grab a drink. Go grab a coffee. Maybe a little something to eat and settle in, because it's going to be a great afternoon here in WA. We'll be right back shortly.
explain. Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Could you become walking on a dream?
So we're back here in WA, beautiful sunny WA at that. And as I said, we've got some more track action coming up here. You can see the full field for our men's under 20 long jump though. So Lion Roger, Brody Folks, Liam Deven, Lucas Baker, Xavier Dalaeus, Luke Rattridge, 7:38 jumper. Luke, Taj Donahue, Harry McCabe, Sam Hildebrandt. So plenty of gentlemen over the 7 metre marker. We roll into Wasiyuki Komanibikokoro, Aston Archer, Marcus Pollard, Sandro Puregannon, Cooper Smythe, Joshua Tuma, Sebastian Weichart, Liam Griffiths, Zayden Camish. It's a big field here. Aidan McDonald, Sam Barlow and Joe Volker. So McDonald and Volker are certainly two to watch here. It's our men's under 20 long jump field. So they're just going through their warm-ups here. It's fascinating watching the different styles of warm-ups. Some are off the tiny run-ups, some are getting their full run-ups in. They've already done their steps. They're
Some
working all
pop-ups,
this out.
some
Yeah.
full jumps. With this wind, though, I think getting a full jump in will help a lot of these athletes.
So it helps pivot the run-up. Do you have to move it depending on wind, or is it more how quickly you attack the board?
I personally would move it depending on the wind, whether
Okay.
I'm moving it forward because I'm getting too much of the headwind, or I'm moving it backwards because I've got more of a tail and I know I'm going to hit my top speed a lot quicker. So I want to get obviously flush on the board. So I think it just depends on the athlete. I love seeing the way long jumpers start their run up. You get some of the rock backs, you get some bounds, you get just a flat out sprint.
It'd be weird to stand at the top of the runway and then just roll straight into it. I'm just so used to everybody having
A rock.
a little something.
Little something.
Yeah.
Head back,
Yeah.
head forward.
So you can see they get plenty of pace into it too. Like bang, we go. So look at the windsock of the long jump. Probably the best one to gauge it off. It's blowing an absolute gale down there at the moment.
Tails, tails, tails for our under 20 men long jumpers.
We love tails.
We do.
All about tails up here.
Tail City.
WA, City of Tails.
That should be on their license
Should
plates.
be. Maybe it should be.
Let's talk to some people
Who
about
do we
that
know?
after the stream.
You know anyone in local government?
Local, I think
No,
we
no.
need to go to the big dogs.
You're connected everywhere around the world, around the country. Here's our final for the men's 800 metre para championship. This is our open race. So Jack Conroy has hip number 2. Raina Keane is in 3. Jordan Fairweather is in 4. William Weiss Moyen is in 5. Ollie Hutchinson in 6. Aaron Houston in 7. And Victoria's Daniel Malone goes out of hip number 8, lane number 8, that would be. And it's a good field here. Daniel Malone, the Victorian, a standout. So he's certainly one to watch in hip number 8. He's represented Australia before. There's Daniel Malone. As well as a few of these guys will be really giving it a chance. So Daniel Malone in 8. The watch for mine. Reece Langdon, who was going to be competing, is not competing now in this 800 metres. We saw him in that 1500. Obviously, break the world record.
Yet to be ratified, but good, nonetheless very good record by Reece, the Sandringham boy.
So Malone is looking for sub 156 to get a qualifying marker for New Delhi at the end of the year. Now, if he runs 154.7,
Then from Western Australia in lane number 3 is Rainer
He
King
would
from the
equal
T20
Paul Mitchell's national record set in 1995.
Jordan Fairweather with the T35.
Now, it's not typically
Then from
offered
New South Wales in lane number
the
5
800
is
metres
William Vince Moyne with the T38 competitor.
for
Then in lane
the
number 6
T20
is
group,
Craig
but it is for
Hutchinson,
these
who is a T20 competitor.
world champs. So Malone's run a 157 before, 157.19, set in March of 23. This year he's run 2 minutes, so he'd have to run a lifetime best to get that qualifying standard. Now, Daniel Malone is a great man to watch run. He just goes out there and he gets after it. He's coached by Gav Burren, but he'll have some good company with him here. It's a good field, as I said. We're about to get into the starters' hands, so it's Conroy, Keane, Fairweather, Vince Moyen, Hutchinson, Houston, and Malone. In that order. Here we go. Men's Para Open 800-metre final. Hands of the starters here. And we're away. So a good start here for this entire field. It's Conroy, Keane, Fairweather, Vince Moyen, Hutchinson, Houston, and Malone. So 156 will be a number that lives there inside the mind of Daniel Malone. That would be a world qualifying standard for New Delhi later on this year. It would also be a lifetime best for the Victorian. So he moves down there onto the railing. It's a strong start for him. It's going to be joined by his fellow Victorian in Fairweather, who now leads out this group behind him. But Daniel Malone, through this opening stages of this 800 metres, around the 31, 32 through that opening 200 metres. So a good start for him. So Malone will round through here. He's opened up a good gap to Fairweather. Behind there from New South Wales could be Conroy. We'll get them as they work through here. But 156, as I said, is that time that he'll have in his mind. He's going to have to do it front running. He's going to have to go and get after it. So he's going to go 60 seconds, 61 through the opening 400 metres, you can see. Yeah, he puts in a little bit of a burst here now, Daniel Malone. Next one through is Hutchinson. Then it goes back to Conroy. And then still continuing to move on through. Houston, Hutchinson behind. And then it's
looking so straight on that back straight.
Vince Moyen. So good point, Nana, with 250 metres to go here. It is all Daniel Malone. So
opening up that gap to nearly 65 metres at this point.
200 metres remaining for the young Victorian. Is at 132, 131. So his season's best this year is 2 minutes. He'll want to be as close to that as he can. Now getting to the 200 point as well is Conroy. So making his way through here, though, Daniel Malone, he's got 100 metres to go to put his head down and see how quick he can get there, the Victorian. So Daniel Malone, about 80 metres remaining for him. He's at 153, 154. So he'll go around the 2 minute marker here, Daniel Malone, and he's just getting quicker. So Malone will salute. He'll be the first one across the line at 2:03.
Woo!
Well done, Daniel.
Well done, Daniel.
A great race for him, as now we see Aaron Houston roll down here to the finish line as well. He'll be just outside 2:10, I think. So great racing from him, 2:16, 2:15 for him. As the rest of this field comes charging, Conroy has a group behind him here. They're moving Hutchinson, so Conroy just going to get it from Hutchinson. And just back there was Fairweather as well, so well done. Our South Australian now rolling on through here. This is good racing. In fact, that'll be Vince Moyen. So Vince Moyen stops it here. And now Rainer Keane as well for our men's para 800 metres. All just on that 2:45 to finish off.
2 PBs for our first two across the line, with 2:03 for Daniel Malone and Aaron Houston, 2:14. And as they roll through, Jack Conway in 2:27, Oliver Hutchinson in 2:27 as well. Jordan Fairweather in 2:27, William Vince Malone in 2:42, Rainer Keane in 2:44 to round out the men's 800 para senior final. And the percentages are now on our screen.
So we can see that Jordan Fairweather has got up for the gold. So Fairweather with 101% gets the gold. Daniel Malone will go second, and Aaron Hutchinson will finish third. So great racing from our men's open 800 metre para event.
As we've talked about before, it's not necessarily the first person to cross the line. It's all to do with percentages. So we saw Malone cross the line first, but it will still get him a second place. Nonetheless, a PB. Well done to all our competitors in the open 800 para men's final.
From Queensland
So we're going to throw to a break here as our men's under 20 long jump field gets introduced. We're coming up next year with our under 20 hurdle heats. 3 will go through in all of those heats, but we'll give you a little bit more information right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are back. We are back here, proudly brought to you by 7 Plus Chemist Warehouse, Tourism WA. All those good things out here in Perth. It's 26 degrees. It's sort of flickering between 27 to about 24, although that temperature gauge is hard to read, honestly. It's got a bit of a mind of its own. But up next, we go to the sprint hurdles. We were just talking about how nerve-wracking it can be sometimes to watch these hurdles, but if you're going to watch any hurdles, make it the best kind, because these are the best we've got in the country.
It'll be very interesting because hurdles, a tailwind also isn't necessarily the best thing. It's that perfect wind so you can still get your 3 steps consistently in between each hurdle and you're not getting too close before taking off. So hopefully the wind produces some good times and some clean races for our under 20 girls.
Yeah, and they're going to be quick heats. Now, as I said, I just want to wait and see who comes out to the line here, because we do have Delta Amadovsky on the start sheet. This is your World Junior Champion in the long jump. I think bronze medalist in the hurdles last year. But hurdles is more her event. So we were just wondering whether she'd be in the open event, whether she was choosing to run here. Her name is on the start list, but we'll just wait and see whether or not she's going to be out here. So it's a good field. Our men's under 20 long jump is underway. This is a strong field in here as well, but it's a big field. There's about 20 guys jumping here in the under 20 long jump.
We've just had 3 pull out, so this field has gotten slightly smaller,
so
but nonetheless.
17?
17.
Okay.
And we've just had Lion Rogers jump, first foul for his first attempt with a 2.1 win. So it is picking up, a little strong for those hurdles, but good for our long jumpers today.
So I'm just going to stay on watch here for our women's hurdles, just in case, you know, Delta Amadovsky does hit the start line. She's the 4th fastest ever under 20. She did that last year in Lima. Behind Celeste, Mucci, Munro and Sally.
Second competitor in the men's under 20 long jump on the runway now.
So David,
I think we'll get a white flag for that jump.
Yes.
Doesn't seem too happy with that, but first of hopefully many attempts.
She's looked all right to me.
why we're not the
What do I know?
athletes.
Yeah.
What do we know?
What do we know? So, no, I'm going to leave you. Yep, Delta's out on the line, so she will be contesting here.
And we have Baker from Queensland, our third jumper in the under-20 men's long jump.
So, long jump continues. Just making sure, yep,
Can we confirm Delta's
Delta
out
is
there?
out there. And you know what? She's lining up next to 15-year-old Aisha Shave, who's jumping up a height here because
Did
it
we
is an
work
increase.
out how many centimetres
I think
more?
it's 7 centimetres. I'll give you the exact number. There.
And a different distance?
Yes.
From 90 to 100?
Let me check for you. For the under 16s.
Oh, that was a big jump from Baker in Queensland.
So we'll give you a little bit more information on this as they make their way through, but it's the top 3 that go through to the final. There's only 2 of these heats. You can see Taylor Dean, Delta Amadovsky, 15-year-old Aisha Shave, Alice Hollingsworth, Isabel Palmer, Sarah Louie, Chimika Ekocha, Maya Tedder, and Elizabeth Smithson. Is this full field, the first field?
Next up on the track on this Super Saturday Athletics in Perth.
Delta, will we see her hit that 12 second? Hopefully she will have 4 opportunities to race if we see her in the Opens tomorrow afternoon at 12:15. But first, she's got the under-20s to conquer, as does everyone else that's lining up in the first 2 heats of our women's under-20.
And Ikoka, who is running at lane number 7, she is the bronze medalist from this race last year.
So a strong field here is assembled for heat number 1 of this under-20 final. 100-metre hurdles is what Aisha Shave ran. 76, so a 7 centimetre increase for her. She goes out of lane number 3. The watch here, though, is the world junior bronze medalist, Delta Amadovsky. She's second from the right in lane number 2. Top 3 will roll through here automatically. Then we go to 2 fastest times.
Good
start there. A really strong start from Delta Amadovsky. So Adovsky is away here. The 15-year-old Aisha Shave not too far away. Okeke as well there outside Tedder. But Delta Amadovsky is gone. She's nearly got a full flight on them. 13.43. Aisha Shave rolls through to a final as well. And Maya Tedder will get that 3rd automatic spot.
Legal time for the girls with a 1.99 tailwind.
Or
for
apologies.
Delta.
I think it was Louis. So Louis, the New South Wales competitor, gets that 3rd automatic spot. So
It's the top 3 to qualify with the next 2 fastest times for the 2 heats in the 100-metre under-20
correct.
girls hurdles.
So 13.38 for Delta. No, it is Tedder. So Aisha Shea from the ACT, 14.11.
And a PB for her.
Massive for a 15-year-old. And then Maya Tedder comes through there, 4th, 3rd from New South Wales.
Aisha's got about 4 more under-20 events she can do, only being 15 years old in this competition.
Simply incredible. So makes the 13.38 look easy, doesn't she, Delta Amadovsky? 13.22 her lifetime best, so gets the plus 1.9 as well, so stays under that 2.0. The dream wind. A good way to kick off our under 20.
Ichoka and Palmer waiting with small cues to see what the second heat does.
So here's heat number 2.
I
Isabella
knew
Wing
Isabella Wing was doing another event.
is back. Anna Cupid, Rosie Lelulis, Jacinta Lamprey, Erin Foley, Lily Crowley, Sarah Ann Coote, and Amaya Cretina. So a few names here that, to your point, Nana, we've seen across the weekend, across the week
The
of
weeks.
competition. The weeks of competition, you're absolutely right.
I'm always looking at the flags before a race starts, trying to guess that wind.
What do you think it is, right? Do you think it's changed much?
I think it's just dropped. It's giving a 1.4 right now to 1.3.
Now introducing the medalist in the
Okay, so
men's
we're hovering
heavy
around
championship of Australia.
Legal. That's all that
ideal.
matters.
Yeah, we're hovering
In
around
third place from
ideal.
New South Wales, Aaron Houston. In second place from Victoria, Daniel
So this is heat number 2 of 2.
And in first place with a time of 2 minutes and 27
Isabella
seconds.
Wing, the Tasmanian, who was in the heptathlon, who was
Please
medaling not so long ago in the long jump. Anna Cupid, Rosie Lewis, Jacinta Lamprey, Erin Foley, Lily Crowley, Sarah Ann Coote, and Amaya Cretina. So watch for Lamprey. She's a 13.7 runner at her best, 14.00 this year. She's got some good company around her though, but she's certainly the watch in this field. Impressive Isabella Wing can run 14.28 as a multi-eventer.
It's always good to see the multi-eventers have an opportunity to do their best individual out of the 7 or 10 events that they've done over the past 2 days.
So some good crowd support here as well in WA. They're all flocking in, getting in early for a good afternoon of athletics. So Wing, Cupid, Leulius, Lamprey, Foley, Crowley, and Coote, and Cretina. Sarah Ann Coote. But Lamprey, she's 4 from the right of screen from New South Wales. Really good start there. The Victorian Foley did well, but here comes Lamprey now. Inside of the track is Wing, but Lamprey out there from Wing. So moving through nicely here from New South Wales is Lamprey. Wing with some good work to do, but she's over and clear. 13.87. Great race.
Slightly over. I was wrong.
Just over. Coote got third there as well, so they'll roll through to the final.
Wing had a cracking start though. Her first 3 hurdles were electric, but Lamprey just finishing it off. A family of hurdlers with her sister competing in the juniors over the weekend.
Exactly right. 13.83, just over that wind, 2.4.
A very nice run.
Just a confident hurdler too, isn't she?
Definitely.
Technically just
From
so
4
proficient.
to 8, looking very good, very relaxed and very powerful. Back to the runway in the under 20 men's long jump final.
So we'll continue to update there. We might even get you those time finals as well, the 2 that are going to roll through alongside our 3 automatics. They might come from that first heat, just based off pace, but you never know how closely they were trailing behind. So our next event will be our men's turn. And before we get to that, we'll watch out. South Australian launch himself here. And the qualifiers will come from heat number 1, not heat number 2 for that women's hurdle. So we'll give you that in a moment's time as well. But on the runway from South Australia, let's see how far he can get out here. Sandro, good hit. No, he's clean on the board. So maybe not as far as what he would have liked, but at least it's clean. Hey, don't go anywhere. We're going to come back. We're going to go to a quick break. As we adjust these hurdles, we get ready for our men's under 20 event. That will be right up here after this.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
And we are back. We have just seen the under-20 girls complete their 100-metre hurdle races with top 3 qualifying and next 2 fastest times. And on the screen now, we can see our top 8 competitors with 14.65, the last qualifier from heat number 2 in Sarah Ananut and Delta Amadowski, the name that we will be watching with 13.38, just off her PB of 13.20. 3 that she has run this season, last season, and a season's best of 13.24 this season. So with the race under her legs, it'll be interesting to see. Lampari's also in second place with a windy 13.83.
Yeah, it was impressive from Delta. We weren't sure if she was actually going to be lining up in the under-20s or whether she'd go the Opens, but she made a statement.
Good to see her out there.
Made a
her
statement.
last year of under-20s.
Well, it's similar to the gout theory, right? It's like you'd want them to be competing in their age groups. They're still young. You know, we don't have to force them or rush them into being in the senior
Plenty of years
rankings.
to be an Opens athlete.
Exactly right. So it's now our men's under-20 term, and this will be good. Alex Dunn from South Australia is in 1, Harry Williamson in 2, Ollie Facer from New South Wales, he goes in 3, Marco Boccoletti, is in 4, Thomas Waters is in 5, Tom Brooks is in 6, Caleb Gwyn's in 7, Taj Gordon in 8, and rounding that out is Caleb Henderson. He goes out of lane number 9. So a good strong field, but Ollie Facer for mine from New South Wales, a big watch, as well as the South Australian in lane number 1. So you can see
Ollie
them
ran
getting
his
ready.
PB this season as well, so he'll be very confident leading into this heat of the men's 110 hurdles.
Well, let's not forget that Ollie's also 16 years old.
He's stepping up.
So he's stepping up here.
I wonder if there's also a
was
change in height.
Well, he was the under-18 champ only a few days ago. In fact, 4 days ago. So
Not the freshest legs in the field, but I'm sure
Not-
one to watch.
not the freshest legs, and he's adding an extra 10 metres to his distance. Or
10
apologies.
metres, still 3 steps in
It
between.
was 110. Sorry, so this is how busy Ollie was. I remember him now. He won the 100, and he won the 110 hurdles. And he was a part of the gold medal winning 4x1 relay as well, Ollie Facer.
So definitely not the freshest legs.
No.
He thought he'd done one, and then he's already done 3.
Certainly not the freshest legs, but one heck of an athlete
When in Perth.
is Ollie Facer. So just watch for him.
In lane 3, the New South Welshman.
So a good strong field. Stays the same height of hurdles from 18s to 20s as well. So that will be nothing that he has to deal with. So Alex Dunn is in 1. He's a 14.03 man. Top 3 will go through here. Williamson, Facer, Boccoletti, Waters, Brooks, Gwyn, Gordon, Henderson. But just watch for lane number 3. Ollie Facer, he's got the wheels. He can go over the flat. He can clear these sticks. If he goes under 14 here in the heats, oh boy, that's a big statement. Facer, 3rd from the right. Heat 1. Jump well, the youngster there, Facer, so he's 3rd from the right of screen now with the Tasmanian and Waters moving along nicely. Inside of him was Dunn, but Facer is out here. Oh, he's got a little stumble here, so he just has to hold on to that top 3. Now he's going to hold on Dunn. Ooh, Facer gets through. Win was a little wider, but jeez. He
Facer
looks
got
strong.
really close to that 7th hurdle.
Oh,
and you
boy.
could see in his face that make or break decision of, do I keep going and get my 3 steps back? Or do I continue on? And luckily he's done enough to get an auto qualifier in heat 1 of 2 in the men's 110 hurdles.
So he was out there by a fair margin too, wasn't he, Ollie? He's had a productive couple of days with the juniors. We mentioned that. He's already taken home multiple medals. He fancy his chances here in the under-20s, but Look, he's done well to get through. The most
He's
important
done
thing is that
very
he stayed upright.
He's got another chance. He didn't touch the hurdle with his hands, as that causes a disqualification. Just kept going close to the hurdle, but nonetheless, another opportunity to run.
So Caleb Gwynn from Queensland gets up for second, 14.31, and then Ollie 14.52 are the three automatics. Then we got Thomas Waters from Tasmania with his 14.9. Will wait in the wings, and Harry Williamson from New Zealand as well.
Thomas Water had a great start.
He did,
his first three hurdles. Did very well, and then Ollie Facer obviously taking over in the next couple.
So they'll be aware of what they need to be. Harrison Purcell, Crow, Willits, Scurry, Evans, De Silva, Burns, Menon, Watson and Collins. They're going to go out of here in heat number 2, but sub 15 should round you into the final if you're outside of the top 3. Here's Devon, the Queenslander at the top of the runway here for the men's under 20 long jump.
Second attempt,
Ooh.
David.
Not bad.
First jump of 7.17 with a 1.4, which was actually a PB. So very strong start for him, currently in second place.
I don't know if it'll improve 7.17, but it'll go close. Where does he sit?
Second.
Right. So he
Very
needs to
close
get up
competition.
5 centimetres to move on past. You tell us, Nana, whether he gets there.
Just misses.
What's
Prove me wrong.
No, I'm with you.
Oh!
Oh!
Proved me wrong, and we like to see that a 7.45 with a 3.9.
Oh, that's a big tailwind.
Very big jump.
Big tailwind behind him. So there we go.
Controlled running for these hurdlers.
Yeah, so here's heat number 2. Harrison Purcell, who's a sub-14 second man himself, the Queenslander. Out of lane 1, Zach Crow from New South Wales in 2. Matthew Willits is in 3. Archie Scurry is in 4 from WA. Then we have Reese Evans in 5. Zidane De Silva is in 6 from WA. Max Burns is in 7. Kanal Menon is in 8. Jonah Watson's in 9. And Jeff Collins, the Victorian, is in 10. Kanal Menon as well, another to watch from New South Wales. He'll be 3rd from the left. He's walking back to his blocks as we speak. He's just outside breaking that 14-second barrier this year. The long locks from New South Wales just test the hamstrings out, make sure they're okay. So Harrison Purcell's the fastest. They're actually either side of 14 seconds, these two. Harrison Purcell's 13.99 and Menon is 14.01. But as I said, it's the top 3 that go through automatically here, so they're really not going to be all out, you would think, unless there's some immense pressure barreling down on them. We might see it from Reese Evans or even possibly a Crow, one of those competitors, but clean hurdling for our 2 fastest should mean finals hurdling later on. Purcell, Crow, Willits, Scurry, Evans, De Silva, Burns, Menon, Watson, Collins. In that order, 3 from the left is Menon. Furthest on the right is Purcell, the 2 fastest men in heat number 2. Roll into their blocks. Sunny day, gusty day here in Western Australia. Takes the time to adjust. Set themselves up for a finals berth here in heat number 2. Oh, he was blistering there, Purcell. The Queenslander, wasn't he? Menon, though, puts him under pressure immediately. So the 2 fastest in this field are away. Menon just really gliding over the top of these. Clips one there. Purcell, they've got one more flight remaining. These 2, they can switch off. They do. They have a look at each other. Say, well, I'll see you a little later on. New South Welshman Crow got up for 3rd. We'll wait on these times.
It was Purcell's race. Hitched the 3rd hurdle, so not the cleanest race, but he could jump.
Well, I
also, he could hurdle.
I like the look across between the 2, just to say, all right, I know you're on, you know I'm on.
8 metres left, we've done our job.
14.17, 14.24, and Crow 14.59.
A nice PB for Crow to round out the 3 automatic qualifiers.
So we might actually see some times from here because it was 14.9 and 15 points that was rolling through. We will. 14.67 for Willits, and
So,
he'll join
yeah,
our 4th place getter in the
Walters.
first one.
Yes, Thomas Walters from Tasmania will be the final Q, small Q from the time in heat 1.
So this is the result of heat number 2 on your screen. Menon just got there on the dip for Purcell. Zach Crowe, Willits, Reece Evans, Burns, De Silva, Scarry and Collins will miss.
So 4 and 4 from each heat. Nice even fields.
Split. Well organised by the officials.
A 1. We've gone from a 3.1 tail to a 1.
That's just it.
Mother Nature has a moment of its own sometimes.
It really does. So here's the full list of qualifiers ahead of you. It took Crowe a PB and also Willits a PB to get in. Waters gets there for 14.9 and Reece Evans, the Queenslander, is just going to miss right on 15 seconds. So there's your final. The men's under 20 110 metre hurdles. And what a final that's going to be. They'll come back tomorrow. Oh, no, they'll come back this
big
afternoon.
jump from the Western Australian teams are very, very happy. Before him, we've seen a lot of fouls with the wind picking up to 3.1 to 3.5. So a lot of adjustments we've seen from the boys down there with their run-ups and trying to control hitting their top speed before they take off from the board, which is very hard when you've got wind pushing you forward when you're trying to stay up really nice and tall. But I think 7.04 for the Western Australian and a PB in his second jump.
Okay, so
very happy with that.
Yeah, we've got a couple contesting over the 7 metre marker here. So we're going to pack up the hurdles. And I think we're going to focus on relay time here in a moment. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're here with Mitch Dyer and Nana Owusu.
Is it real now? Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you be mine?
we're straight back into it with some under 20 long jump action. Glad to have you all here with us on 7+. And Nana, what's the update here? Sort of, what's first, second, third, fourth? Where are we living around?
So we have Liam Devine with 7:45. We actually got to see that live in action before, but with a 3.9 tail. Baker with 7:22. Maratic with 7:12, rounding out the top 3. So big tails for these boys, but not close behind is Makabik with 7:04, which was a PB for the Western Australian. So currently top 8, as these boys are vying for one more jump in the final, is 664 is the jump they need to be in the top 8 to get that last attempt in the 4th round.
Okay, so here's Smith from Tasmania, second best kit in junior athletics.
After Northern Territory?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Spot on. Red flag up though, so he's just hit that right on the black marker as Smith. And we've also got our men's hammer throw rolling through. We'll intermittently bring you that. If you do see on the screen, if it pops up at all, there's a red marker out there. It's just to give you an indication of how far these gentlemen are throwing. So it's set out at 52 metres. A lot of these guys can throw over that, but it's just to give you a reference point at home of how far out these are going. Obviously got Jet Carlin, who's thrown over 65. Costa Kasparis as well has gone 67. So Ben Roberts as well, 62. Damien Wells, 61. So it's just giving you an idea of how far these guys can throw.
We will be back on the track soon with the under-20s girls and men's 4x4 as they are preparing for that, doing practice starts and lining up. But back to the long jump.
Weichart now. Ooh, geez, you got good hang time. Oh, wow.
Weichart is currently 7th with a first attempt of 666, which was actually a PB for him as well. Legal. One of the smallest wins we've seen in this competition with a 0.3. So it is picking up and it is dying down.
It's just so fluctuating, isn't it? We don't know what we
don't
can
know
get
what
this
we can get.
afternoon, do we?
No.
Which can make things a bit difficult.
I believe Perth has the ability to run the opposite way, but I don't think we'll be seeing that this weekend.
Well, Griffith's on the runway here. You can see behind our 4x400 metre under 20 teams are getting ready to get in position. Queensland playing no games. They've got Seth Kennedy on the second leg. Super Seth went 46 seconds.
Super Seth, I like that
Super Seth. Oh, great hang time.
Very good height, but sadly just over the board. But a big jump's coming from Liam Griffiths of South Australia.
So the hammer throwers still finishing off their warm-ups. I saw one of them roll out over 60 metres in warm-up. Here's the start list now for our men's under 20 4x400 metres. So the big 3 states will contest Victoria, Charlie Trezzi, Will Callahan, Toby Lee Walker and Finn Daffy. New South Wales, Ivan Balich, Cooper Jones, Taurus Traino and Brenton Kerr. And Queensland is going Alexander Crimmins, Seth Kennedy, Sam Lisson and Adam Byers. That is a stacked Queensland
Have we ever seen
side.
Mitch run a 4x4 before? Or
Maybe
we just
baby
sticking?
Mitch, maybe little Mitch.
Little Mitch.
Maybe little ass Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
Might have anchored home a few 4x4s in my time when I was 12.
Hamish just with a foul on his second attempt. Currently ranked 12th with a 6:30. PB as well with a 0.7 wind.
So, like I said, the Queenslanders have gone all out here. I think they've just gone, sure, why not? See how fast we can go. McDonald, the Western Australian, here at home. How far can he launch himself?
And a white flag goes up for Aidan McDonald.
So, just on this relay, championship record here is 3:11.83, and the national record set all the way back in 1998 is 3:04.74. So always like to try and keep it on record watch, but 3:11.83 probably the more likely of those two records possibly to get broken. I think it would be Team Queensland that would fancy their chances at that.
Strong team from Queensland Athletics. That headwind on the back straight, though, might not be as forgiving for those times if we're trying to get some records. Running into a 3 metre head isn't the funnest thing to do.
So the 4x4 record was also set back in 2002. So they've been long-standing records, both of them.
Is that the open record?
That's the under 20 record. Under 20 record. So 1998 and 2002. Those two records set.
Long time.
Long time.
Next up on the track
Yep.
is the under 20
That is
men's
23 years and
quick maths.
28 years. 27, 28. Given I'm 96, I'm 29.
Then in line number 3 is New
So
South
I'd have to
Wales.
live around there.
Ivan Talley, Cooper
I'm
Jones,
old now, Nana.
Harris,
I know.
Reno, and Brenton
Age you
Kirk.
gracefully,
And
though.
then
Oh,
in Queensland,
hopefully like
in
fine
line
wine.
number 4, they will have Alexander Crimmins,
So the
Seth
Tasmanian
Kennedy,
launches out there
Sam
again in the
Lithium,
long jump.
and
Again, we'll keep you up to date with
Adam
those as we're
4x4
rolling through. But here is the men's under 24 by 4. Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland. I mean, they'll all be quick. These are some of the fastest 400 metre runners we have in the country for the under 20s. But to me, Queensland, anytime you unlaunch or unleash Super Seth, who's already run about 6 events across the week, probably fancy your chances to run fast. Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland. Under 20, 4x400. The big 3 states ready to roll. So under 20, 4x400 is underway. We'll be mindful of the championship record and also maybe a national record out here as Queensland and New South Wales make a heavy margin back to Victoria here in the first leg. So up the back straight, it'll be New South Wales, who's already picked up that stagger on Team Queensland. It's a strong leg here from Balich, who's up inside Trezee here. Now the Victorians also are moving well. So that's Trezee from Victoria, it's Crimmins, the Queenslander, and Balich from New South Wales. So those two round in here well, relatively neck and neck. It'll be New South Wales who probably just has the advantage given where the changeover points are here. The Victorians now will continue to push. That's Trezee. So Jones from New South Wales will be waiting for the baton, and Seth Kennedy from Queensland will be eager to go and get after his second leg. So New South Wales just ahead of Queensland. That was a good close there from the Victorian. Now Callahan has it, but out here in the second leg, this will be very quick, you would think. He was a national champ here, was Seth Kennedy, and he'll like his chances here in the second leg. So Kennedy now just over the top there of Jones. Callahan, the Victorian as well, has some work to do to put his state up there with a chance for a silver or gold. But out in front here at the moment is Seth Kennedy. A good bit of response there, though, from Cooper Jones, who's just latching onto the Queenslander here at the moment. But 100 metres remaining here in the second leg, and it's Seth Kennedy who puts Queensland out here in front. Now from New South Wales, lifting up there is Jones. So Jones trying to find a little something here to put the pressure on the Queenslanders. Litton's going to get it here, and Traino of New South Wales, they're only going to be about 2 metres separate. The Victorians now with Walker are on their way, so they currently hold the bronze. Queensland doing a good job to lead things out here. It is going to be Traino who's just trying to get after Lishan. And at the moment now, Traino can sense his timing here, so just tried to get around and balked. So now he just has to sit back 2 metres behind the Queenslander. The Victorians in pursuit, but you get the sense that Traino is just ready to make his move when it feels most comfortable. Queensland doing a good job to hold on to things here in this 4x400 metres, and it's all going to come down to this final leg. So here comes Traino now on the outside shoulder of Lishan. He's going to change over there to Kerr for New South Wales, and Byers from Queensland has just got his hand out already. He says, I want it. Let me take us here to the gold medal. So Byers now gets it. He's put everything on the line there to hand it over as Team Queensland. The Victorians are away, but
It's a battle of two here. Queensland versus New South Wales. Up the back straight here. Kerr is just right behind Byers, just biding his time. The tall figure of Byers leads things out here. It's going to be quick. It's 2:46:47 on the clock. So how fast can they go? The most important thing, though, is a national gold. So Byers leads things out here. Brenton Kerr just behind him from New South Wales. There's 120 metres to go here to settle a national gold. Byers from Queensland. Here's Kerr. They've waited his time there from Team New South Wales. Byers has to lift, find a little something here. Kerr will put the pressure on, but Byers holds it. 3:12.81.
Just off the centre record.
So great racing from Team Queensland. Super Seth out there to say thanks for that one.
And Victoria to finish off the top three for the under-20 men's 4x4 metres. Gosh, a race of the state of origins. Queensland versus New South Wales.
Yeah, well, Kerr was really humming over that final 100 metres. He fancied his chances whipping off the bend, but Byers,
with 50 to go, just pulled away, got one extra gear and a PB for all states.
He found that strength there. He was in that final. I believe he was a medalist.
We're in the driver's seat after 1.5 laps. Just kept that gap for the rest of the race.
So a strong performance across the board there. 3:12, 3:13 and 3:22 for the Victorians.
Back to the under-20 men's long jump, where they're still on their second attempt for the field. Oh, sorry. They've currently moved on to their third attempt. Victorian on the runway.
So Delays. It's an intimidating stare down to the board.
Delays is currently in 14th position with a PB of 6:32. Just got the hands and the bum behind him and didn't lean forward. So they will be measuring from the closest part to the line.
So he hit the board well, but it looked like a lot of his focus was purely on hitting the board. His eyes were sort of down, weren't they,
And
as
then
he
carried his
in.
body weight behind his body.
Yeah. So great camera angle.
6:27 for Xavier from Victoria. So his second best attempt, still keeping him in 14th position.
It looks like our first round of the men's hammer throw competition is underway. Watch how quickly these guys get around the ring. So good launch, but straight into the net, unfortunately. Walks out the front. We'll register a no throw for that.
We've had 5 competitors throw so far with 6:67.18, the furthest throw from Jet Carlin.
So the under-20 record won't be touched here, I don't think. 3:30.38. All the way back in Bulgaria in 1990.
Do we know who was in that team?
Andrews, Hannigan, Pasheka and Scamps made up that team, so I reckon it probably would have been an Australian tour team rolling around in the mid-90s. But our championship record, well, maybe that's a little something that we could get after. The 4x4 set by the Victorians just last year, 3:40.92.
Bella Pasquale we've seen run at World Indoors where they received the bronze medal. So very quick.
So strong teams again, although the Western Australians have gone for a little bit of youth with Blair Bell as their first leg. The youngster, only 16. So Phoebe Doran, Ella Penman, Shari Herdman and Samara Bond make up the New South Wales team. Very strong field. Blair Bell, Madison Esquivel, Cassiana Papadoulis and Kyra Pilmer make up WA. And Lily Bella Hilly, Lucy Delbridge, Kyla Barrett and Scarlett Southern is Team Victoria. So I see Nana crunching some mental maths here.
We just saw Lily Bell in the Victorian team who's starting win a bronze medal in the under 2400 2 days ago. So exciting to see her kick the Victorian team off. as they prepare their
Open
blocks.
men's hammer throw final after round number 1 in third spot with a throw 54 metres 05 is Damien Wells. Then in second with a throw 63 metres 38 is Timothy Hayes, and Jet Carlin is leading with a throw 65 metres 18.
Samara Bond, Lilybella Hilly were medalists in that women's 400 metres last night. Samara Bond, the silver medalist, 55.12. And Lilybella Hilly, the Victorian, 55.73 for her. Phoebe Doran featured there as well. So it's a good, strong field here in the 4x4. Doran and Bond, obviously, in that final, make up half of Team New South Wales. Bella Hilly. Lilybella Hilly is the lone Victorian from that final. And Pilmer was in that final as well from WA. She's the last leg for them. So
good to see them come back and do a 4x4 for their stage.
Yeah, bounce back here, which is always impressive.
2 400s is hard enough, let alone a third one.
Yeah, they say, why not one more?
One more. Why not one more?
What's
When in
one
Perth.
more? You know?
Just running off adrenaline. Don't think about the body and the lactic. And in the corner, we can see the hammer throw competition.
The action continues in this sizzling Saturday of athletics, and next up on the track is the
And we will see that go over the 52-metre mark. I love how we have that red line there. It does help us fans sitting at home and in the crowd know how far these throwers are getting out.
You probably understand it a little bit more, don't you, then? Because you can see it.
Big throw equals red line.
Big throw.
Lucy Delbridge, Kayla Barrett, and Scarlett Sutton. That is the lineup. Under 20 women's 4x4 dimensions.
So let's see how we go here. It is going to be New South Wales, WA, Victoria. New South Wales for mine. Half of their team was in that 400-metre final. Lilybella Hilly was in there for Victoria. And Kyra Pilmer was in there for WA. But some great depth here. Under 18 finalists as well across the field. So here we go. 4x400 for the women's under 20. How quick can they go? We've seen what the records are. And we're away. It was actually an explosive start there from Team WA. That's young Blair Bell in the middle of the track. Inside of her shoulder is Phoebe Doran. She featured in that 400-metre final. And Lilybella Hilly as well. She was a medalist. So the Victorians out wide. Moving along strongly up this black straight now. It's Bell in the middle of it from WA. And also Doran from New South Wales. Just doing a good job to maintain that gap. So, of course, they're going to change over. Not in a line where we see the rest of them. They are spread out here on the track, but doing a good job is Victoria's Lilybella Hilly. She's setting her team up for some good success here early. It's Bell in the middle and then Doran on the inside. So they round in here. There's only about 110 metres remaining for the Victorians. She'll change over to Lucy Delbridge out there widest on the track. And then it's going to be Esquivel for Western Australia and Ella Penman from New South Wales. But the Victorians will be the first ones to exchange. It's a quick opening leg too. And they're away. So a clean handover. Then WA, then New South Wales. So Esquivel has it from Penman. And Lucy Delbridge, the Victorian now, is going to be the target for these two. So the Victorians out in front. Now New South Wales starts to flex their muscles a little there. That's Penman, who just gets the best of Esquivel, who maybe can be able to hold on there in this pursuit for Delbridge. But it was a strong opening 400 metres. It's a strong start to the second leg here for Team New South Wales, who are just slowly chipping away at that lead. Shari Herdman will get it next for them. And it's going to be Kyla Barrett for Victoria who gets it for that third leg. So they'll change over pretty close here. You'd think the Victorians doing a good job to hold on. The pressure will come late here from New South Wales. Western Australia still fighting on strongly their third leg. And Papadoulis will be happy to get this baton. But as they make their way into here to the next changeover, they're really going to do it together just about. So they're going to get it right next to each other. The Victorians will do well to hold it out. They do. So it's going to be Kyla Barrett just there in front of Shari Herdman. Western Australians have it now there as well, and Papadoulis. But look at this battle up the back straight here. Shari Herdman is just going to really test out the opening 200 metres. So just see whether or not she can put a New South Wales teammate in the best position, making their way around for the final leg. But Herdman leads it out here for New South Wales. Now having to respond there is going to be Barrett from Victoria, who certainly isn't done with yet. She's going to want to stay right on that shoulder
of Herndon if she can, but the final 100 metres is always the hardest. So here we go. New South Wales out in front from Victoria. WA with a fair margin to try and make up. And as they make their way in, they want that baton. They're ready to go here on the final leg. This is the clutch leg. It's going to be Scarlett Southern up against Samara Bond. So Bond will get it just ahead of Southern. New South Wales just ahead of Victoria. Bond is away. Now is Southern. And Western Australia will change over here for Pilmer, who was in that final last night. But Samara Bond is quick in this opening 100 metres. Southern's going to have to throw everything at it to go and get after Team New South Wales here, who are out here fast. So it's Bond up the back straight, then Southern. Pilmer now enters into the back straight as well. But the gold, silver and bronze looks pretty well assorted. We'll probably just wait and see what the time is going to be. So 3:14 it was. And Bond just continues to extend. This is such a strong final leg for Team New South Wales. She'll round in here at about 3:27, so 100 metres remaining to go and get that national gold. Team New South Wales it is, though. They've done a really good job. Next up there is going to be Scarlett Southern, but these will be your gold medalists here for the women's under 24 by 400. Team New South Wales anchored by Samara Bond. Too strong. 3:43.16. Southern will get the silver there for the Victorians. And Team WA will come through for that bronze medal for the women's under 24 by 4.
Samara Bond, that first 100 really set up the distance and the lead that she kept. And then she just getting stronger and stronger. And that 300 really set up the win for her. So congratulations to all the competitors in the under 20 women's 4x4. Great to see a lot of them get back out there after a final last night.
So you see the results here, 3:43.15 for Team New South Wales. Victoria go through in 3:48.08, and then the bronze medal goes to WA in 3:52.21. So well done. Always the state versus state relay is a bit of fun.
See who gets the bragging rights for the next 12 months.
Yeah, well, they're always pretty up and about, I reckon, for the juniors, but good to see them here in the under 20s as well. So plenty of field action still happening here. As I'll give you the long jump. I'll have a look. We're through the first round here of our men's hammer throw. Jet Carlin is in front with a 65.18. Hayes is in second, and then Roberts is in third.
Congratulations to our medalists in the men's.
And some of our better throwers, Costa Kasparis had a no throw, but he's a big thrower at his best. So look, there's still a couple really to get themselves into this competition. We can see Carlin about to step in. He's the competition leader. 65.18 he managed to throw in the first round. You can see it there, the South Australian. So these officials are playing a strong game. They're standing at about 60 metres right now, so I reckon this
big
might
throw's coming.
Yeah, sail over their head. Here goes Carlin, lets it rip.
Oh,
good throw.
The officials
really
weren't
good
close
throw.
enough.
So they've had to pedal backwards. So 52 is that marker you can see right there on screen, that beautiful orange marker.
From here, it looks over 60.
Yeah, I reckon he's gone 60. I don't think he's gone 65. I'm going to say 63.
Oh, I think I back you with that one.
Okay. Let's see how accurate we are here.
You can go to Roster Athletics to get all the live results over the next 2 last days of competition at the Australian Athletics Championships in Perth.
So again, that orange marker out there in the hammer throw was set at 52 metres, just to give you an idea.
63.76. Pretty spot on, Mitch. Pretty spot on.
So a good series to start here from Carlin. So if you are wanting to stay up to date with all the action here at the Australian Open Championships, you want all the live results, you want all the start list, entries, everything you could possibly imagine, you can get it right in the palm of your hands via Roster Athletics. Download the app now and you can stay as up to date as Nana and I do, and everybody here in the booth does. This is how we get all our information so promptly. So if you do want to follow along and you do want to see these start lists, you want to see everything you could possibly need to keep up to date with these athletics championships, do download the Roster Athletics app now. That is how you can stay so up to date like Nana and I. 50.85 for Giddings in that hammer throw, 47.83 for Abbott in his second round as well. It's a fun event to watch, the hammer throw at its best. I'll never forget, I was in Poland a few years ago watching the Diamond League, and I just thought, geez, there's a lot of people here early. Usually, you know, people aren't rolling in until the late afternoon, and the Polish had 3 hammer throwers, and then everybody flocked in, watched the hammer throw, and then they were gone.
So I've never seen a country rally around hammer throw quite like Poland. Even in Budapest, actually, at the World Champs, it was busy. That's a big throw.
Another 60.
But at its best, it's a fascinating event to watch. That's Timothy Hayes, who currently sits in the silver medal position. 63.38 was his first round, so I don't think Hayes will improve on that there. I reckon he might even be just under 60. Be 59 to 61, somewhere in that range, is my guess. As we can see, our men's under 20 1500s are about to come up. 62.88, I know nothing. I'm a big idiot. So our men's 1500 is going to kick off here in a moment. This is our under 20 1500. So some really good fields. Now, a man I can't look past is Kieran Shepherd here. 2009 born Kieran Shepherd, so let that sink in. He's only 15 years old. Again, he cleaned up at the junior championships. Not only is he 15 years old, he's one of the fastest in this field. So let that sink in. Top three will go through automatically through to a final. Now, the fastest here is the Victorian, Alexander Cameron Smith, who is a brilliant young athlete. We got Hamish Donahue, Tyler Gridley, Finlay Simmons, Kyan Blue, Hudson Miles, Kieran Shepherd, Joshua O'Connell, Ronnie David Brown, Andrew Hellbush, Alex Rawley, Toby Rule, Alexander Cameron Smith, and Max Wildbrawn. So a good field, but again, only three will roll through here automatically, and then the next three fastest times will join that final from there.
Do you think we're going to see some fast times or a very controlled race to get to the top three?
I don't know. Under 20s is hit and miss. There's either someone who really wants to go out and get after it, or nobody's game enough to go out and lead the field. So it'll go one of two ways.
The under 20s meters, 15
yeah, no, it can be hit or miss. I reckon the Kieran Shepherd, maybe, given he's a youngster, will be happy to just follow the pace, but will want it to be fast. Can he crank under 350 for the first time? He's in the ACT. He's right in the middle. He's next to our South Australian in red. So just watch out for him. He's a super talented young athlete. So keep an eye on him. Here we go. Heat 1 here in the men's under 20 1500. So we're away. Heat number 1 here. The top three will roll through automatically, and then we're going to look for three fastest times. Outside of that, it looks like Hamish Donahue, the Victorian, will have the honours of leading out this heat. So it's a big heat. There's 13 of them in here, which means that there could be a little bit of argy-bargy. Tends to happen as everybody tries to find their spot. At the moment, it's very gentlemanly, which we love. There's no real pushing or shoving going on, as we now see the South Australian and Gridley just try and command some space.
And the Great Britain athlete, Ronnie Davis-Brown, taking the lead after 250 metres.
So now out in front, you mentioned beautifully, it is our man from Great Britain. Followed closely behind him is the fastest in the field, Alexander Cameron Smith. He's a 3:45 man at his best, which is 62nd per lap pace. So he just sits there now right behind the early race leader. It's Hamish Donahue in third. He's sort of tailing out this field. Keeping a watch on the 16-year-old. He was oh so impressive to take out the national title in the juniors. Kieran Shepherd, he's just about the tallest in the field. He sits in the middle of the pack on the shoulder of Finlay Simmons. But through this opening lap, it's a good clip. It's nothing outrageous. It's probably around that 60-second mark. So a few of these guys will certainly be tested. They'll be feeling it for the first time, really. It's a hang on and hope sort of operation here at the moment. So the man from Great Britain, Ronnie David Brown, doing a good job. He's a 3:52 man at his best on paper, but doesn't tend to mean too much once you're actually into the race in and of itself. So they're moving along nicely here, Nana, but now we start to see a little bit of a move. It's Alexander Cameron Smith who gets to the front.
And Hamish O'Donoghue tucked behind the Great Britain athlete. So we haven't seen much of a change after the first 1.5 laps in this under 20s 1500 metres, but I think the pace is going to pick up soon.
So watch out for the youngster. He's now in fourth, Kieran Shepherd. So wouldn't he love to make his way through to an under 20 final? 2:05, 2:06. So
They're living around that 350-odd marker, but there might be a wind-up here yet, you
Hamish
think?
O'Donoghue just take over the Great Britain to push into second position behind his fellow Victorian.
And now Kieran Shepherd joins him, so he's going to move up into the third spot as well. Finlay Simmons doing a good job just to mark the moves ahead because, like I said, it's only 3 that get through here automatically. So going to have to be made of the tough stuff now, really, to roll through to this final. And it is going to be our fastest in the field, Alexander Cameron Smith. He's 3:45 capable, so rolling along at this pace at the moment will feel nice for him. Donoghue sits there next up. Now Simmons just gets on the shoulder there of Kieran Shepherd. Kyan Blue as well from Queensland starting to roll, and Tyler Gridley just wants to lock in here as well. So 2:53, 2:54 it is on the clock with 400 metres to go, and this is going to be an all-out pursuit now behind because you do not want to leave this to chance. You never know what heat number 2 is capable of. So Alexander Cameron Smith doing a good job to maintain. Here's the youngster, the 16-year-old Kieran Shepherd. He's now in third. He just wants to move past the shoulder, you think, of Hamish Donoghue. Look, his kick was fantastic in the juniors, and he's going to put it on display here now. So Donoghue slips back to fourth. It's going to be Simmons who moves into third, right behind Shepherd there. He's in cruise control at the moment. Alexander Cameron Smith out in front, though. He's making really light work of this out there. Looking so comfortable. This is certainly a warning shot for the final. So he's going to lead this one out here, the Victorian. They're going to queue up behind him now. Kyan Blue from Queensland will roll out into lane number 3 if he has to put himself into a final. The youngster finds himself under some pressure here, Shepherd. It's also Simmons flying. Who's going to get the dip?
Oh, that's going to be close
Wow.
to third, fourth and fifth in this under 20 first tees.
Alexander Cameron Smith, the only safe man there. I think he might have done enough. Kyan Blue on that outside, I think he might have done enough. We're going to have to wait.
I think that Queenslander got third, but we'll wait for the photo finish results.
So what we're watching here, has 16-year-old Kieran Shepherd entered himself automatically into the final of this under 20 1500.
Alexander Cameron Smith with a 3:52.40 for the first automatic qualifier.
So look at this.
Heat number 1.
On the okay, so Kyan Blue 3:52.63 gets there, and Kieran Shepherd takes that third automatic spot, 3:52.64 for the 16-year-old. So it means Finlay Simmons will wait on time. He will wait on time.
Would you call that a controlled race?
Well, he's missed by 0.01. I would say it was controlled. It was ramping up. You could see it just moving.
That last 6-pack just pushing along, and we saw a lot of change in positions with 80 metres to go.
So there's 3 non-automatic qualifiers.
And 3 heats for this under 20 men's 1500 metres. We see the next heat also with 13 competitors.
4x400 metre championship of Australia. In third place with a time of 3 minutes 52 seconds, Western Australia.
So I'm going to get down these times.
Back to the hammer throw.
Time of 3 minutes 48, Victoria.
We see the Queenslander attempting his second attempt.
And in first place with a time of 3 minutes 43 seconds, New South Wales. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's 4x400 metre championship under 20s
Oh, and
of
into the
Australia.
net for a foul on that second attempt.
So, just got down those times. Obviously, Nana, as you said, there's 3 of these heats. So, this is Alexander Cameron Smith who took this one out. Then Kyan Blue went second. Look how close this is. 3:52.63, 3:52.64, 3:52.65. Just missed that final.
As someone who's run many 1500s, if you're the second heat, are you changing your race plan due to what the first heat has done, or are you just going, I'm going for that top 3 no matter what?
I think there's guys in this field, if your personal best lives around 3:52, so Toby Chippendale, who we've already seen compete in the 800. We got Scamps Margot 3:54, Carson's around 3:54. Anybody around that, Josh Carlin's run 3:54. So anybody around that now needs to run this like it's a final, because you just never know what's going to pan out. Here's heat number 2. It's heavily dominated by our New Zealanders. They're the 2 fastest with 3:46 and 3:45.
For a 1500, if there's internationals, how many are allowed to participate in the final, being an Australian Championships?
I think they might open it up to 2 more. So
because you can start on that back straight, it's not quite as hectic as having to start in the lanes, which is probably a good thing. So heat number 2 is underway. Another strong field here. They check left and right to see where they need to be. It looks like McClay there from New Zealand. Yeah, he'll be happy to see this one out. And then it's Toby Chippendale, the Queenslander, who just sits on that shoulder there in second place. So Dylan Egadawade as well. He was in that 800-metre final along with Chippendale. They'll just put themselves towards the front of this. So it's a quick backup here to roll into this 1,500 metres. But they're all capable here at this prime age of being under 20s. You can see the other New Zealander, Joe Martin, just sits there in 4th in a nice spot. Scamps Margot as well. From South Australia, it's Kemp who puts himself in striking position. So you certainly want to make sure it's early, but you want to make sure that you're monitoring what's happening around you here. Just don't find yourself in a position you don't want to be in. And everybody doing a pretty good job at that at the moment. So 65, 66, a reasonable tempo. It's starting to just queue up a little bit here. So anticipate a few elbows, a few hands out, trying to jostle for their spot. But Jace McClay's had a clear intention. He just wants to sit at the front. He wants to sit on the rail. He puts in the burst when it looks like he's getting challenged by Toby Chippendale, who sits second there from Queensland. Now we see the young Victorian start to make his presence felt. That's Tom Doverin, 4-minute man. So, like I said, when you watch that first heat and you watch what times are expected, you put yourself with an opportunity to go and get after it. So they're all bunched. Everybody here is close. Nobody's really made that fracture or that separation just yet. As now we see McClay get a little bit of challenge on his outside shoulder, though. So they'll move wide to do it. Chippendale's just been glued to him, right on his right-hand shoulder. Can't go anywhere. Jacob Shepherd from the ACT. Like maybe he's the brother of Kieran. If I had to make an estimation, he's right in that pack as well. But McClay's done a phenomenal job just to hold this tempo. It's really Matthew Centuritz-esque at the moment. He's just happy to live on that rail position and just wait for this field to make the move. It won't be him. He's waiting for somebody. He's tempting them into making this move. As the rest of this field now just starts to ramp it up a little bit. They've got 600 metres to go. There'll be a kick. You would think at some point Toby Chippendale happy to just see who's going to roll around him. That 800 metre speed, he'll back himself in. And now they start to move. So this pace has increased slowly, but surely. And now they wind it up. Who's going to be able to hold on? Dylan Egadawade, the Victorian, is going to go wide. And he's going to be joined by a few others here as well. So this is going to be a really good last 400 metres. Everybody's going to try and jostle to put themselves to run as minimal amount of distance as possible. The wider you are, the further it is. Scamps Margot from New South Wales for Mines put himself in a great spot. Now Egadawade just moves on that shoulder of Tyler Goodwin. Toby Chippendale has had the run of the race. He's just been able to sit right on the New Zealander in McClay, who continues to lead. And now Joe Martin as well just threw his hands around. He didn't want to be boxed in there. He's got himself out off the rail and he's got company. Dylan Egadawade it is that really rolls with him. Taylor Goodwin as well. The Queenslander got a little bit to do here, but this front group now is very bunched. So they're going to want to stay out of trouble. Now they put their head down. It's just a 200 metre all-out pursuit. Show me what you've got, they say. How quick can you roll? So it's McClay who's doing a good job. He's maintained that rail position to perfection. His fellow New Zealander now rolls wide. Toby Chippendale in that second spot. Only 3 will roll through here automatically. And the New Zealanders are showing us how it's done at the moment. So they'll go 1-2. McClay and Martin. Chippendale holds onto it. Taylor Goodwin was strong. Egadawade pursued. The times won't be all that much faster though. So it looks like only 3. Maybe we might see Taylor Goodwin right on the fringe. Donahue was 3:57.11, so it'll be on the fringe.
Very different race to heat number 1. We saw a second slower in the first lap and 2 seconds slower in the second lap, but a big kick with 200 metres to go. It'll be very interesting to see what happens with the 2 New Zealanders being an automatic qualifier, if that opens up 2 more spots for 2 more Australians to run in the final of the 1,500 metres. But with 600 metres to go, Toby Chippendale really said, this is my race. I'm going to take them out.
Yeah, he just said, come on, fellas.
Join me.
You said,
sprint.
I run 800, boys. I don't know what you thought was going to happen. So
you're not taking this slow. Too slow for the first 2 laps in.
I'm not interested, fellas. You're going to let me sit on the shoulder? Fine. No dramas. Watch this. The New Zealanders were impressive as well there, weren't they? Yes. I mean, they just really came over here with intention.
And Chippendale to get the 3 automatic qualifiers. So Taylor Goodwin will be waiting.
No, he's done enough right now. He's got that small cue.
With one more heat to go.
One more heat to go. So he's got the third
small cue.
So he's on the fringe right now.
Just
I won't
sit
say
and
the
wait.
times because maybe we're in the bowl, but we don't want this field to hear it,
No.
but he is.
Keep it top secret, just us and everyone watching on the Channel 7 stream.
And this is a quick heat. So, look, I'll tell you, there'll be a few guys maybe just making some deals with one another, just saying, all right, if you go out quickly, I'll follow along, because
tactics.
352, 353, and 356 are those three non-automatics at the moment. There's plenty of gentlemen here you can see on the screen that are capable of running faster than that.
Ollie Need from New South Wales.
Exactly right. A strong competitor. Charles Barrett took out that 5,000 metres yesterday too. He's a strong runner.
So with 11 competitors, with one scratching in this final heat of the under 20 men's 1500 metre.
Yeah, this will be good. But I honestly, I can actually see them just crawling around.
Yep, taking it slow.
Well, the fastest in the field will want it to be
lap,
slow.
Maybe, first lap.
They'll want it slow, and what's going to need to happen is somebody on the fringe is going to have to take the pace. If they want to get through non-automatically, they have to take the pace. But
I think we'll see that earlier than the last heat, who only took it out with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, watch for a Jacob Gardner for me, the Tasmanian. Let's see whether he gets out there. He's got hip 9. That's my guess. Here we go. Heat number 3 is underway, so only 3 will roll through automatically here. We said that a few times, and it'll be interesting to test the tempo at the beginning of things here. The New Zealander is a 346 man. They must have had some form of conversation, the New Zealanders, to say, how about we go to the front and just see what happens. Now we see Gardner from Tasmania roll through. Looks like a big jump maybe here in the long jump as well. We'll come back to that because heat number 3 action is underway. So Charles Barrett, who was the gold medalist in that 5,000 metres, he was leading. Now it's Gardner, the gold medalist from the steeplechase, rolls towards the front. So he lives around a 351 lifetime best, so he'll know there's only 3 that roll through here automatically. A time is going to be important as the Tasmanian leads them through. A 771 in the long jump as well. We'll come back and watch that in a moment's time. But leading things out here in this heat number 3, the Tasmanian in Gardner doing a good job to set a tempo. It's going to be around 62, so quicker than what we saw there in heat number 2. And that was with a ferocious finish, keep in mind. So next up behind him, piling, is Neat, who's one of the quickest in this field. And he'll like it here. He'll love it in this position. The Western Australian in Hannah Carey. He was a medalist a few years ago in Brisbane, although had the shove, so got disqualified in the end. He'll be wanting to leave an imprint here at home. And now they crawl. So this is an interesting tactic. They haven't picked up the speed at all. They've actually just slowed it down. They've allowed Ollie Neat to just get to the front. Yeah, and you just never quite know what's going to happen here. So sometimes what does happen is the fastest just able to dictate what they want to do. So Neat doing a good job. Happy to follow along is Gardner. Then Hannah Carey as well. Barrett inside the Victorian. Will Hayden from New South Wales. Wouldn't he like to do a little something here? Joseph Lethleen, the Queenslander, you can see getting antsy at the back. He's the one out in lane number 2, the big tall figure. So again, if it's going to be a race for the kickers, you want to make sure you're there when it's made. 2:09, 2:10 through the 800 metres, so a little bit slower there in lap number 2. That was to be expected. Neat leads it out from Hannah Carey. The Tasmanian just happy to follow along. Gardner, Barrett, the Victorian. He's got some good wheels on him if he needs to use them. He's a 344 man. Probably rolls better off a hot pace, but now he just starts to get into that 3rd spot. He's got that distinctive running style. He gets over Gardner. There's 4 really pushing on strongly here at the moment, but Neat is enjoying this, isn't he? He's just absolutely loved it. All he needs, a 346 man. He'll like his chances over the closing stages. Let's watch this clock because we're looking on time. So 252, 253. They're going to need to be really quick over the final 400 metres to drag more than 3 through here. Gardner at the pinch now. Hannah Carey doing a good job to roll behind Neat and Barrett as these two will just continue to up the tempo. So Hannah Carey has just got the best of that split that's happening here at the moment. These 3 just want to try and power away from this field if they can. They might even have a pursuer here just launch out of the back of that group. McGee wants to try and get up there, and he's going to follow along there. Gardner, the Tasmanian, under all kinds of pressure. The New Zealander and Wiley now just might reattach to this group of three. Hannah Carey, the Western Australian, can sense the moment here at home. So he leads out from Barrett, then Neat, and then Wiley is just going to try and work his way into this final 100 metres. So only three will go through automatically. Hannah Carey's done well. I think he made his move at the right time. Barrett, the Victorian. Wiley now, just where the barnstorming finish down the outside, did put himself in the three. Barrett wants to take it for pride, and he will. That'll be 3:54 for Barrett, Harakini, Wiley, and then Neat. Next one up there is McGee. So the times we're looking for, 3:52, 3:53, 3:56 are the current three non-automatics. I reckon we might see one, maybe bump out Goodwin at 3:56, maybe. Let's just wait and see as it pans up, but
very
Charles
different
Barrett.
races. We saw them go in 2:09, which was slower than the second heat, but they sped up to finish off with a very fast last lap.
So this is going to be right on the fringe here because Wiley's gone 3:55.3. Yep, Ollie Neat gets it 3:55.75. So he knocks out Goodwin to find himself in that final, which means Simmons and Gridley from heat number one did enough to hold on.
The fastest race of the three in the men's under 20 1,500 metres. Not sure if you heard before, but as the third heat started, we had the home crowd clapping for local hero Aidan McDonald, who had a massive PB and a big jump of 7:71 to get him in the lead of the under 20 men's long jump final. So huge jump.
Huge jump from him.
Aidan.
You can see on your screen here, De Silva re-enters the ring for the hammer throw as well. So this is another strong competition. Carlin still leads it. Costa Kasparis sits back in fourth. It's the first round attempts actually that have still led it. Timothy Hayes is next, then Damien Wells just over 60, Kasparis under 60. So he's at 65 plus metre thrower at his best. In the ring, oh, lets it rip. So that marker set out at 52, so that'll be about 49, maybe 50 metres there.
During the 1,500 metres, we also had the women's under 20 high jump competition start.
So here's your qualifiers now for the men's under 20 1,500. So Finley Simmons gets through, Tyler Gridley gets through, and Oliver Neat will be those non-automatic qualifiers. You can see the 3:45 man, Alexander Cameron Smith, goes through as that fastest qualifier. Kyan Blue, Kieran Shepherd, the 16-year-old, makes it through to the under 20 final. He's the national champ of his own age group. Kieran Shepherd, Gridley, Barrett, Hannah Carey, Wiley, Neat, McClay, Martin, and Chippendale. So Taylor Goodwin, unfortunately, the Queenslander, the first one to miss that final.
So it doesn't look like they've included more Australians into this heat. They've taken the two New Zealanders as the final two spots with automatic qualification.
So here we go. This is Archer, the Western Australian. This is his most recent jump.
Of 7:71 to put him in the lead of the under 20 long jump.
And this is what we're looking at here. So Western Australian, I love the one step in. Off he goes. Great height.
This is his fifth attempt, which he got 7:45 with a 1.6. So the wind is slowly coming down as we saw at the start of competition. 3 metre tails.
Yeah, but brilliant hang time. A couple of these guys have got really good hops on them, don't they?
They learn
So
from
they
the
just
best. We
float
have a couple
around.
good role models in Australia right now with Lee Madcock, who just won the bronze in the indoor championships, and Chris Matrevsky at the Olympics last year.
Yeah, so
8 metre jumpers.
long jumping stocks are in form at the moment. Lee Madcock, he's really just seemed to found his groove, hasn't he? He nearly won that world indoor title as well.
First attempt, H33, so he started off his series very well.
I'll tell you, Australia was milliseconds and centimetres off coming home with a few goals, because don't forget, Lockie Kennedy only just got pipped at the post by 1/100th of a second.
Jeremy Ooze from Great Britain.
Well, we nearly shared a goal because it was only a 192 miss at round one that saw the difference between Eleanor Patterson and Nicola Olaslagers in that women's high jump to go gold and silver. So we had a great performance over in China, didn't we?
One of our most successful championships, and that just
with no indoor track.
Showing the world how it's done. We can do it indoors and outdoors.
Did a pretty great job.
And we see the under 20 girls walking up to the start. We have 2 heats, so 5 qualifiers for the 2 heats and the next 3 fastest times for these under 20 girls.
Yeah, this is stacked. There's 18 women in this. Can you believe that? So when I was talking about how it can get a little messy in the opening stages of these 1500s when you're trying to jostle for your spot, this will be no exception. Want to watch Piper Simpson. She's a 4:22 runner at her best from New South Wales. She was in that 800-metre final as well. Zoe Honeybrook from the ACT. This is her forte here, this 1500. Claudia Mika, 4:26 runner at it. So, look, we're flush with talent here. Miller Roberts, you're going to have to really perform. This, to your point of what we were talking about in the sprints, which we'll see those semi-finals later here today. You cannot take a backward step at one point here. You have to run through the line, and you really have to bring your A game through every step.
Especially with 18 competitors running in a pack.
Yeah, who gets to the rail?
Now, Mitch, as a 1500-metre runner back in your day, are you using the screen to dictate your position?
Sometimes you're certainly having a look. I'm not a big technology guy, which will surprise you, Nana. I was just put my left foot in front of my right foot.
See what happens.
Yeah, and if I try and win, there's probably a good chance I'm going to be up there quickly. So we're away here in heat number 1 for our women's under 20 1500 metres, and a big field at that. As we said, 18 women will contest for 5 automatic spots. We're only going to have 2 non-automatic qualifiers, so it becomes more and more valuable here in our women's 1500 as they make their way through the opening stages. And it looks like it's going to be Kate Curry of New Zealand. So the New Zealanders must have made a pact just to say, we want to lead every single one of these heats. And let's just see what these Aussies are made of.
This weekend.
So Kate Curry, they'll go anywhere on this track at the moment to find a spot. Nobody too destined to stay on the rail. They're actually 5 wide at the moment at the depth of it. Now we start to see a move around. That's Audrey Ward from the ACT. So didn't like that spot 5 wide. Leah Waters of Western Australia in that box spot, I would like to call it, just right on the outside shoulder. It's where you give yourself an escape route. If you need to be able to move, you can move. You're not trying to jostle your way between 2 to 3 people on your outside shoulder. You can go when you need to go.
In a big group like this, how are we overtaking to get ourselves in prime position?
Yeah, you just often, what a lot of these athletes will do, they'll have another athlete in their mind that they want to try and emulate, or if you're a front runner, you're just trying to get as close to the front as you possibly can. There'll be a lot of women in here who back their kick. There's a lot doubling back from that 800 metres. So while it stays bunched up like this, really, the battle is to stay upright. You saw it just there. We nearly lost 2 competitors in the back end of that pack, just trying to find some clean air. It could be a little anxiety-inducing when you're in and amongst all these people. We're still 4 wide in this women's field, so they're all trying to find a spot.
Running a bit further than 1,500 metres today.
Yeah, you can see Roberts, the Queenslander, just on the outside. The Western Australian, honestly, has been running this race nearly to perfection. That's Waters, who sits there in second. She's on that shoulder of the New Zealander in Sutherland, and they're out here again wide, just trying to find that spot. It is next up Claudia Mika, who's one of the fastest with hip number 5 on. You can see that push there. Audrey Ward doesn't want to be boxed out. She wants to stay where she is, and fair enough too. It looks like in this field the most important thing you can find is a position, because it is going to get messy here over the closing stages. So 400 metres gone again. That's 2:25. So they're moving here, but now you can tell when the pace has been injected, because it goes from being, it's like an accordion, isn't it? Once you start to stretch it out there, it's really hard to bring it back in, and now the moves are being made. Even in the middle of this pack, we can see now it's going to be Fotheringham from New South Wales, who just wants to be there. We talked about that kick. You want to be there. You don't want to be responding late. You don't want to have to exert any more energy than you really need to, Nana. And Fotheringham's made probably the biggest of the moves. You can see Honeybrook is just inside there on that whale, but Waters has just been so impressive. Mika as well, just behind them there. So this group, they're about to round in here. They're going to hear the sound of the bell.
With 1 lap to go.
400 metres to go, Nana. We're looking for 5 automatic qualifiers, only 5. Then we're going to go back to times here. So doing a good job to continue to push this tempo. It's Curry from New Zealand. Then it goes to Waters from WA. Out wider is Mika. They'll start to fly around this back straight, you would think. You want to be in that spot, ideally with 200 metres to go. Honeybrook on the inside now. We'll have to find an exit route. I think she will here now. She just gets out. So here we go, 300 metres to go. Only 5 automatically through here to the final.
The Queenslander doing a good job, and Miller Roberts, again, one of the fastest in this field now, just starts to press forward and make her case for finding her way through to this final. But everybody in this leading group won't be going through automatically because there's going to have to be one that misses. Waters from WA now can feel that pressure from the group behind here. Just get her around the shoulder. She won't give up. She's a tough competitor. Out in front, though, still the New Zealander in Kate Curry. She's had to run the minimal amount of distance. She's just been given the opportunity to lead, and she's done a really good job to maintain it as well. So we're here in the closing stages, heat number 1. Only 5 here will roll through automatically. This is a group of 5 that have cleared out. So great racing here, showing herself now as Piper Simpson. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Waters will be the first to wait on time. Next through there is Mulroy. Then Honeybrook, the Victorian, and Scanner as well rolls through. But there's only 2 non-automatics here. So only 2 of those women now will have to wait and see what happens in Heat 2.
It was very interesting to watch the New Zealander Katie Curry take out the field. She's actually run a PB. Her PB before this race was 4:30. So she's run a 5-second PB and led the race and controlled the race the whole way.
Yeah, well, we were saying that, weren't we, Nano? If you're not the fastest in the field, you have to treat it almost like a final, just to make sure that you're into the real final.
Definitely, the New Zealanders definitely have a pack. We are leading these Australians into these 1,500 metres, and she's just proven that once again.
And you know what? Put the heat on. If you're going to come all the way from New Zealand, I like the tactic, I like the vision. Put the heat on the Aussies and see what we can do.
Not the closest flight, so you might as well give it your all in every heat and final.
No, exactly right. So
well done to those girls.
You know what? This is really just quick across the board. So 4:25 is Curry. 4:26 a personal best there for Ward as well. Piper Simpson just outside of it, 4:26. Claudia Meeker gets through 4:26. Miller Roberts gets through 4:27. And then Leah Waters runs a personal best in 4:27.5 and then 4:29.34 for Eldie Mulroy. So Zoe Honeybrook unfortunately will miss with the 4:30, but that's just the state of women's 1,500 metre running here at the moment. It's a sub 4:30 to get through.
And on the screen is Aidan McDonald, the lead of the under 20 long jump. We've already seen him put a 7:71 on the board. And just fouled his 5th attempt. Apologies, Archer's on the board now from Western Australia.
So we saw his 7:45 a moment ago, didn't we?
Yes.
Archer. Hang time, this man. You could almost catch a flight home on him.
Well, it would be a short flight as a local from Western Australia.
It would be a short flight. You never know.
This is from Margaret River,
exactly
maybe.
Right. It could be a while away.
All rottenness.
Could be up in Broome, for all we know. West WA is a big place.
It is a very big place.
We're showing our Victorian bias here. You know, we're just used to the small state. WA, you could get to
Everywhere's
Bali
an hour
probably
away.
faster than you get to some parts of Western Australia. So here we go. This is Heat 2 of our women's under 20 1,500 again. We're going to have 18 women contest. And
Fleur Cooper with number 10 on her leg will be one to watch with the fastest PB in this.
well, she was incredible last night, Fleur Cooper. Kept them at bay in that 800 metres.
With 4:20.
So here we go. Again, it's top 5 that will roll through. There's very, very fast women in this field. 4:20 at the fastest there for Fleur Cooper. 4:27, Sarah Baker. So there's a few around there. Jessica Smith, Mavra Mihalis, Ebert, all sub 4:30 runners. Also Annabelle Miller as well. So this looks quicker than what we saw in heat number 1. It's probably to be expected. Again, only 5 are going through automatically. You can see Ebert, it is the South Australian now who will round around here and just put a little bit of pressure on the early race leader. So doing a good job to stay bunched. It is slightly faster at the moment, I would say, and that's Amelia May from New South Wales with the pacing duties. Ebert sitting there in second. Annabelle Miller not too far away. Now we see Mavra Mihalis, the Victorian, just waiting to see the work of Fleur Cooper, who's got hip 10 on. You can see her there. She's in that, well, I'll call it the second group, but really the second line of athletes is the best way to describe it. But a little bit faster, Nana, but still bunched.
Yes, we are going to see a 69 first lap for these girls.
So, good piece of work. You're just watching for Fleur Cooper, really. She's the tall
Waiting for
figure
her
you
to
can
make
see.
her move.
Yeah, just towards the front of this pack. The
fastest in the field. She was brilliant last night over the 800 metres. And that has not changed at all. In fact, this really has not made much movement. Really, the movement will come from the middle of the pack. If you're at the front of it, you're in the spot you want to be in. You don't really see too much happen. You're responding. Mavra Mihalis, the Victorian now, gets into that 4th spot. Ebert doing a good job just to sit one out. She's got some South Australian company as well in Emma Henkel, who really is a strong national competitor. She makes the most of her opportunities when she gets them. She might be able to sense it a little bit here. She's a sub 4:30. Sub 4:30 leaves you about the 6th fastest in this field. Sub 4:30 is what you need to make this final. So there'll be a few looking for a lifetime best here. Mavra Mihalis doing a good job to press with Ebert. Amelia May just leads things out though. Continues to look comfortable here. Out in front. Not always the easiest role to assume, but she's taken it and she's run with it. Fleur Cooper now just back there. So 2:23, 2:24. So they're about a second or two faster than what we saw that opening 800 metres in heat number 1. But they did come home quickly. So they'll still have to find a little bit of form here over the back stages. And now it starts to string out. So you can start to feel that pressure mount when the class of the field decides that they want to begin racing. You can see how it can separate the rest of it. So all doing a good job to hang on, but that's a big group out in front. That's certainly more than 5. They might try and drag through 7 here if they can, but it's going to take a big effort there. I can see Henkel, the South Australian, just sitting 3rd from the back of this opening group. Ebert now just gets around the shoulder there of May, and now they're going to start to push down this home straight. No.
May has controlled most of the race, but the South Australian is going to take it out with 450 metres to go.
Yeah, so May from Miller, they're going to hear the sound of the bell, 3:18, so they're on a good clip here. You can see Fleur Cooper in 4th, Mavra Mihalis now back in 5th, and starting to rise to the occasion again is Amelia May, so she's going to hold her spot there in 3rd. Fleur Cooper in 4th. It's Henkel just at the back of this leading group of 5, so they just need to try and hold on here. If you're not going to be in the auto spots, be as close as you possibly can to try and get through on that time qualifier. So you can see this 5 moving well. It's Henkel still there, just a little bit further behind Mavra Mihalis. May now just slips into that 5th spot. You can see Cooper now get into 3rd, right behind Ebert. And they continue to move here in the final 200 metres of this race. So 150 remaining here. There's about 6 involved, so they're going to have to try and hold. It's May now who finds herself on that cusp position. But 100 metres to go. It's dominated by New South Wales. They've just got such strong stocks here at the moment in 1500. It's Annabelle Miller who's in front. She's got Ebert right on her shoulder there. It's Fleur Cooper in 3rd. But now the South Australian will get to the front. So Tessa Ebert wants to take it out, and she does. Here's your automatic 5. 4:27. Amelia May doing a good job to hold on there. And a fast finishing Helen O'Boyle from New Zealand will finish in 7th. So they're the 2 to wait on times, but it was 4:27, 4:29.
May controlled most of the race and ended up coming 5th, but Tessa Ebert waited and held in 2nd position for the first 3 laps before giving a kick. Fastest 2 laps than the first race, but closed out in 4:26.61 for Tessa Ebert from South Australia. So we'll be waiting eagerly to see those last 2 qualifiers.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you now, it's going to stay from heat number 1. So Waters 4:27 and Mulroy's 4:29 holds off Amelia May's 4:31. So it was just that little
faster
fade
heat
at the end, of course.
And a faster last lap for heat number 1.
Yeah, you got to put your respect into Amelia May, though. She really did make that race, Nana, as you said.
2nd fastest, so winning this race would have been an equal PB for her. So, as you said before, you had to run a PB when you have such a big field of 18 of 2 heats.
Pretty amazing. Across the board, it's 4:27 or faster. So Mulroy's 4:29 is the slowest time in, but we're going into a women's under-20 final where 4:27 or faster was the asking price, just about to get into it, to get a ticket admission to the final show. So that is quick.
Very, very quick from our under-20 1500 metre girls. And a lot of them we saw back up from the 800 as well. So good to see them back out there and our international friends from New Zealand.
We've done a good job, haven't they? So McCabe, the Western Australian. I like the shirt over the singlet. It's a strong choice for me. Geez, he's bulleting into the runway. Oh, it's clean. Oh, that's clean. And he loves it.
Very, very happy Western Australian.
He's off to the races, McCabe.
Currently in 5th position with a furthest jump of 7:27 windy with
Well,
a 2.4.
I reckon he's gone a little further.
I think you're right, Mitch.
Well,
We've been
I'm going
pretty
to sit
good.
up here and tell you I'm
We've
some
been
sort of
pretty good.
expert, but geez, he was happy about it. Yes, 740. Oh no, it hasn't changed yet. Oh, I saw the 740 down there. I got excited.
For Harrison McCabe. So keeping him in 5th position with his final attempt. So
does this bring us Lucas Baker maybe next? We're going to go to our women's results though first. Here you go. So 426, 427, 27, 27, 27. I mean,
magic
the
number.
Body of consistency, isn't it? So unfortunate for Amelia May, she just misses with her 431.
She did a lot of work in that second heat.
Just outside for her. So as I said, Waters 427.51 and Mulroy's 429 will be enough to make it into that final tomorrow. And I can't think of an under 20 1500 that's asking price has ever been 429 or faster for the entire field. I mean,
we're getting better at athletics, which
Yeah,
haven't you heard? Middle distance and long distance running in Australia, whether you're under 20s or you're an open athlete.
crazy stuff. Ranges from 425 to
429.
It's
Sub 430 is the asking price to make an Australian under 20 women's final. Good to see though.
crazy stuff, isn't it? No. This looks like it might be Baker. It is. He's in 6th right now, so 722. He's going to have to clear. I'll tell you what, if he clears 746, he might as well clear 747 and put himself into a silver because it's 1 centimetre between silver and bronze right now. And Baker.
Couple of fouls, but a windy day, so not very forgiving in Perth for the under 20 long jump men.
So Lucas Baker wakes the hamstrings up. Says it's jumping time. Can he launch himself into a medal here? The Queenslander. Into it now is Baker. Good no.
Hit top speed a little too early and couldn't control his takeoff, so that we will see him stay on 6th position currently in his final attempt.
So that would mean that our medals are sorted, and it's Liam Deven who is the only man who can contest for gold now. He's already done his PB of 747 to get himself up to silver.
7:72 to take the win from Aidan McDonald, the Western Australian.
So Deven, who was leading into the last 3 jumps, that's why he's jumping here.
And if you're in the crowd,
so give him a little something here, the Queenslander. It's his last go. Can he launch himself up into gold? Deven hits the board well.
Oh, flush on the board. That is a very good last attempt by Deven from...
Hit that board real well. Jeez, he's off.
He's
They're
happy.
loving it.
Has he done it, Mitch?
Well, I miscalled the last Queenslander, so I will not dare speak a moment sooner than I see it come up on the board. He's going to need 771 or better to launch himself up there. Now, he was very optimistic.
7:44 for Liam Devlin's final attempt, and that will see him with the silver medal in the under 20 men's long jump.
Oh, well, I tell you, he was off like he was a gold medalist, but he's a silver medalist with a lifetime best of 7:47, so that's a pretty good day, you would think, out here in WA.
PBs is what we're
PBs.
seeing is taking to win these under 20 and open championships. Well done to all the men who competed in the under 20 long jump final this afternoon.
So, well done. We've got people through to finals, people winning finals. It's all happening here in WA. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We've got some more para finals coming up here in a moment.
need to raise the bar.
Then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
So we're back here. We're going to keep you with men's hammer throw action. This is our competition leader, and you know what? He's been leading since the beginning. He's 65-18 is enough from the first round to continue to lead out here. So Jet Carlin, how far can he sling this thing? He's going to rewind. He's going to go again.
1 minute attempt for all our field event jumps and throws. So he's
Rhythm.
got some time to get that rhythm back.
Rhythm's the key, isn't it, Nana? Sitting there. Oh, he's not happy about it either. Fair enough, too. He's competition leader. It is his first one into the net, though, at least. That's his first foul.
Clean series until then of 65, 63, 59, and 64. So pretty consistent.
It's a good series, isn't it? And also, even for Timothy Hayes, no, he's gone 63,
62, 64, 63, 64, with no more attempts for Timothy. So currently in second position.
Costa Kasparis has done enough right now to be up in that bronze spot with one more rounds of throws to go. So it's, you know what? It's a pretty close comp, Nana. Sixth is 59-11. Third is 61-69.
Anything can happen. One more throw. Let's see if we can get over that red line again. For those who have just tuned in, that is showing 52 metres. So just in case you're out there and you don't know where you're looking, that will just show you how far these hammer throwers are throwing currently.
Yeah, it's quite useful for everybody playing along at home, I feel, just to be able to get an understanding of how far they're throwing now. And maybe you can empathise with us now trying to guess how far these distances are from all the way up in the booth. Nana's
bit of an awkward angle, but the red tape is helping us.
Well, you've become the queen at it, Nana.
Guessing. I'm only guessing.
I actually heard the officials say they're going to put the measuring tape away. It's going to get you to stand down there and eyeball it.
I'm ready.
From here on out. So officials doing just such an incredible job as per usual. Just unbelievable, the work rate of our officials. Many of them were here for the juniors. You know, they're rolling into, what would this be, day 10, day 9?
And all volunteers.
All volunteers.
Our sport does not run without these men and women travelling from all over Australia. Darwin, Tassie, Townsville, top to bottom, coming to support our junior and open athletes as they find a pathway to become elite athletes.
Just incredible people. So here's Ben Roberts, Nana. He's 59-11. He's on that cutoff point. I'm saying it's close to a bronze. You'll need to climb up over the 60.
And it's high. It's got some height, over 52.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
Oh, 54, 16. Yeah, I'm going to the digits,
I like
the
that
small
from you.
digits.
No, I like that from you. That's a good guess. So the measuring tape up here said 54-16. And he stepped over Nana. I didn't even give you the opportunity.
But if he didn't, that's what it said it would have been, definitely.
Here comes Hopgood. And then
With the final throw,
he was
just short.
Sideways out of the ring, wasn't he?
No, and that will keep him in 5th position in the Hammer Throw Opens final. Damien Wells next in the ring.
So we'll keep a close eye on our men's hammer throw, but up next is the final of our women's para 800 metres. Again, a good quality field here. Field of 5 will contest. We'll see them on your screen here. So we have 3 T20 competitors, Emily H. Berger, Jessica Filicomo, apologies, and Belinda Scott. And then our 2 T36 competitors, Madison Heedy and Tamsin Colley, will also contest this final here. So again, it's all done by percentages, and we work it out based on their categories at the conclusive stages of this event. But it is a good field here for the women's 800.
From New South Wales in lane number 4, also a T20 competitor, is Belinda Scott. Then from Western Australia
So give you some. Let me give you some data points here. Tamsin Colley, I know, has competed numerous times, I believe, for Australia. Filicamo, H. Berger, Scott and Heedy will make up the rest of this field. But here we go.
And we're off.
So our women's para 800 metres is away. It's Tamsin Colley outside there from New South Wales, off to a good start. So too Belinda Scott in the middle of the track. She now just picks up Colley as they make their way around. Emily H. Berger as well from Tasmania on the inside. Moving through nicely is Filicamo and then Heedy from Western Australia. So up the back straight though. And with a good bit of clip as well, it's Belinda Scott from New South Wales. So Scott leads it out from Colley and then to H. Berger, a T20 competitor in that third spot right now, which leaves Filicamo in the fourth spot, and then Madison Heedy of Western Australia is up the back straight, finding some good rhythm here. But right now they're pretty well strung out, Nana, all being able to find their spot.
And it's Belinda Scott taking the lead with 500 metres to go.
So Belinda Scott really pushing hard in this opening 400 metres, making
Opening
really good
up her
work
stride
of it.
with
Yeah,
450.
really good work of it here at the moment is
Looks
Belinda
like
Scott.
she's chasing a time today.
So she's going to go through just over 73 seconds, right on 73 seconds here for Scott. So a really good start for her as now we see Colley and now moving through H. Berger. So that trio doing some good work here early. Filicamo is well about to hear the sound of a bell. So too Heedy into this home straight for the second last time. But you said it perfectly, Nana. We're all chasing the times here. Obviously the percentages are done afterwards, but just really a strong effort in this women's para 800 metres is Belinda Scott. Now Colley's going to get some company from H. Berger. Colley, our T36 competitor. H. Berger, a T20 athlete. So too is Belinda Scott. But you get the sense that those two are going to roll through together over the closing 200 metres, but Scott doing a good job.
I know she's kept the lead from 600 metres to go, and it looks like she's going to keep opening up that gap with 130 metres of this 800 metres.
So Belinda Scott of New South Wales will be the first to get across the line here in the women's para 800 metres. She's done it pretty well on her own as well, so 2:20, 2:22 on the clock, so it'll be one big push down to the finish line here for Belinda Scott with 50 metres remaining of her journey over this 800 metres. So can we get under 2:40? It'll be right around it, 36, 7, 8, 9, on the
240
nose.
exactly.
240.75
Our
there,
Tasmanian
Nana.
has overtaken our New South Welshman.
And here is Tamsin Colley finishing things off here. So congratulations to Colley. H. Berger, we said she was really pushing up on Colley there up that back straight and managed to find a good spot.
250 metres to go. She really worked and made our New South Welshman work.
Certainly did. Here's Filicamo now. Coming down the home straight here to finish off her 800 metres as well. So Jessica Filicamo will round out her journey in this para 800 metres, be just under 3:20, right on it. And Madison Heedy rounds around here, our T36 athlete.
Western Australian.
3:30 on the clock. Can we go under around 3:45? That'll be the big push here. So Madison Heedy at 3:35 on the clock right now has been so strong through the opening stages of that 800, and she's going to go under 3:45. Well done.
You called it. You did call it. And PBs for our first four across the line.
Oh, I love that.
Good to see that. As we said before, we'll have to wait for percentages to see the final placings for the 800 Women's Para Open.
Yeah, geez, our team here does such a good job in getting that out quickly.
And a PB for Madison Henning as well. So PBs all round for our 5 competitors.
Well, today's a good day to have a good day.
It is.
We've been treated weather-wise. Here we go. Look how quick that is, Nana.
Roster Athletics and Athletics Australia working together.
I'll tell you. So Tamsin Colley of New South Wales does enough to get the gold with 95%. Belinda Scott, 240, goes for silver. She was so strong
on her own. And Emily H. Berger, the Tasmanian, gets up for a bronze, 76.62%. Madison Heedy of WA is 4th. As we're going to go back to the hammer throw here, we can see Jet Carlin. We had 65.18 in the first round. He stepped into the ring as the winner. We're going to watch his last throw, Nana. See how far he can go.
I'm thinking 64-63. I've just got a feeling about that.
Well, let's see how the tape measure goes. There we go.
Well over 60.
Still confident at 64-63?
Yeah, I'm very confident.
Okay, let's... Oh, my God.
What?
He shows 64-63, Nana.
Final throw.
You got
correct.
the lotto numbers by any chance? Oh, no, it's only distances, isn't it? Sorry, apologies.
That's all right.
Hey, he's done well, hasn't he, Jet Carlin? Fantastic work. He goes and hugs his coach there. So Jet Carlin it is. Timothy Hayes, he gets up for second, and Costa Kasparis' 5th round attempt of 61.19 was enough to get him another bronze medal. So a bit of a staple of the hammer throw podium is Costa Kasparis. We're going to throw to a break. We'll come back with some under 20 para 800 metres shortly, right here in Perth. So we're back here for the para 800 metres under 20. This is your start list. We can see Josh Reeve, Lachlan Woodfall, Deacon Aries, Zachary Barwell, Lawrence Todd, Leopold Reeve, Hayden White, Jordan Rudd and Kai Davenport. Now we've featured a few times across these few days here, some of these athletes, and they'll test themselves now over the 800. So a strong field, a good field.
And a full field for our Para Open 800 metre final, which we love to see.
We certainly do. So
That's the lineup. It's the under 20 men's
Under 20, 800 metres. Just watch for them here. Couple to watch, the Queenslander. If he can run 2:11.38, get himself an under 20 national record. So we're away here. Reeve, Woodfull, Aries, Barwell, Todd, Reeve, White, Rudd and Davenport. So it'll be a quick start across the board here, really. We were just mentioning the Queenslander, Hayden White. He'll be probably after around a 2:11 for himself, although from the ACT now with Zachary Barwell, who Nana is a 2:07 runner at his best. He's going to make his impression felt early.
Definitely, he's taking the lead with 100 metres into this 800-metre race.
Yeah, well, he is the under-17 national record holder, so it makes sense that he's gone out here and gone quick, and it looks like our Victorian is going to join along with him. That's Jordan Rudd, who's got hip number 8 on, so it is Rudd who gets there. He's a 2:11.5 man at his best. Making his impression felt on the outside shoulder there of Barwell. So they move into the home straight for the second last time, and it's a pretty reasonable pace as well. They went through 50 seconds through that opening 300 metres, and now you can see the Victorian gets to the front, and it's Josh Reeve of WA who can sense the moment, hear the bell, and away he goes.
62 seconds for that first lap, and you see him pull away the Western Australian. I'm sure the home crowd behind him is pushing him along.
Absolutely. So here he goes here. In Josh Reeve, he's a 2:05.6 man, the 18-year-old, and now he's going to try and get a lifetime best here whilst he's at a home national. So he's going to lead things out there, but moving along nicely behind him is Lawrence Todd, the tall Victorian, a 2:04.90 guy himself. He's just 16 years of age. He's really new to athletics, and you can see now that he's got all the talent in the world, the Victorian. So Todd now gets to the front for the first time with just under 200 metres to go. Josh Reeve, though he's strong, you'd think he'll put his head down and just try and get after that lifetime bet. They're at 146, 147 on the clock as they round in. So he's well and truly on his way to a lifetime best if he can maintain this, the Victorian. But he's out here in front, the young 16-year-old Todd. Clears out from the rest of this field. He's just got a beautiful stride pattern. He's just over 2. He's going to go 2:03.
Nice PB.
Wowee. So that is impressive. Next up there is Reeve. That's a fast finishing Kai Davenport as well, who just gets over Barwell.
One of the youngest competitors in the field. Great to see him take the lead with 200 metres to go, and strong finish. He just opened up with 150 to go. And we saw a 2:03 next to his name.
So Josh Reeve, he was a 2:03.56 man. But Lawrence Todd, 2:04.90. As we now see Deacon Aries finish things off here for Western Australia. And as well as that, Lachlan Woodfull comes through here to round out our men's under 20 para 800 metres. He is absolutely chuffed, is young Lawrence Todd, a T20 athlete. And like I said,
Davenport also a PB for him with 2:07.78 to round out the top 3 across the line.
So he fancies himself more over the 1500, does Todd. He wants to try and get a qualification for the New Delhi Games at the end of the year. It means they may not be offering an 800 metres in that classification, but I'll tell you what, he's put himself in the realm of conversation.
1 qualifier down, 1 to go.
2:09 is what's going to be Leopold Reed. He does enough to get the gold here, Leopold Reed, the Victorian. So he gets up 90.2%. Lawrence Todd, 2:03's 2:2 is enough for silver. And then Josh Reeve from WA, 2:06.57, 86.67% for him. Gets up for the bronze.
Well done to all the competitors in the para under 20 800 metre final. Good to see some PBs in there as well.
Yeah,
the day of PBs does not stop here at the Perth track.
Just
maybe we should get out there, do a 15 and a 200 and see how we pull up.
Oh, I think they'd dust us, Nana. They got us good.
Oh, they definitely will.
A big shout out to Anthony De Castella, the coach of Lawrence Todd, back home in Melbourne. Old Zav operator, here we go. Now we're talking about the depth of talent in Australia. Isabel Lewis and Rowe, isn't she something?
Yes, we've seen her over many events, the hurdles as well. We've seen her over in the juniors. High jump, I think, is her one love, though.
Well, she actually got beaten in the triple jump in the juniors. She was 3rd in that event. It was a howling headwind from memory, so she'll fancy her chances here. You said the high jump is her favourite. She's a bronze medalist at the World Juniors last year. Just clips that on the way up. 189, her lifetime best. Season's best this year is 188, so she's really not far away from that, but just left it wanting.
And started the competition late at 172.
Apologies to the silver medalist of those World Juniors, not the bronze, so cannot downgrade her medal on her like that. What do we think, Zoe Peacock? Her chances over 180.
I back her. She's seeming confident.
So the Queenslander now.
Pretty clean series so far with one miss.
Man, she's a 182 jumper at her best.
So we're in PB territory, which always gets a bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, we certainly
And
are.
you don't know how many times you have obviously jumped over that height.
So these are the final two in the field. Toby Stolberg missed at 78. Another of those young high jumpers that is up and coming. She's consistent at the national championships, so she comes away with a bronze. I'm sure she would have been looking for a little bit more, but this is a watch. Isabel Lewis and Rowe and Zoe Peacock. Peacock right on the edge of what she's been capable of thus far, and Izzy Lewis and Rowe, as I said, she's a 189, 188 jumper at her best, so she'll be looking to move past this phase. The track action being set up ahead of you is the men's under 20 hurdles.
Followed by the under 20 women's 100-metre hurdles closely after.
So we're going to stay on the high jump because here's Izzy Lewis and Rowe. She doesn't take long between her attempts.
No, and this is her second attempt on 180.
Now you remember about a year ago, Izzy Lewis and Rowe technically cleared 190, but it was at a little athletics event. It does not count in terms of World Athletics qualifications.
Ratifications, yeah.
So here we go, Nana. Izzy Lewis and Rowe on deck. Oh, and that's
beautiful clearance and a
easy.
lot of space to go, so I'm sure we'll see her get closer to that 188 PB mark today.
She's just an exceptional talent. Looks like she's starting to maybe hone in on that high jump as her event. Now, obviously, she's a World Junior silver medalist, but like I said, triple jumping, hurdling formally.
I've seen her run some fours before as well. Very multi-talented athlete.
She's sort
Isabel
of got
is.
the Delta Madovskis about her, doesn't
Yes.
she? She can just really do anything.
Talented at all. Oh, and we've seen Peacock also
Here we
go
go.
over. So two more still for our next attempt.
So what do they move to now? They'll go up to 82. You would think it'll stay in that sort of increment.
And a season's best for Zoe Peacock with 180.
Maybe 83. They might go by 3 centimetres here. 82. Brilliant. 182. So, hey, personal best territory.
PB time.
So they're going to set the bar here, and we are going to throw to a quick break. We'll come right back with some more of that high jump action. Hurdling too. Don't go anywhere here in Perth.
third place, representing Western Australia, Josh Reed. In second place, representing Victoria, Laurie Todd. And in first place, representing Victoria with a time of 2 minutes and 9 seconds, but Laurie Reed. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's under 20 800 metre championship of Australia.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
So we're back. As I said, we've got plenty of track action. I'll give you a quick high jump update, though. Zoe Peacock hits the lifetime best in round one. First clearance at 182 over. Izzy Lewis and Rowe, it took 2 turns for her. So we're slowly building. We're at 184 here now. So this would be big for the Queenslander and Peacock if she can get up over this. Izzy Lewis and Rowe, as I said, she's the 8th best we've ever had as an under 20. She's still got a few years left in that age group too.
She's also cleared 182 many times, so I'm sure she has a lot of confidence that she'll be able to get over this clean.
Yeah, hard to imagine she's just 17 years old, Izzy Lewis and Rowe.
3 more 120s to go.
She's got plenty of time left to continue to move up the leaderboard, but she's a confidence jumper, and she'll draw some confidence here. So 184 is what we're asking. Oh,
Clean.
That was just
clean.
Oof.
Going very well, getting into form.
Well, the conditions are brilliant, aren't they?
So Zoe Peacock has missed one more jump. So on countbacks, if the girls continue doing what they're doing, height for height, Isabel is in the lead so far.
So Izzy, geez, first round clearances just make all the difference.
They
in the
really
world now
do,
in jumps.
especially in countbacks. We saw that with Nicola and Eleanor.
Oi, she's up.
PB again for
Zoe.
Zoe.
Wow. Oh, so this is a comp now.
184 for a lifetime best for Zoe Peacock, the Queenslander.
I'm not sure if we'll see that again in terms of a replay, but it looked to me like she had a bit to work with. Yeah, she had
lot
a
of
bit
space
of
in between herself and the bar.
Yeah, she had a bit to work with there. So, it's amazing what confidence can do, isn't it? It's amazing what good competition can do, because she was 180 this year. Last year she jumped that 182, and that's a good embrace from coach. So here it is.
Replay again.
Oh,
space to clear.
Real.
Very good attempt.
Okay. Susie Lewis and Rose got a competition on her hands. Doesn't matter. They're the World Junior silver medalist.
The results keep going back and forth. Zoe.
Well.
Zoe, Isabel. Zoe, Isabel. It is a
point,
comp.
Zoe, if you flash back, she'll be the winner if they miss here. I'm pretty certain.
No, you are. They'll be on equal misses.
Wow. Well, to your point, I mean, yeah, these countbacks. We've seen medals shared. We've seen jump offs happen. We've seen medals split by people missing. We just mentioned that the 192 at World Indoors was the gold and silver difference. So it matters a lot. Try and find some shade as they crank this bar up to 186.
Do you know how the breaks work when there's only 2 more competitors, Mitch? What is the maximum limit of rest in a field event? Or do we have to find someone who knows that?
Between heights? Between the increment of
jumps.
heights? That's a really good question.
I always wonder, as we know, Isabel loves to just keep jumping straight away, not so much of a break.
I wonder if we can find that. Hamo might know. The break between jumps. Okay. Okay, so once they set that bar, thank you very much, King of Field, Dave Colbert. So they set the bar and then away we go. So here's Izzy Lewis-Rowe. This is her first attempt. She got really good height over the one before and just clips on the way up. So caught her back. Opens the door now, though, for Zoe Peacock to continue her lifetime form. Look, these conditions aren't going to phase a Queenslander, are they?
No, they're not.
Big
the
winds
sun
and hot
is
weather.
out. Perfect conditions. They're used to this. Not so much in New South Wales.
So, can the Queenslander
Get
continue?
her third PB for this competition.
Make a moment here for Zoe Peacock. So, there's no need to jump with fear. Jump with ambition.
Confident. She's got a smile on her face as she attempts one.
No. So it looked like
just
a bit
dropping
of a,
that inside arm going over
Did
the
she?
bar.
She wouldn't have, but it's a short run up for Zoe Peacock, isn't it?
Maybe the wind. We've had a massive tailwind all day,
True.
seeing 3 metres. So maybe as much as the long jumpers have to adapt, the high jumpers do too.
So, second round clearances are important.
Definitely both failed their first attempt at 160. Well, sorry, 186.
Izzy Lewis-Rowe will consult with coach, family. You know, she brings a big crew with her to all these nationals. She's got a brilliant support system, does Izzy Lewis-Rowe. In fact, I'm sure many of them are tuned in here on 7+, wanting to watch. So from wherever you are in New South Wales, or I know it extends further than that, hello to the Lewis-Rowes. And also a big hello to the family of Zoe Peacock if they've tuned in just to see
They would
how's
be
Zoe
very
going.
excited in Queensland.
How is Zoe going on this beautiful Saturday afternoon?
Well, guess what?
Quite
Zoe,
well. Yeah.
2 PBs for her.
Quite well. So Izzy at the top of the runway here. Positive self-talk before she steps into it. Has that real touch of, well, the old routine of Eleanor Patterson. She's now changed coaches, but gets this crowd hype in here too. Nana, you're quick to turn it. That got you. You're just about to jump out there and clap with her. So
I'm ready.
Izzy Lewis-Rowe. Can she get clear here? It would be great to see her over 186. Second attempt here for the New South Wales woman. Oh, better.
Just a bit of a drop in the arch in her back. But she knows she's done this before many times, so I'm sure that's not going to deter her for her third and final attempt at 186.
Looked a better attempt than the first one.
Definitely.
Yeah. So here we go. Zoe Peacock with a real opportunity here. There we go. Now we want this crowd involved. An opportunity to stand atop of the dais right now. Here's Zoe Peacock. Ooh, again, a better attempt, but arm on the way up. Clipped it.
One final attempt for both girls in this under-20s high jump competition.
So really at this point, everything's a luxury for Zoe Peacock. You've already jumped a lifetime best. You jump your way into a gold medal. It's pretty incredible. You can hear Trav Jenkins. Really, I'm going to call him the voice of these championships. He has done everything. Trav Jenkins, just a phenomenal caller.
So 4 missed attempts by both girls. So for countback, if they both don't get over 186, seems to be a split gold medal.
We're going to have a moment, a conversation.
World champion, 3-time Commonwealth Games medalist from Queensland. It is Kelsey Lee Barber.
So third round attempts.
Fifth in the lineup, 3-time South Australian champion, Salumi Roberts. Sixth in the lineup, the West Australian Tiana Pavlovich.
So to avoid that conversation, to avoid that type of math, we need one clear. Well, yeah. Well, it rolls to that jump off. Don't think the conversation happens here of sharing medals. So Izzy Lewis-Rowe to continue the competition, to solidify a national gold, and to really push up towards a lifetime best as well for Izzy Lewis-Rowe. It's going to take this moment. And I wonder if she just waits for the announcement to be over to get the clap. Okay, so we'll replicate some of our more favourite world champ and Olympic moments. If they tie, if they both miss this height, the conversations
will be had.
Will be had. Do we share it or do we jump off?
What would you do in this situation, Mitch?
Jump.
Jump.
I'm a jump, but I love the sharing of the medals. I think they're beautiful moments, but also they've already shared at these championships. What would you do?
I think I'd share. Let's call it a day. Both winners.
I do love the share. I think it's a brilliant thing. But watching last year in Hamish Kerr, they didn't share. He was not sharing that medal.
New Zealand was not going to do it.
And I liked he said, I didn't care if I lost it, but I was certainly going to win it. Yeah. So here we go. Let's not have to have a conversation we don't need to have. Izzy Lewis and Rowe can just step ahead here. Third attempt. Oh, so clear.
And the conversation gets interesting. Maybe
clutch.
There won't be a conversation anymore.
Well, there might not be. Now Zoe Peacock has to take a big breath. She's got to find another 2 centimetres that she'd already found over the previous height. It's already a lifetime best for her. Wants that crowd involvement. Geez, this would be something. So Izzy Lewis and Rowe has taken a breath. And Zoe Peacock can take it right back out of her. Here we go. Third attempt here to get clear and continue. Oh, geez, it was a good attempt, but not quite enough. Izzy Lewis and Rowe will be the national champion, but Zoe Peacock.
2 PBs and a silver medal for the under-20 woman of Zoe Peacock from Queensland.
What a competition that was. So Izzy Lewis and Rowe will continue. Our next track event, though, is the final of our men's 110-metre hurdles. And we saw a little bit of, well, not controversy, but it was nearly all over for the youngster, Ollie Facer, who's been a name in these junior championships, multiple-time medalist, under-18 champ, won the 100. He's gone the hurdles. He can do everything, this kid. He clipped hurdle 6, and it looked like it was nearly all over, but he had enough to get through. This is a good field here, Nana. Evans, Willits, Facer, Purcell, Dunn, Menon, Gwynn, Crow, Wattis. Good field.
Very good field. And the youngster get it.
Queensland is the champion in the under-20 age group from Queensland, Harrison Purcell. In lane 5 from South Australia.
So Purcell is a national medalist, national champion in the past for this under-20 event. He'll like his chances to repeat, but look, he's got his work cut out from him from the youngster. And you think now that he's got over the line, he's got to the final, that's where he needed to be here. Young Ollie Facer, but let's just see.
We did see Ollie Facer on hurdle 7 have a bit of a trip, but he did enough in the heat to make the final, being the 3rd qualifier of heat number 2 in those qualification rounds.
So Kanal Menon as well was a guy in the heats that really stood out. He's got the long locks here. He's 4th from the right of screen. Zach Crow out there, but Harrison Purcell, the Queenslander, goes in the middle, right on his inside shoulder. 3rd from the right is the youngster, Ollie Facer. Can he step up and take out a title? Here we go. Men's 110-metre hurdles under 20. Well, really good start there from Purcell in the middle of the track. He's got Facer with him now, moving through nicely as Menon. So they're through the middle phase of this hurdles. Purcell leads it out here. Menon pursuing. Facer starting to come after him. Purcell, though, will get it. 13.61 plus 2.6 behind him. So an illegal win, but
Purcell,
it wins in emphatic style. He had pressure, held on, national champion.
From that 2nd hurdle, he was the strongest man in the field, and we saw Ollie Facer really get to him, but those 8th, 9th and 10th hurdles weren't the cleanest for him.
So Purcell, watch this replay here. He got out of the block so strongly, Nana, and you could see that they were trying to get to him at hurdle 5. It took a few clips. Menon clipped, then Facer clipped, but Purcell
It pays to be clean. He clipped one and then just burst it away. It's an impressive
Clean
win.
race from Purcell. First out of the blocks, first to the first hurdle, and it showed he was the first across the line. He's a very happy boy from Queensland right now.
Well, I'll tell you this as well. I feel like you never want to let the youngster come in and take your thunder.
No, this is my time to shine. He's got another 3 years in under 20s. I'm not letting him get the win.
So Harrison Purcell holds on. 13.6 is very fast. Oliver Facer, 13.77, and Kunal Menon, 13.84. I just want to get a read on where that 13.6. I know it's wind assisted, so, but it's blistering pace.
Very quick from our under 20 boys.
So Nathan's got him there. Breeny, have a chat with me. Is he stoked or how's he feeling?
Yeah, mate, he's absolutely stoked. Harrison Purcell, he's just on a 13.60. It's windy, mate, but a massive personal best. Unofficial. Did you feel the pressure from Facer because he was coming at you and you stayed relaxed?
No, I did feel him. I felt him coming up. I can't remember which hurdle it was, but he was there and I was just like run like hell to get back there.
Mate, your second last year must feel good to get up for the gold medal here. Very competitive race, that one as well. It started the standard, starting to lift.
Yeah, you know, so that was my second race on that one, and I'm just on a stoked to get to the line first, you know. I put so much effort into training this sort of season, and it's just happy to see the results coming through, you know.
Mate, brilliant stuff. Congratulations. Doing one for the Queenslanders again. Australian champion here, Harrison Purcell, in the under 20, 110 hurdles.
Thank you, Nathan. And just listening to what Harrison has got to say, that's his second race over this height and this distance. So I'm very excited to see what the next couple of races for his junior career have to offer. I'm sure we'll be seeing a legal 13.6 next to his name very soon.
Yeah, well, talent galore, potential galore for young Harrison Purcell, just technically as well, the way he got over those
Love
hurdles.
to see him run 100 metres one day and see
well,
how his top speed is.
What do you think his flat speed would be? He had a good burst off that hurdle.
I know his back end speed, maybe 200 is more his thing. I know a lot of hurdlers prefer running a 200 than a 100 metres.
The international representation.
So Harrison Purcell salutes as the national champion. The youngster Facer left to wait. Well, he's got a couple of years.
Couple of years.
He'll have to wait a little longer. I'm trying to get a read on what Izzy Lewis and Rowe is jumping. I'm standing right in front of the board, but I reckon it's 190. Looking at the 0 next to it, it is. So
yes, 190.
This would be a legal, permitted lifetime best because 189 it was to get her the silver last year in Lima. What a competition that was. 188 was her lifetime best. Here we go, Izzy Lewis and Rowe. Oh, just clips.
Two more attempts for her?
Yeah,
two more attempts.
This is our women's javelin throw goes. That's
Mackenzie from Victoria.
That's a good throw. 51, 52, so not a bad way to start.
So we see the line again for the women's javelin.
And I really like the line, Nana. I was unsure of what it was when the hammer throw started.
I believe it is at 48.
Okay, so she's probably thrown around 50 there then. So not a bad start for Mackenzie. 51.9. Alexandra Roberts has launched at 54.7 to kick things off. She's been everywhere actually around the country. She's been in these track classics, as we can see.
Having a great domestic season. Kelsey Lee Barber.
Now, never ever get it twisted that Kelsey Lee Barber is not one of the greatest athletes we've produced in this country. Two-time world champion. Been finding some form later on in the year. Get that over. Oh, she'll be happy with that.
Well over 50 metres to start her competition.
Kelsey Lee Barber. 67 Kelsey Lee. Unbelievable athlete. As he's our next event on the track. He's our women's under 20 100-metre hurdles, and this is the watch. Delta Abadovsky.
In lane 5. Fastest qualifier out of the 2 heats we saw this afternoon.
So won't this be something for Delta? Said, a medalist.
Kelsey has thrown 54.10 for her first attempt.
That's a great start for her. That's a great start for her. That, look, a month ago she would have been absolutely ecstatic with that. So to start a national title,
campaign with that.
Yeah,
She'll be very happy.
Really happy. Mike, her husband and coach.
National champ Kayla
Sure, we'll be very happy with that. So,
Lane 4 also one to watch. Lampret running a windy 13.6 in heat number 2 of that 100-metre women's hurdles.
So, this is a great field. The youngster as well. No, don't forget the 15-year-old Aisha Shade goes right next to Delta Amadovsky.
And PB'd also in the heat.
Yeah, and she's got years to jump at this height.
Yeah, 5 more under 20s.
So Delta.
As she went up 7 centimetres from her junior height.
So I'm just going to put this out here. 13.22 was Delta's best. She did that in Peru of last year. Now that put her 4th all time.
And I believe she's had a season best of 13.23. So just off this year, her PB. So we know she's in form. We've also seen her long jump as well this season. So another multi-talented under 20.
She'll be eager here, Delta. She'll be very eager. If she can improve upon that, if she can go faster than 13.19, she moves past Celeste Mucci as a top 3 under 20 all time.
For Australia.
It's going to take something pretty special to knock off the record. With Sally Pearson forming in the corner.
Of 13.01.
All the way back in 2005 in Brisbane.
Some of these girls weren't even alive when that happened.
Yeah.
Delta was born a year later, so we're just showing you Sally, test of time.
You look back through the records, really, and the depth of talent we've had in hurdling. Obviously, we were just treated to the Sally Pearson show for a long time, but.
And it hasn't stopped. Michelle, Liz, Mucci, Shaw, Hannah Jones.
Yeah,
Glennis, definitely.
So what a final this will be. Obviously, the watch we've mentioned, it's Delta Amadovsky in lane number 5, your world junior medalist last year. 4th fastest under 20 we've ever had in this country. She's right in the middle. Kretina, Palmer, Tedder, Lamprey, Amadovsky, the 15-year-old Aisha Shave. Next to her, Isabella Wing, the heptathlete, Coop, and a coacher. All eyes on lane number 5, Delta Amadovsky.
Really good start here for this women's hurdles. Delta Amadovsky gets off well, so it's Amadovsky that's away. Lamprey doing a good job, but just so technically proficient over these hurdles. Delta Amadovsky is clear. What's she going to stop? Oh, the clock hasn't stopped.
The clock didn't stop.
Plus 3.2, but that is quick. That is a low 13. That is a low 13.
She looked good from the first step and the first over the hurdle, but lane number 4 and lane Party really gave her a run for her money over those first 4 hurdles.
Oh, no, that is so... 13.09 for Delta Amadovsky, plus 3.2. So a big win for 13.09. That's a massive lifetime best for her. That is just so quick, and the world is back on notice.
Delta. It'll be interesting to see if we see her back up tomorrow for those open hurdles. After that race, I think she'll feel quite confident leading into the open women's hurdles race.
Well, absolutely. So that's the 3rd fastest time, all conditions we've ever seen. Under 20 for Delta Amadovsky. Sally Pearson and then Jackie Munro was faster with a 13.03.
We've actually seen the 15-year-old and Aisha Shea do sub 14. Quick track down here in Perth right now. I think it's very exciting leading into those 100 semi-finals and finals this afternoon. But as we watch the replay, lane number 4 and lane Party really gave Delta a run for her money. Delta just pulls away with 3 hurdles to go, and that's strong. She's the strongest in the field, and it just shows 13.09, whatever wind it is still an exceptional time.
She is just so technically sound over the top of those hurdles. It's just a game of inches over the top of them, and you're right, off that final hurdle, the clip in which she can hit the line.
And how strong her steps are coming off that last hurdle.
13.52 for Lamprey's really fast as well. The 15-year-old Aisha Shea.
Just add another medal to her junior championships last week.
Bump up the height on the hurdles too. She's not jumping her regular height, so that's incredible. Delta Amadovsky takes it 13.09. We're going to come right back. We're going to throw to a break. We've still got javelin. Oh my goodness, do we have an afternoon of athletics for you coming up as well. Don't move anywhere here on 7 Plus. We'll be right back.
Working on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you be working on a dream?
Welcome back to day 3 of our Australian Athletics Championships. We will cross over to javelin, where we see Mackenzie Little in the lead with a jump, a throw, a big throw of 59.17 to put her in the lead, with Roberts second with 56.88, a PB for her, and Alexander Roberts in third place so far after the first attempts with 56.62.
59 is awesome for Mackenzie.
And it's been
a massive first round throw. You know, she's still working the rounds. So she posted the other night coming off back-to-back night shifts.
But we saw her in Melbourne and at Sydney Track Classic throw 59.77 and 59.66. So it's quite consistent for her in this domestic season.
Yeah, absolutely. So here she is. You can see her at the top of the runway here. She would love to send one back over that 60-metre marker. You know, she's a world bronze medalist, Mackenzie Little, and just wasn't quite at her best come Paris last year, but geez, when you watched her on that Diamond League circuit in the lead up and even the year before, she was really contesting. She won the London Diamond League actually leading into it. She knocked off the Olympic gold medalist, and she said anyone on their given day can actually go and win Paris, and that proved to be the case.
And we see Mia Gordon on the runway. She's had a fantastic domestic season, seeing 2 PBs, going 59.17 in March.
Yeah, right here in Perth it was. So Mia Gordon
her former home track.
Yeah, happy hunting grounds for Mia Gordon. But to your point, Nani, I think she's improved by 6 metres.
6 metres in the past year, so great to see such a seamless junior to open transition from Mia Gordon.
We've seen Davidson as well go back to the US and throw big, so the gauntlet's been thrown down.
So 54.69 to put her into 4th spot for Mia Gordon, so great improvement for her first throw of 52.23.
Okay, so here's your world bronze medalist, Mackenzie Little. Can she improve? 59.17 was her first round attempt. She'd love to send this out over 60. She's got a fair bit on it, but it'll probably lay around 52.
52, I think you might be right there, Mitch.
Somewhere in there. So.
Currently still in first position with a first throw. A big first throw of 59.17 by Mackenzie Little.
Yeah, well, 66.27 throw at her best. Don't forget that as well. So, look, a national title means a lot. It really does in the grand scheme of qualifying and, you know, some of the depth of javelin throwing we've seen in the country. You know, it really does make a difference. So, be keen to win this title. She's the 5th fastest we've ever seen. And again, that was thrown at the London Diamond League last year. So here's a start list now. We're going to go back to the track. It is the final of our women's para 100 metres. And Nana, we gave it a good amount of conversation in the heats. They were really, really fast here. And it's a good spread of talent.
Rhiannon Clark, lane 7, a Western Australian local hero, runs sub 13 in the heat. So she was very excited after that. Also, Talia Blackwell in lane 4, just coming off of 400 metres yesterday, and a great run, opening up the gap for over 25 metres in her heat 1 this afternoon.
We're also so strong over the long jumpers to lay out.
In the inside, in lane 1, she will be chasing her second qualifier.
So Isabella Ward goes out of 1, Marley Lovell 2, Akeisha Snowden is in 3. Talaya Blacksmith, the teenager from New South Wales, goes out of 4. Ella Party from WA, she said the 2 training partners are in 5 and 7. Anna Grimaldi, Olympic gold medalist previously from New Zealand. She was really impressive in those heats. She goes out of 6. Rhiannon Clark, then Kiera Post and Abby Craswell. So it really is a smorgasbord of Paralympic talent and those vying for a spot for New Delhi in the later parts of this year. Isabella Wharton, one of them, she's looking to go under 14.5 to get a second marker for qualification. Marley Lovell is just a super talent. She's the record holder here. She's a Paralympic representative last year. She was a bronze medalist in the 200 metres. World Para silver medalist as well, Akeisha Snowden. Another tough competitor, the youngster. She's
And in lane 9, Paralympian
just 19 years of age. She's the current Oz record holder. She's eligible for the World Champs. She's got 5 qualifiers to her name. Ella Party.
You only need 2, so 5.
She'll be happy with that, won't she?
She'll be very happy.
Ella Party, 3 times Paralympic Games representative.
Also the New Zealander one to watch.
So watch out for Grimaldi. You're right, she might be the first one across the line. So this is stacked. Wharton, Lovell, Snowden, Blacksmith, the teenager, Party, New Zealand's Grimaldi, Clark, Post, and Craswell. So many athletes vying for a World Championship selection later in the year, but 4 from the left, Grimaldi, the New Zealander, the one to watch for time. Here we go, women's para 100-metre final.
Unsteady there.
And we'll stand up. So
we did see a false start or an unsteady in the heat, the first heat of this women's para earlier this afternoon.
They're quick to get them back down there, aren't they? Want to seize this opportunity.
The wind seems stiller, so hopefully some legal times and qualifiers for New Delhi World Champs.
So Clark it is, the Western Australian. She's in the all red, 3rd from the left. Training partner in the all black. In the middle of the track, Grimaldi next to them, and the teenager in the fluoro colours. Another one to watch, Blacksmith. Here we go.
Away really well here was Grimaldi from New Zealand. So too was Blacksmith. No, she's going to go step for step. So they make their way out there. Clark pushing well. Grimaldi. Blacksmith on the inside. The New Zealander, though, will come over the top and take it. 12.35 plus 2.1. So right on the edge, Talaya Blacksmith was blistering, and Rhiannon Clark, these will all be quick. Let's just see these times, but the plus 2.1 will just have it over the legal wind reading.
We sadly won't see a legal qualifier, but Talaya Blacksmith, first out of the blocks, her first 3 slips, her acceleration was awesome, and it really gave Anna some work to do, but her top end speed and her front side mechanics really pulled her away with 30 metres to go.
No, so impressive, wasn't it? We can see these times now. It's Talaya Blacksmith, 12.43 for her, 12.76 for Rhiannon Clark. That is fast, as I said, plus 2.1. Ella Party, 12.95. And Akeisha Snowden, 13.86 as they make their way through. So, unfortunate for the plus 2.1. I feel like we're going to be flirting with this wind reading all night long as we continue some 100 metres shortly after this. Our men's para 100.
Coming up next.
Is next. Again, another just
stacked field
of talent.
Jaden Page, the White Tiger, and Jack Perez, Jackson Love.
So before we get to that, we are going to throw to Breeny. Nathan, you're down there at the javelin, the competition well underway.
Certainly is well underway. We're in our 3rd round, Mitch, here. The wind, it's been up and down. It's sort of coming across them here, behind them, but across them a bit from the right to the left here. But Mackenzie Little is leading the competition, as you said. Still trying to find a bit to get to her best, but her first round throw, I thought that was pretty impressive. 59.17. She leads at the moment by 3 metres here over Salumi Roberts and Alexander Roberts 3rd. Mia Gordon, she's been one on the rise. She's not far off the podium at the moment. We're into the 3rd round. We'll see what Kelsey Lee Barber can do. A couple of World Championship medalists here. The quality is on in the women's javelin throw here at the Australian Championships.
Oh, thank you, Breeny, doing a magnificent job down there, mate. So he's right.
We're very good at women's javelin, and we have been for years.
But these are the conversations we're having now, because you actually forget as well that Nicola and Eleanor are jumping tomorrow. You know, it's
1 o'clock. Get down there if you're here at the track. It'll be exciting to see.
Oh, the depth that we've got in this country is just unheard
unmatched.
of. Yeah.
And I think the crowd in Perth knows. I can see the whole front straight. I don't think there's a seat that is empty. Mitch, when we swap with DC and Brucey, I don't know if we're going to have a seat here.
I might have to watch it from home, I think.
Yeah, we might have to live stream it on 7+. That's not bad. Or get our results from roster, which have been giving us,
we
to
get
us
the best coverage
very quickly.
Probably see more on 7+ than I've seen in the stadium, to be honest. It's crowded. So the javelin continues, but as I said, we're just loaded. And we continue with our paras here, our men's para 100-metre final. Look, we saw Jaden Page tick a box in the heats, didn't we? He needed to run 10.95 or faster to get that second qualifier.
What did he do?
10.95, right on the nose. Well, and
His second
wind
qualifier
legal.
as well.
Yes.
1.9 for those boys.
And wind legal for him, which we love. Chad Paris, the White Tiger, 3-time Paralympic Games competitor. He was a bronze medalist in 2016 in the 100. He's the national record holder. He's already eligible. He's got 3 qualifiers. Hard to leave the likes of Chad Paris off, just a big coffee lover. He's got his young puppy at home, Ribs.
He can't look past Sammy in lane 3.
No.
One of the strongest men in that field, and we really saw that in the last 30 metres of his heat.
Yeah, so I don't know a lot about Sammy Mwamba, but he was so impressive in those heats, wasn't he? He's our T20 athlete from New South Wales.
I think it's a name that you may be saying on the live stream for years to come.
Well, I hope so, because it's a name that really rolls off the tongue, Mwamba. So make a great horse name, I reckon, Mwamba. Fantastic. Jackson Love, another one from New South Wales. Worth keeping an eye on here. He's got the area and Oz record.
I think it's going to be a very close finish, but also we have to wait for the percentages at the end of the race. So who crosses the line first isn't necessarily our first, second and third in this para 100 metres open men's final.
Yeah, the percentages are going to be so close, aren't they? Ulrich Mueller as well. Remember him from the heats?
Yes.
Well, he's eligible for his debut for Australia this year. He needs 11:31 to get Evan O'Hanlon's under-20 national record. That was
I didn't recognise
back in
Love. He's
07.
changed shirts,
Yeah.
the bright pink to the Western Australian University.
Was it you that said you would change uniforms if you did the heptathlon
Oh,
for every event?
everyone. Every event. He's taken a leaf
He
out of my book.
He must have been listening. Yours would be, you'd have a bit more colour, no?
Yeah, definitely. Well, he had hot pink in the heat.
He did have
so
hot pink in the heat. He's dressed down.
Yes.
Just wants
Finals,
to blend in.
Business. But the board shorts have the palm trees on them, so he's keeping it.
So he's a bit party.
Business at the top,
Yeah, party at the back. So Mwamba, this is the one we're talking. I don't have a great deal of information on Sammy Mwamba, but if you want a piece of information, here it is. He's quick.
Quick, that's all you need
He's
to know.
quick.
Very quick. Quick in lane 3.
So just another great field. The White Tiger always gets a good ovation, doesn't he?
Australian favourite.
So Jaden Page, probably the best haircut in the field. Certainly the best haircut in the field. Love that. Callanjuck. Here he is, the youngster, Ulrich Mueller. It'll take a lot for him to get after it, but this track is quick. We just want to see win legal times. But Mueller, as I said, he's on pace to make his debut this year for Australia, the 18-year-old. He's already gone under it quite a few times at 11.85, 3 times. He's an exciting young prospect. He's good over the 400 as well. Now, 11.31, Evan O'Hanlon's under-20 national record, so he's going to have to improve by half a second, but look, if there's a track in the country at the moment where you're going to do that, it's likely Perth. So
look at the flags. Beautiful tailwind for
that
this
looks
race.
like a 1.5 sort of wind to me, Nana.
Oh, I'm thinking 1.7, but
Okay.
the times will soon tell.
Let's live on the edge. Parry, McKillop, Mwamba, Love, the White Tiger, Paris, Page, Callanjuck, Mueller, and Jason. Right in the middle of the track is Chad Paris. On the left of him on your screens is Jaden Page and Jackson Love. We'll come back. Alexander McKillop, the Tasmanian.
He will see that race called back. Hopefully just a warning and an unsteady or a technical fault.
Yeah.
We hope all our athletes are still lining up.
I have a bad feeling that he will not be contesting. No, he's got a green card. There we go. Also,
All's well that ends well.
Should get rid of those bad feelings.
No, throw
I
'em
should
in the
know it's
bin.
only good
We're
feelings in Perth.
Good vibes only at this track.
So a green card. He'll get his chance again. And calm in the stadium. So Alexander McKillop in lane 2. He'll get to stay. He'll get to contest this men's Para 100 final. Parry, McKillop, Mwamba, Love, Paris, Page, Callanjuck, Mueller, Jason. Now watch Mwamba. He hasn't dipped under 11 before, but with Paris and Page, it might just be all the motivation he needs. He's
11.35 in that heat, so excited to see what he dips under.
third from the right in the red. Watch Chad start. He's quick.
Got away well there, did Chad Paris. Mwamba, though, on the inside of the track, really starting to make his presence felt. So Mwamba out there with Paris. Page as well, pushing. It's going to be Chad, though. He'll take it to the line.
10.89 and a 3.3. So not the legalist of wins, but a quick time. But let's talk about Sammy Mwamba. He pushed those boys for 70 metres, and then the veteran himself, the one who's been to the most Paralympics, who's done the most races, and then we had Jaden Page right on his tail. I think we might have seen another qualifier if the time was legal. Oh, 11 for Sammy. That sub is coming very, very soon. An 88 for Page, and Paris 10.84. It's been rounded down to for that Para Opens 100 metre final. Oh, as we watch that replay again. Dip of the line.
We gave him good attention there, didn't we, Mwamba? We knew he'd run fast, and he did just...
Oh, I think he ran faster than we thought he was going to. It was so close. We're seeing 10.00, 11.00. Come on, someone give us a sub tonight.
There's something about the 00s that's going to get scratched here in about 20 minutes' time when we get to these 100 semi-finals.
I think we were both wrong when it came to the wind.
Well, it didn't... And again, I didn't think it felt like it that strong a wind the other day, but what do I know about the wind? I'm no meteorologist. So here it is, Sammy Mwamba. He comes out on top. Oh, he's won the gold here, Sammy. So 96.9%, 96.63, 96.49.
Closest
that
race you will see.
Nothing.
In a Para 100
Even Jaden Page,
metres.
95.7, 94.8. So this is so close. McKillop got up there. Gee, Sammy Mwamba, I tell you what, we didn't have a lot of information about him before he started.
But now we do.
You can put a national champion next to his name now, can't you? Hey, congratulations to all our para-athletes there. We're going to go to a break, and you will not be returning with myself and Nana. You will be returning with Bruce McAvaney and Dave Colbert. They're here. They're ready to call out the afternoon of racing. Don't go anywhere. All the coverage here on 7+.
Great timing, and welcome back to what should be a fantastic evening and night of high-class athletics. I'm with Dave Colbert. Great job by Mitch and Nana. Dave, and those stands, as Nana said, are full, aren't they, for what should be a stellar session.
Good vibe, as you would expect here at the Perth Athletic Stadium. Windy day, much windier than it's been on the previous 2 days, and it's just trying its best to settle down. I actually think it's going to take something out of the equation here for these 100-metre runners. They can just race for a spot in the final. I don't think we're going to see anyone chasing a time in the semis. I might be wrong, but first two and the next two fastest in each of them have got to come back for the final. So there's the first of the semi-finals, and Rizzo is the one to watch here. That Perth Track Classic seems to be lining up as a bit of a form line from what we've seen this season.
Yeah, she's been unbeaten this season. She's run 11.23 over in Auckland. She was 11.25 in the heat. Georgia Harris had a personal best in her heat of 11.38. So from the right to the left, Olivia Dodds, the under-20 champion from yesterday. Then Gabby Taylor, the daughter of Melinda Gainsford. She's had 2 PBs so far. There's Rizzo next to her. Inkster had a PB in the heat. Harris had a PB in the heat. Lane looked really good, Dave, in the heat at 11.36, and then Hagan and Berridge.
Season's best for Ebony Lane. So 3 of the finalists from last year, and Lane was the one that was on the podium, and Rizzo has come here with the goal of being the champion for the first time, the national champion. Hard to miss her. In the centre, arm sleeves, always colourful.
So first 2 to go through. Away, Rizzo got a pretty good start. Lane fastest out as usual. Dodds away really quickly. Now Bree starts to pick up at halfway. Takes the lead. Ebony's not far away, but it's Rizzo first from Lane. They're the first 2 to go through automatically. It's going to be quick. Watch that wind reading. It's really powerful. It's close to 4 metres. It's 11.18 for Rizzo there.
Yeah, and that's job done. So fast time, good running. Ebony Lane's a championship performer, isn't she? It's the reason why she's been in 2 of the Australian relay records. Didn't quite get onto the track at the Olympics. That was a bitter pill for her. But she's come out and run a good race there. So they were the ones that we expected. But there was a bit of a gap back to Georgia Harris. So she'll have to wait for the time. Got 2 of the non-automatics as we look at the replay. So Rizzo got away okay, but now she starts to move through the field, and Lane in control, the top 2. Dip for the line between Harris and Inkster.
So here are the results. So Rizzo at 11.18, Lane at 11.23, Harris at 11.31. All of these are wind assisted, obviously, and then Inkster at 11.33. That's fast running to have 4 women inside 11.35 and a couple inside 11.25. The fastest time legally in Australia this year is 11.23.
Now presenting the women's open para.
Let's go down to Nathan. Nathan at the women's long jump. What a night we've got in store.
Yeah, here at the women's triple jump, Bruce, and it's already been heating up. It's been a fantastic. She started off with a foul, Desley Owusu. She's won the last 2 national championships. She's number 4 Australian of all time, and she's just done a personal best here. So the win was in her favour. It was a plus 1.2, I think, and 13.75 to lead the competition. Alexandra Kanowski sits second, 13.28. It was windy for her. Tiana Boris, 13.21 with a plus 2.4 tail. So it's all happening here. The women's triple jump national championship, and Owusu with a lifetime best.
Good jumping, that. Big PB. Good to see Tiana Boras back as well. Talented junior. If we look at the semi-final start list for number 2. Interesting, this one, because Torrie Lewis, of course, the national record holder, Crittenden and Getty's such a fast 60-metre runners, and Mannix Power will be a fast finisher as well. So Getty's, Bruce and Crittenden will be out in front, and Lewis will charge home, and what can Mannix Power do? There's only 2 spots automatically.
And the wind's going to be so important here because we just saw a big tailwind, didn't we? So they have been a bit fluky, the wind. So for the small queues, for those outside the top 2, it could be very important in terms of what conditions you get. You take that out by running first or second, and that's what we saw Bree and Ebony do in the previous one.
It's really interesting. I watched the women's and men's 100 heats yesterday from the back straight. You get a completely different perspective as the athletes come through, and Getty's was up against Mia Gross, the training partners. She was so far in front, and then Getty's managed to hunt her down. Lewis is a bit of a slow burner, and Mannix Power like that. They maintain their speed all the way through to the line, and Crittenden, of course, held that 60-metre Australian record for a brief period of time. So I expect that the pocket rockets will burst from the blocks at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and it'll be up to Lewis and Mannix Power to hunt them down. They've got to maintain their form and stay relaxed. They'll come back, it's just when.
And those pocket rockets are 2 from the left and right in the middle on the left of Torrie Lewis. So the Australian record holder goes here, 4 from the left, Torrie Lewis, alongside of her Sam Geddes, and then Chloe Mannix Power, the Stall Gift champion from 2024. First 2 to go through automatically. Away, Lewis got a pretty good start actually. She's not that far behind Geddes at halfway, and then Mannix Power. Geddes still in front. Lewis starts to pick up now with Mannix Power. It's going to be close. Torrie's done it. Gets over the top of Chloe right at the end. Slower than the first one. We wait for the wind, and it's pretty similar. It's 3.7 behind them.
It's a good tailwind, isn't it, for fast running? You love that when you're standing there and it's a semi-final. You don't have to worry about the time. It's just about the result. But as predicted, well, Lewis did get a good start. She's run those 60 metres this year, and it's been an improvement in her running. The transition is something that she can continue to work on, but that's great form all the way through to the line. Mannix Power, after winning that stall gift last year, wasn't able to compete in the Nationals because she didn't enter. So she's here on debut at the National Championships. They're the top two. Geddes will have to wait.
So those times are not going to be there for Geddes, not quite going to be fast enough to get through to the final. So it's a pretty quick turnaround for the finals tonight, inside a couple of hours. It's not that long really for them to come back. So Rizzo and Lewis, no surprises, Dave, that they're the two winners so far. They haven't had a lot of wriggle room. I mean, Bree probably slightly more comfortable than Torrie, I think. Mannix Power has having some sort of a season, and then Geddes and Crittenden will miss out. So we've got one more semi-final to go, and then it's the men as well. So Leah O'Brien will be the centre of all attention here, Dave, in the third of the semi-finals.
Well, how impressive, hey? What did she do last week? It was just fantastic to watch her running. Remember last year she was in the National Championship final as a 16-year-old. She was thrilled to be there. She was in the outside lane. She was the last athlete home, didn't matter, and we saw her for the first time. She won the B race here at the Perth Track Classic. She's gone from 11.70-something down to 11.14 this season, and technically she is just superb. So she ran a great heat yesterday, 11.31 to 17 years of age. Mia Gross ran a personal best yesterday, 11.33, Commonwealth Games relay medalist from Birmingham. And Olivia Hastings was fantastic as well, Bruce, the South Australia, who I know you know a lot about, 11.47 personal best. So they're the top three, O'Brien, Gross and Hastings.
She's been in 4 Bay Sheffield finals.
She won any of them? Been a bit unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky. Kayla Lem's been in 5, who ran in the previous year, but she's been a big improver here, Olivia, this season. But Leah O'Brien, 11.14, equal 4 fastest of all time, behind Lewis, Breen and Gainsford, and level with Sally Pearson, but just 17 still. So from the inside, the 16-year-old Philpott. She turns 16 actually tomorrow, so she's 15 years of age. She turns 16 tomorrow, Philpott, in the inside lane.
They're doing something well over here, aren't they, from a sprint perspective? We saw the young Josiah John in the under 20 behind Gout. And the thing I really loved about O'Brien was how relaxed and tall she runs towards the line. I'm not sure if you had a chance to talk to Raylene about it, given that she's broken a record, but she would love to watch the way she runs. Ross will be the one to watch here. She had a fantastic run at the Perth Track Classic behind Bree Masters. Second place is 11.20, plus 3.0. But there's a big difference for O'Brien here. Last year she was surprised to be in the final. Now she's got a little more of a target on her back, but I expect that she can hold herself together. I expect that she will. She looks like she's that sort of unflappable customer. That O'Brien, third from the right, and Gross, who is 2 inside her, will be the ones to watch.
Yeah, third from the left, O'Brien, so
left.
just out here. So
yeah, that left.
Yeah, gotcha. And Gross right in the middle, isn't she? So no, it's a big moment here. So the under-18 national record holder goes from lane number 7, Leah O'Brien. She's the 4th fastest ever in Australia at 17 years of age. 15-year-old Kate Philpott, 16 tomorrow, goes from lane number 2 on the inside. The third and final semi-final, 100 metres for women. Away, got a reasonable start, O'Brien. That's her want, though. Gross will be strong. We know that. Hastings is there. O'Brien now picks up at halfway, goes up to Gross, takes the lead and comes away and dips. That's how important it was for her. And the wind's good. That is really important for what's coming up next. The wind is 1.8 behind them. And O'Brien there rounds out to 11.29.
Yeah, well, as we discussed, she did what we thought she would do. She's unflappable at just 17 years of age, who comes back from running the 1-2 double and the under-18s, that unbelievable 11-14, all of that, the excitement, etc. And great run yesterday, and she's done it again. And Gross must have gone very close to her personal best at 11.33. So 11.29 legal. Plus 1.8 as we see the replay here. Gross got a good start. But look at O'Brien. Look at how relaxed she is, how tall she is. The arms, the legs. It's perfect. Love watching it.
So that'll be her second fastest time she's run, David, 11.29. Mia's not far outside her personal best at 11.37. Olivia Hastings just a tenth behind what she's been doing. And the 15-year-old runs a personal best at 11.74 down in 7th place. So the scene is set for what could be a remarkable final when Rizzo, Lewis and O'Brien, the three winners.
Yeah, and very difficult to get a form line across times because of the wildly fluctuating wind, plus 3.9, plus 3.7 and a plus 1.8.
So Rizzo at 11.18. The championship record's 11.17 by Zoe Hobbs. Now, any conditions count for a championship record. That's how quick. Lane so fast, and then Lewis and O'Brien and Mannix Power. And Harris not far away as well, but I do think it's Rizzo, Lewis and O'Brien. One of the three will win the final.
Yeah, I think that's the right, if you're framing the market, that's correct. But last year, Bree went in as one of the favourites and missed the start. And Naranang flew home to get the win. Saw Nar before, she's not competing, but it's interesting. Good crowd, great conditions. Like the fact that we at least got one legal time there. Not that it matters in the semi-finals. Men's coming up right after this. Do not go anywhere. It's exciting here. The Australian Athletics Championships.
We need to raise the bar,
then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
So if you have just joined us, we've seen the three semi-finals for the 100 metres for women. Brie Rizzo won the opening semi-final, 11.18, and then Torrie Lewis and Leah O'Brien, the second and third. It's going to be such a great final. Hard to pick an obvious favourite. Plenty happening in the field.
Triple jump for women, women's javelin also are in operation at the moment in the javelin. Mackenzie Little leading at 59.17. I read one of her Instagram posts, Bruce, during the week. She was still doing overnight shifts last week, so she was celebrating the fact on, I'm not sure what day it was. It was before. It might have even been Tuesday that she'd finished doing her overnight shifts at the hospital where she's a young doctor. Good name for a TV series, that. Incredible that she manages to do those two things. Anyway, Little 59.17. Salumi Roberts is having a great competition, the South Australian personal best at 56.88. And Kelsey Lee Barber, great to see the two-time world champion, 56.82.
So 5 women over 56 days. So it's been a quality competition.
Cruikshank looks like here comes Little with the spear in hand as she marches back to the top of the runway. Women's triple jump, I'm buoyed by that because great to see Jeslie Owusu, 13.75 personal best, for crying out for a breakthrough in that event. So Mackenzie Little, Doc Little. And she comes, lets it fly, it's flying, and it's pretty good. Well, it's over 50. Don't think it's quite as good as I was getting excited about. Just died on its flight. 59.17. That's a little bit short of 50 metres.
Yeah, about 48 metres. I think the line is.
Okay, so we'll leave those two field events there because rightly we've got some excitement on the track with the men's 100 semi-finals. Same situation, Bruce. Three semis, top 2, next 2 fastest.
And this is loaded, isn't it, with Azzopardi, and particularly Kennedy. Azzopardi ran 10.09 earlier this year, legal at the classic event, and Kennedy was 10.03. Azzopardi 10.15 yesterday, and Kennedy 10 on the knocker, and that was a legal time. So they're the two favourites. Despard not to be dismissed lightly. He's the other Gordon, of course.
How exciting were they, those heats yesterday? And as we discussed earlier in the day, they made the most of the conditions. There was a bit of a question mark. What do you do? Do you just save yourself, or do you hammer your blocks in and go hell for leather? And most of them went hell for leather, and it was set up by what Lachlan Kennedy did early, and it was exciting. His start was really interesting. He was really close. There's a lot of chat online, Bruce, about whether it was a break or not. I don't think it was, but he does load himself up. He loads the legs, and it's why he's so successful on the start. But he does have a tendency just to roll a fraction before he moves. Not a flinch, but just there's a little bit of movement there sometimes, so needs to keep an eye on that.
He actually missed the start a little bit here, didn't he, when he ran the 10.03?
Yeah,
and then, of course, he's gone to a World Indoors, and he would have been
under a rocket.
He would have been under examination there.
Well, we all thought he'd won, didn't we? We thought he'd won. Arzu got him on the line, but it was exciting, those heats. So Azzopardi was good. He was in the same heat as Caleb Law. Despard, the 10.29, as you mentioned, he was third last year. Azzopardi second, and remember, Kennedy didn't even run in the Nationals last year. It wasn't until he got to Townsville he ran that 10.15, and all of a sudden he was in the mix for the relay, and he was leading us off in Paris.
It's quite superbly. So,
have you seen anything like it, Bruce? The depth? Well, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
We've seen great athletes, but 3 semis here, and you know, who are the 8 that get in the final? We don't know.
We did have a final in 1994.
You just pulled something out of your pocket.
Brian Rowe reminded me of, with Damien Marsh, Dean
How long have you been
Capobianco,
carrying that around
Steve
for?
Brummicombe and Tim Jackson, but more about that later. And Paul Henderson, Michael Johnson ran in that race as well. But that'll
have you
come
been
out
carrying
later.
that since 1994?
Almost. I was a young man then. So Godfrey Okorenyang in lane number 2, 10.58 in his heat, and then Mohammed Abraham Smith of Queensland, 10.56 in his heat, and Jacob Despard, 10.29. Been such a big part, hasn't he, Despard, of the relays. And then Jai Gordon, who 10.33, he was good in his heat, and then Joseph Azzopardi, of course, the Olympian as well in those relays, and ran in the heat, ran at the World Indoors, Oceanias, and then here's Kennedy. Lachlan Kennedy, the silver medalist from the World Indoors 3 weeks ago, the second fastest Australian ever at 10 seconds flat. He's been in unbelievable form, to be honest. It's been a stellar season. He broke the 60-metre record and so close to dipping under 10 seconds. That was the problem. He didn't dip. And then Seb Milverton, 10.42 in the heat, and Sam MacArthur, who went through the preliminary round. So he's had 2 runs already. So Kennedy, 3 from the left, and Azzopardi on his left, with Despard 3 from the right. We're going to get some fireworks. We're about to find out.
And I wouldn't give up on Jai Gordon either in the middle. I thought he ran a good heat run. But I think the task here is you don't worry about the clock. You just worry about getting your spot in the final. Run a good race. Feel great. Get back to the warm-up track. Refuel. Get ready for the final because they're racing for the Championship of Australia. It's a celebrated thing to be the fastest person, male and female, in your country. But you've got to get through this semi-final first.
So the first of 3 semi-finals, men's 100 metres. The favourite, 3 from the left, Lachlan Kennedy. Away, he got a good start as a party, just as good, and so was Gordon early. Now Kennedy starts to pick up at halfway. As a party's not that far away. Kennedy's got a margin. He had a margin at the end. As a party was just half a stride behind him, and Kennedy was able to look across. It's all legal. It's 10.16 with just the 0.6 behind. So the winds are gradually coming down, and that is good. He didn't lead early, Dave. As a party was right there with him and Gordon and Despard. But he got control, I thought, of the race at about halfway.
Yeah, it's really interesting sometimes when he doesn't quite get away. And we saw that in the 200 in Melbourne. His finishing speed and ability to maintain, it's impressive. Had a good look around. Saw that he had Azzopardi covered, who ran a good race. So he doesn't panic if he doesn't get the best of start. It's not a one-trick wonder. So 10.16, 10.19, Despard and Gordon are the next two. So they've got a bit of a wait and a nervous one it will be. We need that little kiss and cry corner where we can see them getting a little anxious.
They don't want the wind to blow.
No.
They don't, because they've had a
Seems like it's coming down though. It was 3.9, 3.7, and then we've had 2 legal ones the last 2 races.
No,
so.
Absolutely coming down, but it can be gusty here as we know. But look, it's high quality running. 10.16 and 10.19, 2 inside 10.20 in semi-finals. So we get to the second of the semi-finals here. And Rohan Browning was very impressive yesterday, 10.07. He's been feeling good, Dave, about this for the last week or so. He did indicate that he'd have a real crack yesterday, and he did do that. He was unlucky, actually, with a 2.1. It wasn't going to be a personal best anyway, but a 10.0 legal's pretty important for anyone.
You know, I'm full of admiration for what he's doing because he's seen all of a sudden, you know, a big bright star like Gout come along, and then Kennedy, as we look at the start list with Browning, Bond. Jack Hale's been impressive this season too. You remember that Browning and Hale were the 2 young kids that ran in Adelaide at that All-Schools Championships many years ago now and burst onto the scene. They're both having a bit of a renaissance.
What I really liked about Rohan yesterday was he finished on. I think that's been the thing missing over the last couple of years. His last 10 metres haven't been as strong as they were in Tokyo in 2021 when he was able to get to the line completely. Yesterday, I thought he finished the race off extremely well.
Well, his coach, Andrew Murphy and Rohan, they'd worked on that after Tokyo, but he just got injured and wasn't able to put it into practice. Exactly. So it's interesting to see that he's been able to do that. But no, I'm with you. It was an impressive run yesterday. And again, the top 2, you would think it's Browning and then Bond and Hale. There's not much between the 2 of them. Browning was 4th in this title last year. Bond was 5th.
It's a good draw for Browning because he hasn't got the big guns. He doesn't get Kennedy as a party, and he doesn't get Law or Sultana. So it's a pretty good draw, you would think, wouldn't you?
Well, there's 8 lanes in the final. I don't care how you get there, to be honest. I think, as we've seen on many occasions, if you're in the final, you've got a chance. So,
but if he's in against Sultana and Law, then that's a lot more pressure in the next. True. Or against Azzopardi and Kennedy. Yeah. Only 2 to go through. This is a good draw.
It's the easiest of the 3.
That's exactly right.
So, you know, I think that there's some merit in that. And for the rest of them, it's, you know, we do focus on the big names here because they're the ones we expect to go through to the final. But for all of these athletes, their families and friends and training partners, whether they're here or back at home watching here on 7+, they're all excited to be in the big mix.
Lucas Schmidt took 0.2 of a second off the big guy here. So he ran 10.42 yesterday. He's 19 years of age, the South Australian, 2 from the right. He's come down from about 10.8 to 10.4. He's Browning.
Hope he can't play football.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a big boy.
He certainly is. But he's 19, and so Seb Gisso on the outside. Connor Bonifant was terrific yesterday at 10.29. In fact, his first 70 metres yesterday was really extreme. Jack Hale ran 10.23 legal here in that fast race earlier this season. and that's given him a lot of confidence.
He's been great in the gifts too. He's a bit of a grass specialist, but he's got the spark back. When Jack Hale's flying, the hailstorm, he gets up and he covers a lot of ground with each stride, and we've seen that. He's also got a fresh haircut here too, which looks very sharp.
3 from the left. So Jordas into Schmidt 3, Ayoade 4, Browning 5, bouncing there as we see. Closest to us, Bond with the red, and then Hale, Romanen, who's come through both the prelim and the heat. He's 2 from the left, and then the other teenager along with Schmidt is Gizzo in lane number 9. What sort of a start can Browning get here, and can he control this race and get through to the final? He's twice a champion at the Nationals. Away, he was beaten out by Ayoade early, so now Browning picks up, Bond alongside of him and Hale. Browning's taken the lead with 30 to go. He's well clear of Bond. Hale gets through as well. It's a good run. It's 10.20. It'll come down to 10.16, and again, it is legal. So Browning at 10.16, exactly the same time as Lockie Kennedy in the first of the semi-finals. Stride for stride with a slightly larger tail window. But again, like Kennedy, didn't lead straight away, but then got control at about halfway.
Impressive semi-final run, exactly what you wanted. Didn't get the best of the start, maybe just missed a step, just fractionally, didn't get the full power down. Jack Hale's come from so far back, he was buying a pie in the stands out the side, but managed to flash home. But that's a good run, all business for Rohan Browning. We're set up. And we've still got one more to come with 2 red-hot chances.
Absolutely. It's going to be a final for the ages. We know that, as will the women's. So here's the official results. 10.16, 10.22, so that's the season's best for Jack Hale. His personal best is 10.12. Goes back a long way. Connor Bond, a personal best. Thought he was in good nick, didn't we, Dave? At 10.25. That gets him at the moment
he's
into
got a
there.
spot with Despard.
Yep, and Ayoade Schmidt continues to run just outside that personal best, Jordas, Gisso and Romanen. But Browning has staked his claim along with Kennedy and Azzopardi from the first 2 semi-finals.
Yeah, so Despard and Bond are the 2 at the moment. Ayoade just missing out by 2/100ths of a second.
You mentioned Jack Hale. He was so impressive. Here's Mackenzie Little.
So she's got the title in the women's javelin. Looking to improve on what she's already done, which was the 57 metres, 59.17 in fact. So Salumi Roberts and Kelsey Lee Barber, they're the top 3 from the women's javelin. Sorry, Bruce, you were in the middle of a sentence.
No, Jack Hale I thought was very impressive, and not that far away. Now Browning looked in control, but certainly Hale he's back, Dave. I mean, he's really going well. So Seb Toltana, the defending champion here, and Jake Doran. So we've got 2 national champions. Doran from 22, Sultana from Adelaide last year. Law, super, wasn't he, in that heat? Bit of a surprise, to be truthful. He started the season running 60s and 100s quickly. He's had a bit of a dip, a couple of niggles, and he was oh so strong. Pace Visuals had a terrific season out here. Papua New Guinea, of course, and Prince Jackson's made an impact in the relay. I know the squad have been so impressed with his work when they've had the camps. Sultana in the middle, and Doran's on his right, and Law's on his left.
Thought Law ran a fantastic race yesterday, the 10.13 wind-assisted under-20 bronze medalist at the World Championships a couple of editions ago now. And again, just the transition's not easy in that age group, and he's had a couple of years that have been tough, but he's managed to fight his way through, and he looked fantastic. Whistle, you mentioned, just a leading island sprinter from the Pacific, holds a national record at 10.25. Law, we talked about 10.13 windy, training partner with Kennedy. Doran, great to see him back. Sultana, you mentioned, just still 19, the national champion. Prince Jackson got the best name out here, so that's one thing that he can be happy about. And then Colgan, Victorian, and Riali.
So Sultana was very impressive here at the Classic, just behind Azzopardi, who was behind Kennedy. It was that very fast race, wasn't it? 10.03, 10.09, 10.11, which is his personal best. He's been building, Dave. Don't you think he's been building really well into the season, Seb? He's still just 19 years of age.
And he ran great at the Sydney Track Classic. Well, it was windy, but it was a 10.08 there. So he's had some fast times. Those legs, he's not the tallest man in the field, but they can shift. So he'll rely on that here. I think he's the favourite, along with Law on his inside.
No, couldn't agree more. So Sultana, the defending champion, at still just 19 years of age, goes from lane 5 in the white strip. Law on his left and Doran on his right. And then Jackson 3 from the left. The third of the semis. Away, Sultana pretty good. Best start by Vissel, and now Sultana picks up beautifully. Law with some ground to make up. Sultana has it under control. Law's got to go through. That looked really quick, and it is quick. It's just a little bit too fast in terms of the wind behind them, but that's not going to make any difference to Seb and the way he's feeling. It's 10.08. It's the fastest of the semi-finals by some. Kennedy was 10.16. Browning was 10.16, and now Sultana 10.08.
So plus 2.3, and that's impressive. I love the middle of his race where he's a little upright. It's a little unusual. He's not continuing to drive forward. We'll watch it here. He got a good start. The white top in the middle, Doran on the left of screen, Law on the right. See there, he's just upright, but he's moving so powerfully, and he shuts it down. Little misstep towards the end, but that's okay. 10.08. That's given Kennedy and Browning and as a party just a little bit to think about over the next hour and a bit.
What did he run in Sydney Winter City?
10.08.
10.08. So there you go. So Sultana at 10.08 here.
Yep.
Law at 10.19 continues to back up. He just had to work his way through the field, Law. And then there was a gap to Doran Jackson and Vissel, who got the fast start, didn't he? Colgan's on the comeback trail. But look, I think Sultana right now here has got a great chance of giving Kennedy
he's right in it.
and Browning an absolute run for their money. So Sultana, Browning, Kennedy, and as a party, and Law. They're the big five. If there is a big three, I think it's Seb Rowan and Lockie. And still Kennedy is the favourite.
The fascinating thing about this, in both the men's and women's finals, no mistakes. If you make a mistake here, it's like an Olympic Games. Make a mistake in the big final in the 100, you're in big trouble. And that's what we've got here. And we've got some great athletes who generally don't make them.
Spot on, Dave. Couldn't agree more. We're going to catch our breath and be back for what will be a magnificent afternoon and evening of athletics. The 1,500 metres aren't too far away, both men and women.
Working on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real? Would you people become working on a dream?
There as a party.
Welcome back. So women's triple jump continuing here.
Jacob Despard, he'll fly the flag for Tasmania. He has
So at the moment, still Owusu.
10.29.
Alexandra Konowski's had a big jump. She went from 12.29 to 12.72. Then she got moving at 13.28 and then launched at 13.38. So it's a good series. Can happen here. Saw it in the under-20 long jump. There was a young fellow who won it. He started off with a 5-metre jump, then went to a 6-metre jump, then had a 7-metre jump. And then all of a sudden, he launched at 7.74. So PB for Konowski was 12.34. So if that's the case, she's rewritten that once, twice, three times in this competition. So she's in second place. So Owusu it is who leads at 13.75 ahead of Konowski, 13.38. Tiana Boras at 13.21. 12.71 on the runway here. It's in 5th spot.
It's got the draw for the final for the men. So Browning in 5, Sultana 6, Kennedy in 7. And for the women, O'Brien 5, Rizzo 6, and Lewis in 7. So they're some of the favourites. 3 favourites, I guess, in both men and women have drawn. No surprises, obviously, but the starts in both will be crucial as we go back to the triple jump. The athlete is currently in 5th place with a 12.71 to remain today.
So she comes. And that's over the 12-metre mark. Talking to Stacey Tarima out the back before we started here, and he told me that Kayla Cuba, who hasn't had a competition this year, this will be her final competition. She's actually got a hormone disease that makes it really difficult for her to train, and fluctuating body, and really difficult. So this is her final competition tonight. Looks like she's done 3 fouls. And that means that she won't get a 10 in the field. No final 3 jumps. So the number 4 all-time, 13.82. She burst onto the scene. 2022 won the national title. So this will be her final competition. Tia Rosario, 12.74 so far is her best.
From lane 1, it'll be the Tasmanian, Riley Howard. In lane 2, representing Queensland, Heath Smolacombe. In lane 3, representing Victoria.
Beautiful
Charlie
conditions here. Although this time of day, the sun does start to dip
Benjamin Kelly, New South Wales.
right in the eyes of everybody here. We've got about 3 more minutes, I reckon, Bruce, until it's below the trees, and then it'll be absolutely perfect viewing conditions for everyone.
Still 23 degrees, Dave, so it's still warm enough, and the track stays warm. This is the under-20 men's final. And the favourite here will go from lane 6, Josiah John, who chased Gout in that under-20 final. He ran 10.27. He's had a very big season. He's a star, we know that.
He was fantastic, wasn't he? When you saw how impressive Gout was, and you look back to the athlete who was second, he wasn't that far behind. No. And that's saying something. So, impressive. Benjamin Kelly was 4th in the 100. Smallcombe, who goes from lane 2, the Queenslander, made the final. He was 9th, and Drummond Templeton on the outside was 6th. And when you look at the heat times, John was the fastest. Kelly ran a personal best of 21.54. Smallcombe also ran a PB 21.66, but John in lane 6 will be the one to beat here.
So he's 4 from the left, so quite a few PBs through the heats, which you'd expect for underage runners. We had Howard and Smallcombe in 1 and 2 doing that, and also Kelly, as Dave said.
Got to get the good conditions though, and they've had a big program. They had to come back, pretty quickly after that 100 final the next day to run the heat.
So almost set. Men's under 20 200 final. away, so watch for John. He's fourth from the left, so Drummond on the outside. He's got a good bend here, John. Moves past Hall and moves past Scott. Kelly's having a good run in lane number 4. John leads into the straight with 100 to go. Kelly behind him and then Smallacom. But Joshua is stretching right away here. There's no doubt in front of him tonight. And home he goes, and look at that time. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. And unfortunately, it is just slightly too much breeze behind him. It's a fantastic run. 20.74 with 2.2 behind him.
He's a great runner. I love how ferocious he is. You know, he attacks it. Quick look at the 100. I don't know why I was looking it up, the under-20 Australian record. I should know that it's gout. He gets a little ragged as he comes around, but he just manages to keep moving fast. Kind of shades of Dean Capabianco, who was a bit left and right, West Australian. See, he's got the shoulder taped up where he fell over at the finish line in the 100. That's impressive. 20.74 plus 2.2. Got a bit excited, Bruce, when you said Drummond and then went back to John. I thought John Drummond was running.
He would have led the great American Kelly.
If he actually got up off the track.
Exactly. That's another story that'll take a while. And here's John, you're talking about that action and that style of his.
Well, he gets better as he got into the straight. It was just as he came into the stretch, that as he came around the turn, but then he straightened up and away he went. It was good to watch. Here's Owusu, the leader in the triple jump. He's already set a personal best. Oh, and that's another good jump. Foul.
And in first place with a throw of 59.17.
We were talking yesterday when we were watching the under-20 triple jump with 3, in fact 4 impressive young female triple jumpers, that there's a spot there in Australian athletics in our national teams for the triple jumpers, and so Owusu's got the physique. Of course, Rojas, the world record holder, didn't go to the Olympics. Fond was the winner. Fond won in a great competition. It was wide open, but you've got to have immense strength. You've got to have a bit of speed, but you've got to have the technical capacity. So 13.75 leading the way. That might be the end of the competition. So I can wrap that up, Bruce, before we get into this. Owusu 13.75 the PB. Konofsky 13.38. They were windy, some of those big jumps, unfortunately, so she might not improve her personal best. 12.67 was a PB, and Boras 13.21 was in third spot.
Good stuff. Here's the lineup for the women's final under 20. Amelia Reed's 14 years of age. She broke the under 16 national record again for the 100 metres by winning the final, and she also won the under 16 200 metre final in 23.22, albeit wind assisted. So she's 14 and the favourite here in the under 20 final.
Yeah, and they had a big headwind in the heat, so 23.81 she had the fastest time. Ahead of Alicia Shave, who ran great hurdles earlier. We saw her running fast hurdles. She ran a season's best of 24.28. That's what of New Zealand, who goes from lane 3, was second in the under 20 100. Holly Ray was fourth in that race.
So Reed, 14 years of age, 2 from the left, so Ray's outside of her. Herdman inside of her. Good 400 metre runner as well, Herdman. Goldsmith from New Zealand in 6. We're going from left to right. Smith from Tasmania in 5. And Shaver, Dave mentioned, ran so well in the hurdles today in lane 4. Lathwood, who ran well in the 100 in lane 3. And then Hanlon of Queensland. Hanlon, a name we're getting familiar with, aren't we? And then Ray of New South Wales in lane number 1.
She's the national 100 and 200 metre
years of
champion.
age.
It is Amelia Reed.
Earlier this year in that under 1600. We've of course seen Leah O'Brien break Raylene Ball's under 18 record here for the 100 metres. So we've talked a lot about it today. WA sprinters, the young women in particular, we've just seen a young man who was so impressive, Josiah John, but they're coming in leaps and bounds, aren't they?
Normally I'm not a fan of the young athletes that are going up into the under-20s and doing 2 juniors, but when it's in the same state and you're already here, and particularly you fly to the west, and if you want, for the Western Australians, it's their hometown. It's not another flight. It's not another competition. It's not that whole situation. So I'm sort of okay with it. But at 14, there's a lot of running still to come. So you just enjoy it for what it is. Have a good time and a little giggle afterwards, like you're a Kenyan steeplechaser.
Yep, it's going to be a good test here. So almost set. Reed, lane 8, 2 from the left, a little bit of unsteadiness, and up they get. So Ray, New South Wales, Hanlon, Lathwood, so Queensland, New Zealand, then Shave, ACT, Smith, Tasmania, Goldsmith, New Zealand, Herdman, New South Wales, and then Reed from WA, and Alaya Rays of running for New South Wales. Just an explanation, everything's good, nod of the head, down to the blocks in a second. 22 degrees, so it's dropping a little. We've seen some fantastic running tonight already in the 100 metres for both men and women. Just joined us, the 3 favourites, Lewis, Rizzo and O'Brien in the women, Kennedy, Browning, Sultana in the men with the winners. Here we go. So Reed's 2 from the outside. So Ray's on the extreme outside. Reed's got a very good start. Away well is Shea, 4 from the right. So into the stretch, it's the 14-year-old Reed leading. Smith's going pretty well in the middle, Shea behind them. She's the under-16 Australian 100-metre record holder. Ray having a good run over in the inside lane, but she's well and truly clear. Have a look at this, a 14-year-old doing that to an under-20 final. She's won by a cricket pitch.
Well, so impressive, so great to watch.
She's a big PB because that's legal. That is
1.2.
legal. So that's 23.29. 23.29. And we're going to start to have a look at what 14-year-olds might have done in the history of Australian sprinting. That is some run, Dave.
That might be difficult to find, that sort of statistic. You might find it on the world level, but that was impressive from Reed. I love it. It's slightly different technique. We saw O'Brien gets up and tall, and Reed is a little lower to the ground, but super fast, beautiful smile, lovely running. It's a great combination.
So if you look at under 18, it's the 6th fastest under 18 time ever. So you've got Raylene Ball at 22.74, and then Torrie Lewis in the 3rd spot, and Riley Day in the 5th spot, and so it's quicker than Leah O'Brien. Quicker than Leah O'Brien. A remarkable performance. We've seen the talent, haven't we?
Yeah, she's had a great championship, so you can see how engaging she is as a personality here as she talks to the assembled media pack. Some crusty souls there, Bruce, Scotty Gallen and Michael Gleeson. If they're happy, then you've done a pretty good job.
And look at the margin. A personal best for Kayador Smith at 24.31, and Holly Ray's run exceptionally well. Just outside her personal best, 1/100th, and she's won by a country mile at 23.29 at 14 years of age. It's an outstanding performance. So we're setting the scene, aren't we, with some wonderful running as we're building towards the women's 1,500 metres, followed by the men's 1,500 metres, and then the 100-metre finals are not too far away. That beautiful time of night that Dave was talking about has just hit us, hasn't it? The temperature's down into the low 20s as we get towards one of the great highlights of the championships, the women's 1500 metres. It is a fantastic field. The fastest 4 Australians of all time are running in this final.
Yep, and the 4 qualifiers for the World Championships as well. So we've only got 3 spots. Don't have a wild card just yet. Jess, of course, was sensational in Paris to win the silver medal, but they are fast. We've got Lyndon Hall, of course, the first ever to break the 4-minute barrier. But the national record holder holds the Australian champion as well. Billings, a rising star. Griffiths, an evergreen, if you can say that about a 28-year-old, but she's in the form of her life, and she's on the inside third from the right in the pink. Lyndon Hall right on the inside. This is a fascinating race, Bruce. Hull is so impressive in the heat. She just controls the race. She rarely runs a bad tactical race. Always seems to be in the right spot, but she's flown back from Jamaica. Grand Slam.
Had a big personal best, didn't she, in the 800?
She's in great form.
And then ran very well at the World Indoors, didn't she, in the 3,000 metres, when she got the bronze medal.
Billings in the middle, who in the yellow, hip number 6, 27 years of age, had some injury problems over the last few years. Sparkling junior career, so she's in the mix. This is one of the races, Bruce, where it's not the selection trial. This is not a World Championship trial, but the criteria says if you've got a qualifier, Hull from being a top 5 in Paris has virtually secured a spot, but the top 2 here, I think, like in the men's last year in the 1500, and we'll get to that in the next race with Cam Myers, who didn't run a great race at the Nationals. It cost him a spot at the Olympic Games. Here, I think the top 2 will be on their way to the World Championships in Tokyo.
I agree with you. It's a real race, isn't it? And we've got 4. And anybody that finishes 3rd or 4th will know that. And we've also got Hollingsworth and Caldwell who could target this.
Get another spot. And they've decided to run the 800 only here. So the other interesting point you made just before we came back from the break, Bruce, is what pace do they run? And I think the fact that it's got World Championship selection on the line might influence that. We know that Jess likes to go to the front. She holds the championship record from last year at 4:01.39, so she's not scared to run fast. Griffiths, they're all in shape, and Lyndon won't mind that as well, but she won't want to lead, no, I don't think.
Hull's going to be aggressive. That's her way now. She's going to be aggressive. She's going to either be leading, or if she's not leading, it's because the pace is so fast she doesn't have to lead. She wants it to be a hard race. She's got that 3,000 metres behind her. Griffith, of course, is so good at, she's a 1,000 metre and a 3,000 metre record holder, isn't she, in Australia?
And of course had that great World Indoor 1500 where she just missed a medal.
Incredible run, wasn't it?
Yep. And she's got a big heart too. They all do. You don't run as fast as they do over 3 3/4 laps unless you don't mind a bit of pain.
Women's 1,500 metre final, the 4 fastest Australians of all time are there, and Jess actually missed the start in a racing parlance. She went back and she was quite happy to do that. So that's the first slight surprise in the first 100 metres. Hall pushing up on the inside, and Hull 4 from the back at the moment. Billings up into 3rd place, and Georgia Griffith in the middle of the field at the back.
And you can get rid of that bit of paper that's got the 4:02
It's so
times on it, Bruce, because they are strolling at the moment. And
that's a surprise.
Yeah, it is a surprise. I wonder if that was influenced by the fact that Jess didn't quite begin, maybe as she wanted, maybe she was happy just to sit back there. We do know that she likes to be in clean running. As you can see, she's about 5 back on the outside. A good spot to be. It's a bit congested, but they are strolling as they come down through the first 300 metres.
So some of the outsiders, so to speak, Madden, Dess and Whincup up the front at the moment. Billings, the first of the favourites. Then behind her, Hancock Cameron, and then Griffith and Hull and Hall. So this is a big surprise. They're dawdling for this class of athlete. Remember that the 4 fastest we've ever had are out there. So this first split is oh so slow here. They're running at about 4:30 pace. So they are going oh so slowly. And now Georgia Griffith starts to make a bit of a move on the back of Georgia Whincup. And Jess Hull now for the first time starts to assert herself as well. So it's Whincup leading from Griffith. Inside Dess, who had a personal best in the heat. Outside of her, Hull. Behind her, the 6 Billings. And then the 1 Hall, the 3-time Olympian. And then behind her, 11 Hancock Cameron. And then behind her, the 8 Madden. So that's the scene here as they enter the straight. And it's still pretty slow.
Well, if it was going to be fast, it was fascinating. It's even more fascinating when it's slow, because how long do they hold their nerve for here? You can see Jess was moving up. She wanted to be in a good position. Lyndon did a really good job as they went down the back straight, as she saw that the pace just increased a fraction, so she got out of the pocket. We go back to Billings is on the inside there.
So through with 800 to go. And the thing for Hull that's going to give her some confidence, Dave, is that 158 in Jamaica off a slower speed. That she got inside 2 minutes last year before the Olympics. I think it made a big difference to her confidence. And then, of course, we know what happened after that. So Win Cup leading here. She's been a good steeplechaser. Her personal best is 4:11. So, you know, she's going to be struggling to keep up when the pressure comes on, we know, but she's making the running. And that's the right thing for her to do at this pace. Griffith in a good spot. Hull on the back of Griffith. Griffith was on the back of Hull, wasn't she, in the heat? Billings in the mix. Hall's got Hull in her sights. They've been together for so long now, haven't they?
Yeah, and Lyndon will be just trying to stick there for as long as she possibly can. Someone's going to have to make a move here as Georgia gets to the front. A little bit of elbowing, little argy-bargy as they came around the top turn.
So the big four, Dave, the big four across the track here, the four fastest Australians of all time. And Hull now at the bell makes the move. So it's Hull, Griffith and Hall, and then Billings moves up into fourth place. 1 lap to go in the final of the 1500, and the Olympic silver medalist makes the run, the long run for home.
Well, it is a long run for home. If you're going to go, you go hard, and that's what she's done here. She hasn't been able to burn them all off, though. So as they go down the back straight, beautiful form for all of them. But this is going to be a long drag with 250 to go for the national title.
Georgia will think she can run Jess down here, and Sarah gives herself a chance, and Lyndon's off the back. 200 to go. Hull leads by a stride and a half from Griffith and a stride and a half from Billings. 150 to go. The Olympic silver medalist. Now Billings gets up to Griffith. Hull, she can look at them and see that Billings is about a stride behind her. 80 to go. Hull stretching, not away from Billings though. Billings almost getting to her shoulder. Hull though is clear. She's a metre in front, and Jess is hanging on. Sarah's not going to get her, and Jess Hull wins again. Another national championship. Billings was magnificent, and then Griffith and the gap then to Hall. What a last lap that was. Fantastic running. It was 57 low the last lap.
What a great race. And it's been one of the hallmarks for the last 2 or 3 seasons of our middle distance athletes in the men and the women, but particularly in the women. They front up and race each other every time there's a meet. There's a gun goes off and they're on the start line. And what a dash it was from Jess Hull. She went about 430 metres from the finish. She had to hang on. I thought Billings was a big chance for a moment. Georgia hung on as best she could. But what a run from Jess. But Sarah Billings is the one that's taken my fancy there. Courageous. Great to see her back at that level. We know what Jess is capable of, and that's what it means to both of them.
And we talked about how important first and second was in this race. And it was clear-cut at the end, and then Georgia third, and then Lyndon in fourth place. But Jess, that speed that she's acquired over the last couple of years, inside 2 minutes for the first time last year, and then well inside 1:59 this year. So it was Hull, Billings, Griffith and Hall, 1, 2, 3, 4. And Hancock Cameron's had a good last lap. She wasn't far away. And Des has a terrific run as well. Wonderful, wonderful running. A fantastic final. Not one we expected, Dave, in terms of the way it played out, but a thrilling race.
Well, she would have run a lot faster if she hadn't missed the jump. She was like Chautauqua. Didn't come out of the gates.
I think we might be able to go down to Nathan.
I'll be interested to know whether that was on purpose or not. But let's go down to Nathan Breen, who's with Jess Hull. What a race.
It was an incredible race, and Jess, a couple of things. Firstly, was it deliberate to get off a bit conservative? Did it surprise you? Because we thought you were going to take it out hard.
Hey, that's why I did that. I can't become too predictable. So, yeah, I think I ran a race in Jamaica a few days ago. Don't really know. Time zones are all a bit of a blur, but I didn't trust my speed. And tonight, the big thing was just trust your speed. And it was so unnerving in that pack. I could feel the tension, but I just backed myself. Yeah.
It must be hard knowing that someone has to go, but it's not a matter of if but when. But talk to us about 158, 800 speeds there must give you confidence this early in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we haven't even done anything super specific to bring that on. It's just, I'm 28, I'm a strong woman, I've had a lot of years behind me, and I'm now learning I can really trust my speed, which is, it's really fun.
And Georgia, talk to us about Georgia Griffith and Billings as well, because there was a lot of people who thought Billings was going to draw level in the final 100 metres. Did you feel her there? Did you feel the pressure on? You stayed relaxed.
No, it was funny. I actually said something out loud with like 90 to go, of like, okay, again, because I could feel them there. And yeah, no, that was really cool. It's fun to race to the line like that, and yeah, it's just like the anticipation in the 10 women that are on the track is high. So I can only imagine what it feels like when you're watching kind of that excitement. So yeah, very fun.
Yeah, well, you've added a lot to this meet. This is the first time I've seen you in Australia. There's some of the Olympic silver medalists. It's you, it's Kyaukyaut, everyone playing a big role here in lifting up Australian athletics. Thank you very much, and all the best for what's a big season ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It was really special to be introduced as the Olympic silver medalist for the first time at home. So yeah, thanks for coming out, everybody.
Thank you, Jess. Appreciate it.
So delightful, isn't she? And this was when, just after she said to herself, I've got to go again, and Sarah did get within half a stride at one stage, and Hull so strong at the end. Billings was outstanding, and Griffith was not far behind them, as you saw. And then a gap to Lyndon Hall in fourth place.
It was a great race. There were a lot of permutations, particularly off that slow pace, and now we moved from that to the men's title, which is such an esteemed event in Australian athletics. His first run, Bruce, in 1893 at the MCG. Edwin Flack won the first title. So you go in with a long list of names. As you drive down here, you go down Herb Elliott Drive. He won it 3 times, 57, 58 and 60. Yeah. John Landy was a mile back then, of course, in that famous race in 1956. So there's some celebrated names on this list.
And some here, with Ollie Hoare, the Commonwealth champion. Callum Davies, a champion a couple of years ago. Cam Myers, the world record holder indoors for world junior record holder. Adam Spencer, the defending champion. Jude Thomas has been in fantastic form this year. So I think Myers is the obvious favourite, Dave.
He is, but he went in with high hopes last year and didn't have a great final. So he's got a little bit of redemption on here. But he was so impressive in the heats. He ran
3:38.
3:38.
Yeah, and he ran it from the front.
And did it pretty comfortable.
It was hot. And he looked, he's only 18 now, so we sort of forget he was the second youngest runner ever to break the mile before the New Zealander this year at 16. Just Ingrid Britson was, what, a few days younger than him. Ollie Hoare's fascinating. He's had the big injury, a hernia problem, all that. He's had some problem with confidence, Dave, but the confidence, I think, is starting to come back. It's a big race for Ollie, I think.
Well, he's the Australian record holder, and he's been in good form. He had that 3:34 indoors, Commonwealth Games champion, of course. He was second last year behind Spencer, who was just one of those guys, Adam Spencer, that manages to find his way to the line in the right spot. So you know, he's not the most talented of all of them. He's in the Wisconsin kit.
The number 9.
Yep.
So
the red and white.
So 4 from the left.
And he's just a great tactician, and he's got a big heart when it comes down the stretch.
So Ollie Hoare, sunglasses being introduced now. So he's 2 from the right. Cam Myers right in the middle, the orange and the white there. Davies next to him, former champion. Spencer, the champion at the moment. So this will be huge if Myers can win. It'll be his first national senior championship on the track here. And how fast do they set this up, Dave? I mean, I've written down times for 3:36, 3:34 and 3:32. Jai Edwards in that incredible race was due in Australia. Remember, 3:33.99 in Sydney in 2021 in the Tokyo Olympic year.
I had to look twice when I saw that today when I was prepping for it.
He sat on Stewie, didn't he?
3:33 in the national titles. Yeah. It's a good question about how fast do you go, because can he just burn them off? I don't think he wants to be the rabbit, Cam Ryan.
But I think he wants it to be fast. I think he'll be quick. I don't think he's going to hang around like Jess. I don't think he's going to be playing with any sorts of tactics. I think he'll want this to be a fast race. We're about to find out. Men's 1,500 metre final. And the favourite's in the middle. And does he push forward, the 18-year-old? Not quite yet. Davies goes forward. Ollie Hoare goes forward. And Myers is in the middle of the pack at the moment. So Hoare pushes up and takes a narrow lead from Adam Spencer's just back in third last place. So I'm looking for the 3 favourites. And Myers, interestingly, is at the back. I sat with him yesterday, Dave, at a lunch, and he talked about the fact he's just instinctive. He doesn't really go out there with a whole lot of plans. He just feels a race. So Hall leads Anstey. Anstey, who's got such a good record in the collegiate, and Myers is desperate to get outside, and he's wasted a bit of energy here. So 3 laps to go. Spencer moves up to 5th, and now I think we're seeing for the first time Cam Myers about to go forward in a hurry.
Yeah, fascinating first 300 as we get towards the end of the first lap. Will be able to give you an indication of the time they're running at, and he's going to go straight past them here. So he's happy to have the run. Hasn't had an easy trip though. He's had a couple of elbows and had to move out of the way. And as the great Lord Sebastian Coe says about middle distance running, you've always got to have an escape route. You've got to get out of trouble as soon as it's there. You can't be stuck on the plinth. And now it's really interesting because we've got the pacemaker and the favourite, Cam Myers, who's out in front.
And Ollie Hoare's got a beautiful drag here, an absolute beautiful drag. Ollie Hoare in 2nd place, and then Jack Anstey and Dylan Stenson in 4th place, and then Callum Davies and Adam Spencer just in behind him, and then Jude Thomas. So down here with a couple of laps to go. There's a surety about him, Dave, isn't there? There's a confidence about this 18-year-old. Okay, he didn't quite maybe get the first 150, 200 metres right in the race, but he's where he wants to be with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, it's impressive. And you can just see how fast he is too, and it's really stretched them out. And what this does is it removes contenders. When you run this fast, you don't leave it to the final 200 metres where it can be a bit of a lottery. And Spencer's just starting to move back. You can see he's about 5th place in the red shorts, just giving another elbow. Tell you what, there's been some, left and rights.
So Cam, I'm gathering from what you say and what I know, does not want these guys on his shoulder in the last lap. He's doing the bulk of the work. He needs to break these guys. He needs to get a gap on Ollie Hoare here. So with just over a lap to go, they're about to enter the straight. 18 years of age, world junior indoor champion or record holder, leads the Commonwealth champion, who ran past 2 world champions to win that Commonwealth champion in the last 100. And then Anstey in 3rd place, Spencer 4th, and then Davies and Thomas. 1 lap to go in the final of the men's 1,500 metres. And have a look at this. It's Myers and Hoare leading from Anstey with 3:50 to go.
And the pace is on, and Spencer's not done with yet either, but Anstey's having a tremendous race in 3rd place, the world indoor representative from a couple of years ago. So he's hanging on as best he can. And here comes Spencer all of a sudden. Don't discount him. The man in 4th place as we come up with a little over 200 to go.
So Myers leads. He's looking for Hoare. He knows that Ollie's on his shoulder, and Spencer's coming with a rush. So it's the big 3. Less than 200 to go in the 1,500 metre final. The 18-year-old leads the Commonwealth Games champion and the Australian champions in 3rd place into the straight. 100 to go. Myers 1.5 metres in front. Spencer's a danger, a big danger. Myers trying to lift. Ollie trying to lift. Spencer coming late. Myers hanging on. Oh, he's a champion. He's a young champion, and he's champion of Australia. He beats the defending champ and the Commonwealth Games champ in a race for the ages. It was oh so quick after a slow start. He's a beauty.
What a race. What a race it was. He held on, he held them off. And we mentioned those names before we started. Edwin Flack, Landy Elliott. They would all be tickled pink with what they're watching here. They would have thought that was a championship befitting of the title.
Well, Herb's still around. He'd be jumping out of his skin right now if he could have seen that. How good Hoare and Spencer were as well. It takes more than one to tango, and this is where the pressure came on. This is where Spencer had his moment. He had his chance. He gets to Hoare, and Myers has got some work to do here with 50 to go.
I thought he was in trouble. I thought Adam Spencer was going to charge past, but he's so strong, and he just accelerated again when he knew that the pressure was on. He had a little up his sleeve, more than just his arm, Cam Myers. What a championship race that was.
No, so
2 of them.
Fast at 3:34. So we've seen a silver medalist from the Olympic Games with the women's 1,500 metres, and a champion in the making, a champion today in 18-year-old Cam Myers winning the 1,500. Nathan, doesn't get a whole lot better than that when it comes to middle distance racing. It was a magnificent performance, and what a race.
It sure was an incredible race, and he adds his name to a list. You said John, Landy, Herb, Elliott, some of the Australia's greats. We're in a new era, mate, and I tell you what, the way you ran that race, Ingebrigtsen style, no, you don't want to be compared to other people, but you can't help it. The way you wound it up, and talk to us, was that the approach? Because you got caught a little bit early.
Yeah, as you said, I got caught sort of in the middle of the pack and in the first 200-300 metres, and it was really not a position I would expecting to be in. So I had to work a little bit harder probably to get to the front, and then it was just, the plan was just to wind it up every 100 and just sort of finish as strong as I could. And then, you know, the boys came hard, and I honestly didn't think I had it coming into the home straight, but I was able just to hold strong enough. But yeah, that's not going to be enough when I get overseas and I have to race the big boys.
Well, you said a similar thing at the Morrie plant meet as well. You said Dick Telford was the one who backed you and believed that you could go early. You did the same tonight. You said you didn't believe, but you still pulled it off. Yeah, it's always a big risk going on a breezy day like today and then really just making an honest race. But I just have to back myself, and if I'm not going to be quicker than these guys over 800, so I've got to be stronger than them. So that's what I tried to prove tonight. Certainly proves it. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. He's still a teenager. Your Australian Open men's 1500 metre champion, Cam Myers. Congratulations. Cheers, mate. I appreciate it.
What a refreshing young man he is. And here's the moment where he said, I didn't think I could hold them off. Spencer, the defending champion, going down with a huge fight, and I think Ollie Hoare's got to be really happy with that. It was fast running. 3:34 off that slow start. That was like a 3:32 race, David. You were just talking about the fact that if you run 3:34 in a major championship, you're in the mix. So we'll take a break. Myers, Spencer and Hoare after the 1500. Jess Hull won the women's over Billings and Griffith as we build towards the 400 metre finals and then the hundreds for men and women. Men's high jump, and Dave, we've got 220s, the highest we've seen so far this season in Australia this year. So
yeah, it's been a little flat, hasn't it? You know what, these men, particularly Stark, Reef and Joel Baden. Anastasius has been the season leader. So at 2:17, we've been man from Ballarat. Yuval Reith is over at his first attempt. Brandon Stark, second attempt for him. And so we've got a couple of third attempters. Zach Hayward's missed, and now Anastasia's second attempt and a clearance. So he goes over. So we've got 3 over now. And Anastasius will go up into second spot. Equal second with Stark, who also cleared this height on his second attempt, and Zach Hayward, who has got one more attempt to go at this height. Connor Larson is in that boat as well, so is Zane Patterson. So there's a few that are having second attempts here at 2:17. In fact, yeah, still second attempts.
Had some news, haven't we, for the men's 100 metres? One of the favourites is looking at Laura McShane here, the women's 400 metres, not far away. One of the favourites, Seb Sultana, the defending champion, still only 19 years of age. It was so impressive in the third of the semi-finals, 10-0, with a little bit of wind behind him. Won't be running in the final.
That's good, because we just did. Thank you, Brian. Brian Rowe just coming in to tell us that news is now
official.
So that was unofficial, Bruce, but it's now official.
Thank you. So Grigorovich, Pollard, Guthrie, thanks for that, Rowie. McShane, Bull. What a run by Carla Bull. Beer, Rowe, Pasquale. Ooh, going so well. Slodanakis. So Ellie Beer's the favourite.
Yeah. Just to wrap up that 100 metres. We might see that third semi-final. I just remember I said he had a misstep. He just looked like he might have done something. So hopefully he's okay, but it's he was right in the mix, Seb Sultana.
So Jake Doran comes in, his spot, and we'll go from lane 6 where Seb was going to be. So it does change the dynamics a bit, doesn't it, of that final.
This 400, Bruce, as well, Pasquale was fantastic in the heat. So Carla Bull ran a personal best by a second. Ali Beer's been a standout all season. Pollard, who's fast and is the third fastest this season, just snuck in and got a little tired in the last 30 metres. In fact, almost just allowed an athlete to come through on the outside to get that qualifying position. But Beer's the defending champion. He's been in the finals before. Slodanakis on the outside was second in Adelaide last year in the national championships. Pasquale's a bit of a medal collector at the moment. The World Juniors.
World Indoors. Stall gift winner 3 years ago. So
2 stall gift winners here with Bull, the 22 champion, and Pasquale, the 23 champion. 2023.
We're going to see another one in the women's 100 final.
Yeah,
so Grigorovich on the inside, Victoria. Again, a relay from the World Juniors. Pollard in 2. Dave's talked about her at 19. They're both 19. So young final days. It's 19-19. Guthrie 21 in 3. So there's Pollard and Grigorovich. And then Guthrie in 3 at 21 from New South Wales. McShane 25, Tasmania. Carla Bull 22 in the middle there in the black from Queensland. Ellie Beer's just 22. I mean, she's been around for a long time. Julia Beer. She's the favourite in 6. Amelia Rowe is 18 years of age. She's in lane 7. Bella Pasquale's 18 years of age. She's in lane 8. And Michaela Slodanakis at 26 in lane number 9. So it says a lot about the future of women's 400 metre running in the country.
And the men's, which is coming up next, and there's a similar demographic there with a lot of teenagers and youngsters that are doing some tremendous work.
Beer normally sets the pace, Dave. She goes out hard. She goes one way and then she hangs on. If she does get everything right tonight, is it a night that the 51.35 could turn into a 50-point something, do you think, or not?
I think so. Conditions are perfect, aren't they? The wind is settling down. It's a bit of a headwind down the back straight. Miles Murphy set that Australian record here in Perth.
I was here actually.
Perry Lakes.
Calling it 1988, 44.71.
Yeah, so, you know, they had a huge tailwind that day. So that's the best conditions for a 400, to have the tailwind down the back straight rather than pushing into a headwind, because you're tired when you come into the home stretch anyway.
So you're competing in that.
Yeah,
obviously.
I got well and truly beaten by Gary Honey, but I did make my first Olympic team after that, so fond memories of Perry Lakes.
So Pasquale in the red there, Slodanakis in the light green, and Rowe, who's a good finisher. The WA youngster who's shown so much. She goes 3 from the right.
Bull's given something for all of them to think about after what she did. Can she back it up? Big question.
And can she get to Beer? Because Beer always leads and Bull's inside of her. So that's going to be fascinating. We're talking about the 2 women in the middle. Beer with the pink ready strip, the sleeves, and Bull in the black there.
And Pasquale can be a bit of a chaser, a rabbit for all of them. So she's second from the outside.
Women's 400 metre final. The favourite goes from 4 from the right. Away, so Seladanakis on the outside, Pasquale and then Rowe, and Beer always goes out hard. She hasn't really made the stagger up yet, and Ball behind her, so she hasn't gone out quite as hard. And now Ellie Beer really does go out hard. McShane, Guthrie, Pollard and Gregorovic. So in the back straight, we're looking at Pasquale there. So Bella's taken a narrow lead, but going up and going past her now is Ellie Beer, and Carla Ball's back in about third place. The stagger's about to come into effect. Now, can Bella hang on to Ellie here? Because if she does, we could have a really big finish into the stretch. Behind them, Carla Ball and then Amelia Rowe. But getting away now, Ellie Beer. She's striding out about 3 metres in front. Gemma Pollard on the inside having a good run. Beer clear. Pasquale will be strong late. Very strong late. But Ellie Beer's going to win and get just outside, maybe 51 seconds. It's around about that 51.4. Gets the gold, wins the championship for the third time, defends the title. Pasquale's so strong late.
Well, she did exactly what you said she was going to do, Bruce. She went out hard, defends her title, had Pasquale to chase. Pollard run a great first 300. She was right in it as they came into the stretch. But Ellie Beer, we've seen her throughout the season. The lactic acid starts to engulf every organism in the body. She hangs on, dips for the line. Pasquale, it was a good run.
She's going to have a big personal best, I'd say, Pasquale. She's going to be inside 52 seconds, which is really big-time stuff for her. Rowe, with her flashing finish, gets in for third. So here are the times. So 51.42 for Beer, just outside her personal best of 51.35. But just as big a story, certainly the second place getter, and Bella Pasquale, now to 51.84 at 18 years of age. And the other 18-year-old, Amelia Rowe, gets a personal best of 52.49.
Yeah, great depth. And for 4x4 relay, World Relay Championships coming up in the middle of the year, a couple of months, and it's strong. So young athletes doing their best, competing brilliantly. It's exciting. We've had a nice little section here, Bruce. We're going to have to take a break because we just need to have a moment just to relax, let everyone have a cup of tea. In fact, we're not going to have a break because we've got to go to Nathan because he's going to talk to Ellie Beer, our winner of the Women's 400.
Yeah, here with Ellie. She's only 7 100ths and she let out a word at the finish line. We won't say what that word is, but I think she's realised that she is happy with the performance, is so happy for the other girls as well. You've been incredible this season. You have won 3 of the track classics. You've won everything you've been in. How have you kept this dominance so strong? Because as you enter the top of the straight, you just had so much space.
Oh, no, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think my biggest advice is the support crew that I've had. To be honest with you, it wasn't easy post-Paris, and I think it's so important as an athlete to build yourself an amazing support crew. So not only this result tonight, national champion, but also my coach, Robbo's a national champion. My parents are a national champion, my friends, my family, all my support staff back home. I couldn't be any more grateful for all of them, so thank you.
No, it's an incredible attitude to have, and Robbo's got a great squad starting to build up as well. You're a 3-time national champ as well. You're getting up there, so 3 national titles. You're at the top of your game. World champs later in the year, September. It's going to be on.
Oh no, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and thanks to everyone for coming out tonight. It's been an epic night here at Perth, so thanks for having me.
One of the most dominant wins you'll see. Ellie Beer, your national champion here for the Open Women's 400 metres.
Good stuff, Nathan, and so much delight there. So the 3-time champion, the fast time, and what about Bella Pasquale in second place at 18? 53.89 at the start of the year was her personal best. She's taken 2.05 seconds off that in a series of runs. It's got down to 51.84. On this beautiful night with the men's 400 metres about to start, the 100 metres for men and women to follow that. And plenty happening in the field as well. Who's just joined us. The 1500 metre women's, Jess Hull, and the 1500 metre men's, Cam Myers. Very slow, the women's, great finish. Billings and Griffith, second and third. The men's slow early, and then a torrid last couple of laps. And Myers hanging on. Now, Seb Sultana not running in the final, not defending his title. Now, in the third of the semi-finals, Dave mentioned a little misstep at the end. So 4 from the right, Dave. Here we go.
So just watch him at the end here. So he's up and running and he's magnificent. And it gets to about there. And I just thought, ooh. But then afterwards he was shaking hands and he looked okay, but there was just something. You can see a little uneven. Didn't grab anything, but it just didn't look quite right. We're broadcasting here, Bruce, when we're on air during the races to the stadium as well. So sometimes you don't necessarily want to say something that we might say during a broadcast. I just thought, is there something there? And sadly, that was the way it panned out. So Seb Sultana, after that tremendous run, 10.08, wind assisted, but he was going to be right in the mix in the 100 final. So the defending champion is out.
He sort of just glanced down to the left, didn't he? You were spot on there. So that's awful luck for Seb in the short term. Doesn't look serious.
No.
It's a rest type of situation, then a build-up. But he's had a very good summer. He's just 19. He turns 20 later this year. He's an integral part of Australian sprinting. He's not part of that relay squad at the moment, along with Rohan Browning and Gout and a couple of others. But we've got such depth, haven't we? So that's all to sort itself out in those relay World Championships, so to speak, the World Relays are on in May in China. Here's Brandon Stark in the high jump. What a career, Dave. You've called, well, his unbelievable performance in Tokyo in that final for the ages, wasn't it?
Well, he jumped, 2:35 and didn't get a medal. It was a travesty, and went on then to become one of the most historic men's high jump competitions that rivaled what happened at 1956 in Melbourne. Chilla Porter and Charlie
Dumas, Yep. They went into the night.
Yep, had to drive the cars out onto the track to light it all up at the MCG. So it was an historic men's high jump competition. Of course, Commonwealth Games gold medalist. And has persevered. He's continued on. He's had a lot of injury issues, but he hasn't decided that he's done with just yet. 31 years of age. Equal Australian record holder with Tim Forsyth.
And Dave, he's just saying, shall I go now? Because the 400 metre final's being introduced to the men's, and he's just saying to the officials, can I go now? Can I go now? So we'll just wait for a moment and just see if he does go. Thumbs up.
Well, he's got to wait for the bar to go up. So the bar is up, and now he can come in at 2 metres 23. I mentioned before, he did clear 2:17 on his second attempt. It's the first to have a crack here at 2:23. So we don't have any athletes over just yet. First attempt. So Stark and Reith Anastasius are the three over, Bruce, at 2:20, and we're now jumping at 2:23.
Men's 400 final, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. So here's the start list. Fabiani, personal best, got through as the fastest loser. Gilbert, and a personal best also. He's 18 years of age in the heat. Then Blessed Thorne, the 17-year-old, such a talent. Reynolds, second fastest in Australia this year. Van Rattigan, the champion from 2 years ago. And Keisha Jr., who's very impressive in the heat. Sherman, the defending champion, and the number one this year, comes back from the World Indoors as well. Was so impressive here in Perth in the week that he turned 21 at the Classic. And Donaldson coming back well, isn't he?
Yeah, he was 6th in the final last year. Van Rattigan won the title in 2023 and had some issues with the toe. The surgeon said, I don't think you're ever going to run again. He said, I'm not having that. And has fought his way back, and he's a big chance. I love Cooper Sherman. I love the way he attacks the race. It's hard to miss in the bright orange. Second from the outside, the 21-year-old from Ballarat.
Men's 400 metre final here. Favourite 2 from the right. And a clean start. So Donaldson on the outside. Let's see how strong Sherman is early, how aggressive. And Keisha Jr. went out so fast in the heat, and he's in the blue, and he gets up to Sherman early. And then Van Rattigan behind them. Thorne is 4 from the right, the beautiful 17-year-old mover. This is the back straight action with 200 to go. Sherman and Keisha Jr. and Van Rattigan's given himself a chance. And then Reynolds behind them and Thorne. 150 to go. Van Rattigan gets almost up to Sherman, and not far car behind them is Reynolds and Thorne into the straight. 3 or 4 chances here. Sherman in front of Van Radigan. Thorne coming through on the inside. It's Sherman just in front. Van Radigan and Thorne are coming hard. Sherman's hanging on though, and the number 1 defends his championship and runs a very, very good time of 45.26
PB
for Sherman. It's 5 100s faster than he's ever run before, and he was challenged, wasn't he?
He was. You know what? I thought we had a 17-year-old 400-metre runner who comes into the straight and goes on. Remember Darren Clark? You would. We all do if you were old enough to see it. That was a great race. And as we've seen here, when the challenge is on Van Ratingen, well done to you, Luke, because you put yourself right into the mix. The man from Doncaster, Tom Reynolds, was right there, and Thorne at 17 charges home. And then Cooper Sherman says, I'm not having any of that. I'm going to fight and defend my title.
So a personal best for Sherman. Thorne is the 3rd fastest under 20 Australian behind Darren Clark and Steve Solomon with that time. Nathan, we've just seen a magnificent 400 metres.
A 5 100ths of a second PB. He's just said that. It's taken a PB to do it. Defends his title. So strong as well throughout the season. Mate, they were coming at you. Luke Van Rudingen as well. At our New South Wales State Open Championships, he really came back into it. And he was only just behind you at Maurie Plant Meet. Did you feel the pressure from him?
Yeah, he was definitely my main competitor. Also, obviously, big shout out to him because obviously had an injury that could have ended the rest of his competition series, but he's come back really well. So he's done very good to be where he is right now.
And World Indoors, mate. Set yourself up really, really well. And a big season ahead. What's the plan? Because now you probably could, again, in the mindset of at a championship level, being in those semi-finals and pushing for those finals.
Yeah, I'd love to have the team go well at World Relays. Love to get a team across and over to Tokyo, but otherwise I'm here trying to get into the individual as well. So I think we're on a good track at the moment.
Everyone's on good track, and mate, it's just gone from strength to strength. Your Australian Open men's 400-metre champion. He had to work all the way to the line, but Cooper Sherman gets the job done. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much.
Building quite the CV, isn't he, the 21-year-old, and these results are so impressive. So personal best, Thorne, after Darren Clark and Steve Solomon, now the fastest under 20, and he's 17 years of age. And Luke Van Radigan went down swinging, didn't he, and then Thomas Reynolds. So Sherman, Thorne and Van Radigan in the men's 400. The hundreds are looming, the women and then the men.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
So on a fantastic night of athletics, we come to the highlight of the 100-metre finals for the women and the men. So the women, the semi-finals earlier this afternoon or evening. Brie Rizzo was the fastest qualifier. The wind readings were tricky though, because she had a big tail win and so did Torrie Lewis, and then Leah O'Brien had a legitimate win behind her, so not quite as quick. But Rizzo was the fastest, Ebony Lane was the second fastest, and Torrie Lewis was the third fastest. But O'Brien's got the 11.14 from earlier in the week, an incredible performance to break Raylene Ball's under 18 100-metre record.
Wide open. Torrie Lewis is the only athlete here that's won the Australian title. She was second behind Veronica Shanti Pereira, Singaporean, Brisbane back in 2023. So that's something to fight for as well, to be first across the line. You win the Australian title if you're the first Australian, but there is something different about being the first across the line in the national championships.
And she's the record holder too, Dave. She's the fastest Australian ever.
Yeah, and Rizzo, Brie Masters as she was last year, she went in with high hopes last year and didn't run a great race in the final.
That made the semi-finals, the 100 metres at the Olympic Games, which is rare air in recent times for an Australian sprinter.
I spoke to her before the heats yesterday and talking about whether they run flat out and do they save it. And she said, I'm here to win the title. I want to be the national champion. So that is her goal. She couldn't care if it happens in 12.3 or whether it's in 10.90. She wants to be the national champion.
So Sam Geddes in lane 1. Georgia Harris has had a great series in lane 2. Chloe Mannix-Power, the still gift champion from last year, in 3. Ebony Lane's come back so strongly. Watch for her in 4. Next to her is the 17-year-old Leah O'Brien. What a moment this was. And then next to her is Brie Rizzo looking for that national title. And then the fastest Australian ever in Torrie Lewis. And as Dave said, she has a national title, but she wasn't first over the line. Mia Gross is in great form. She ran at the Olympic Games in the 200 metres. And Olivia Rose-Inkster's had a super series in lane 9. It's hard to have a specific favourite. On paper, it's Lewis, but on what we've seen all year, it's Rizzo until 6 days ago, and then it's O'Brien.
Yeah, so Geddes on the far right on the inside will be the fastest starter, but she's out of the mix and out of their sort of peripheral vision. They won't see it. So in the middle, you've got Lane and O'Brien, who will both finish strongly. For me, it comes down to what sort of start does Torrie Lewis get. If she gets a good start, she's going to put a lot of pressure on Rizzo, who's not the best starter. So they'll all sort of rely on the back end of their race, which makes it even more fascinating. And Mia Gross as well is in that situation. So we've sort of got the 200-metre runners in Lewis and Rizzo, even though Lewis holds the national record, Gross I should say, Rizzo and O'Brien, they're going to be charging. They're going to be charging.
It's going to be hard to pick.
Yeah, I don't have a clear-cut favourite.
No, I don't either. O'Brien's the wild card because of what she did earlier in the week. And
I think she can win it.
And she was so impressive in the semi-final late, wasn't she? She really was. There was a composure about her in the last 20 metres. She believes, and here's Olivia Rose-Inkster, who's had, as I said, a fantastic series, but an outsider here.
Yeah, it's a classic in the 100. You can't win it in the first 10 metres, but you can lose it. And I kind of feel that the first 20 here is going to be crucial. If they all get away okay, then we're in for a barnstormer over the back end of the race. You've got to call in 4 or 5. You're the best. So you're in safe hands, but it's going to be a flashing finish.
I'm Toey Dave. Mannix-Power one to watch maybe as well. There's Rizzo, Lewis, O'Brien. They're the big three in a big final, a really big final here. There's been a lot of anticipation. It's great to have Torrie back. And Brie alongside of her, who's dominated, and then the young sensation in Leah. Almost set for the women's 100-metre final. Away. Lewis, reasonable. Lane got a great start. Geddes out fast. O'Brien and Rizzo starting to pick up. Lewis picking up strongly. Rizzo just in front of Lewis. O'Brien's coming at them. Oh, boy! It's a triple dead heat, nearly. O'Brien lunged late. Rizzo and Lewis. It is so hard to pick. There is a breath, an absolute breath between them. O'Brien was the fastest finisher. Lewis was right there, and Rizzo's in the middle. I'm not sure I'm confident enough to go with it. My gut feeling thinks it's either Lewis or O'Brien. And Rizzo's still in the mix. Come on, Dave, give us a hand.
I don't know. It's so exciting. Let's have a look here, because as they charged for the line, we're sort of not able to see what was going on the inside because Torrie Lewis was charging. Rizzo had it here. Here comes Lewis, and O'Brien hasn't given up yet. They dip. What's going to happen with the shoulders? Rizzo's not far away as well. Sorry, ladies, we don't know. We do not know who is the national champion.
So it's Torrie, Bree and Leah. It is an extraordinary race. Lewis, maybe Torrie wins on the outside, but there is nothing, absolutely nothing in this. It was just such a race. So Torrie 3 from the left, Bree inside of her, Leah with some ground to make up, inside lanes being swamped late. It's Rizzo, Lewis and O'Brien, all of them dipping, all of them wanting, and all of them now waiting. And still waiting.
The win was plus 0.9, by the way. The time is 11:24.
And it was legal. It's going to take a while, we think. It's a big photo finish, and it's going to take some time to sort out exactly who wins. So, let's go down in a moment. So, Torrie, Leah, and also Brie.
So the thing is here, I think, are they able to separate them? What's the difference in times? Do we go to the thousandths of a second? We're going to need all of that. We're going to need all of that because it's so tight.
We're going to get a photo finish shortly, we think, Dave. So, look, we think Lewis may be Torrie. It is so close. And I think it's either Torrie or Leah. It's a breath and then a breath to Bree. It's absolutely nothing in it. They're pouring over a photo finish that we'd all love to see at the moment.
I'd love the thumbs up to see that the times that we're seeing are confirmed.
So we're now getting some times through. So 11:24 for Torrie Lewis, 11:24 for Leah O'Brien, 11:25 for Bree Rizzo, and there's the photo finish, and we are told that there is 4 1,000ths of a second between Torrie Lewis and Leah O'Brien. Torrie is 4 1,000ths of a second, the national champion, we believe. Oh boy, oh boy.
Well, congratulations to all three of you. That was one of the great 100-metre finals we have seen. Just 1/100th of a second between all three of them. A barnstorming finish. And Torrie Lewis gets her second national title. And for the first time, Torrie, you're first across the line. And you held off the Barnstormers. What a run. Nathan, over to you.
Unbelievable stuff. I thought it was going to be a three-way dead heat. You didn't think you got it. Talk to us. You got the upcomer who took it down, a 57-year-old Raylene Boyle, Australian record a couple of days ago. And now we've got so many. Bree as well. She has been in form all summer. We haven't seen a lot of you. We saw you at Murray Plant, but it must feel good to win outright here at the National Champs.
Yeah, I mean, all you want to do is win. And I was speaking to Leah, and she said she's done 8 races. So, such an amazing job for you. And same to Bree. But, yeah, I'm glad I got the win. Come back to Australia. Got the win.
Very, very exciting stuff. And talk to us about what you've been doing. Give us a little bit of a rundown of the work you've been doing overseas as well, and World Indoors, showing in very good form as well.
Yeah, so I recently moved overseas and have just had like a totally different season to the one I usually have. And yeah, I found it really hard, especially in Murray, just coming back straight away and racing again. So I'm really glad I could get some form back over this past week and a bit and just, yeah, come back and win.
Well, the confidence there, the smile is back. Your Australian record holder is now your 2-time National Open 100-metre champion. Torrie, congratulations, you deserve it.
Woo, thank you.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? So we'll get to that wrap up in a moment. Here's Brandon Stark and missing there. So we're
in a jump off in the men's high jump. So I'll just have to get the screen up to see what was going on there, because we've been a little bit distracted with what's going on. The men's 100 final not too far away as well, but a jump off, and let's just confirm those results.
It was 4 1,000ths of a second. So Torrie Lewis over Leah O'Brien, and Brie Rizzo, oh so close. A personal best for Chloe Mannix Power in 4th place. Mia Gross, they weren't that far back. And then Georgia Harris, Ebony Rain, Sam Geddes and Olivia Inkster. Frame that to finish. That was sensational. What a great race. 3 women that were desperate to win, that got everything out of themselves over the last 20 metres, the whole 100. And anyone that's watched it live and seen it here tonight is never going to forget it. Here's Ural Reith.
So we're in a jump off here, and at 2:23. So Ural Reith and Brandon Stark were tied after clearing 2:20, and they're missing 2:23. So a clearance here would be the winning jump. So it's not. So what happens next is that we go back down. So we go back down to 2:20. And then they continue to jump off. I was told earlier that they can decide that they will share the gold and shake hands and both walk off if they can't be separated on a count back. But these 2 men have decided to jump. So the bar is going back down to 2:21.
And meanwhile, the men are getting themselves organised for the 100-metre final. And that women, the aftermath took quite a while. So the men have had to think about all of that. Back to Stark here. So they'll probably want to get this over, Dave, do you think, before the 100?
Well, we've still got a steeplechase and 200s to come, but yes, you would prefer if you can. But you do need to jump in your own time. Brandon's won 4 national titles, so looking for his 5th, and Ural Reith, the defending champion. So we might not quite get the jump in before we head off to the 100 as they're introducing the field. Yeah. I'll keep one eye on that, Bruce, and he's just about to go, but you might see him in the corner. We will. So you talk about the 100, and I'll keep one eye on left and right.
So Kennedy 3 from the left and Browning right in the middle. So they're 2 apart with Doran, not Sultana. So here's Stark. And he's over, Dave.
So Ural Reith will have a jump to equal that. And then they'll go back up.
So the men's 100 final, Joseph Aodi in lane 1 from the Sydney University Club. Connor Bond's been going superbly. He's in lane 2 in the red from New South Wales. Josh Azapati, what a star he has been. He's in lane number 3. Caleb Law goes in 4. In 5, Rohan Browning. In 6, Jake Doran. In 7, Lachlan Kennedy, and then in 8, Jack Hale, and 9, Jacob Despard. So Lockie Kennedy and Rohan Browning exactly the same time in the semi-finals at 10.16. And yesterday it was 10 seconds flat for Kennedy, a legal time, the second fastest ever, went past Browning on the all-time list. Browning's 10.01 from Tokyo in the heat of the Olympics, and then Rohan ran 10.07 later that day. And today, identical times at 10.16. There's Browning. On his left, Law has been going great. Doran comes in for Sultana, and the favourite is Kennedy, 3 from the left.
Yeah, so we've got the fast starter in Kennedy, and then Browning, who's been a fast starter but has been working on his finish and really doesn't have any chinks to the armour, Kennedy. So it's a fascinating mix here. The fact that Doran is separating Kennedy and Browning with Sultana being out is interesting, Bruce. It's the 99th running of this race. Heck Hogan won 7 titles, the Olympic bronze medalist. Matt Shervington 5. Josh Ross has won it 7 times. Rohan Browning has got a couple.
And Jake Doran's got 1, so we've got a couple of past champions here. So it's a big list, Dave, isn't it? Big numbers for some of those great runners. I mean, Heck Hogan, the bronze medalist, the last Australian to win a medal in the 100 metres at the Olympics, last Australian to be in a final of 100 metres at the Olympics. This is male, of course. So Browning in the middle and Kennedy, 3 from the left or 3 from the outside as we're looking at it here, from inside out, about to go. Men's 100 metre final. Away, Kennedy, pretty good start. Browning got a good start, Aodi as well. So Browning's with Kennedy at halfway, and then as a party, Browning just in front of Kennedy. Browning, Kennedy dipped. It's so close. Browning had him, and then Kennedy dips late. Really dipped late. Rohan in front all the way. It's very quick. and it's legal. It's in the 10-0s, and I reckon Browning might have just hung on here.
I think he's got it. 10.01 it's been rounded down to, and it's legal, so it equals his personal best.
Well, he was a clear leader with 5 metres to go, and he's just hung on and won a third national championship. Kennedy's been given the same time here at 10.01. So I don't think there's any doubt. There is a gap. There's a margin of 5 1,000ths of a second. 5 1,000ths of a second. Browning in front of Kennedy, then Kennedy gets to him, but Rohan stayed relaxed. Lockie's got some problems here. He responds, he dips. Rohan looks at the clock. There's a breath between them. He turns his body side on, and he's the champion. This is a comeback for the ages.
Rohan Browning, you are the Benjamin Button of Australian sprinting. You have equalled your personal best. You've claimed another national title, and you did it in style. And Lockie Kennedy, full credit to you as well, because you raised the bar and made Rohan Browning lift to a level that we only saw once before at the Tokyo Olympic Games. You've equalled your personal best to claim another national title. That is top shelf.
Nathan, we have seen some spectacular running. This is going to be oh so sweet. This is as good as it gets for the flying mullet. He's just going to make sure the shoelaces are done up. What a run. What a run under the pressure. He's all yours, Nathan.
Oh, unbelievable. He is the OG of the resurgence of Australian men's sprinting. Everyone else has come after you. You've gone through a rough patch. Some people might have counted you out, but tonight you made a statement.
Yeah, that's right. I think there were lots of people who counted me out, and that's what makes it taste so much sweeter. My housemates are having a party tonight. Boys, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. Had to be here. But the truth is there's nowhere I'd rather be.
Did you think you were on? I know this is a fast track. There's been a lot of records broken this week, but it's a fast track. Talk to us about the anticipation that, because we thought sub 10 seconds was going to be broken, but mate, I'll tell you what, it must feel just as good as sub 10 seconds.
I don't know about just as good. I mean, it's nice. It would have been nice to go 0.001 lower or more, get that qualifier, but I'm really happy with it. You know, I just felt like I executed the race I knew I could run, and I knew not to get sucked into Lockie's race, because that's what happened to me in Melbourne a few weeks ago. I ran like a dog, ran 10.3, was really disappointed with it. I knew if I just focused on myself, then it was my race.
Championship record, equal personal best. He's back. Rohan Browning, ladies and gentlemen, back to Australia's fastest man.
What a race. Kennedy's lost nothing, absolutely nothing, except the championship, which is going to hurt him. He's one defeat for the season, Dave. He's one defeat in Australia, of course, second at the World Indoors. Again, such quality. 1,000ths of a second have separated our two 100-metre champions, haven't they?
He's coming back tomorrow, of course, for the 200 at this stage, Lockie Kennedy. But that's the biggest surprise, the best performance of the champ. We've seen some great performances, but in terms of the quality of the championship to win the title, what Rohan Browning has just done then, I think, is the best thing we've seen so far. And we've seen some unbelievable stuff, but that was absolutely first class.
I don't think we've seen a better night of athletics, domestic athletics, ever in this country. There have been some beauties in Melbourne in the old days. I don't think we've seen a better couple of hours with a bit more to come. We're going to catch our breath. Here's Browning in the middle and Kennedy. Two great stars of the sport. And Browning...
They both ran cracking races. There was no tightness there. They just drove the line. Love to have seen Sultana in the middle, but have a look at Rohan. That's what the sprinters do. They have a little bit of a strut, Bruce, and when you're the national champion once again and you've turned back the hands of time, I'd be strutting too. The mullet is gone. The pace remains for Rohan Browning.
After all of that, I need a cup of tea. A break. Back with more after this.
Welcome back. Bruce is just having a cup of tea. He's just recovering from what he has seen. I'm not sure he's fully recovered. There's some suggestion you're going back to Adelaide tomorrow for the footy.
Well,
who do I have to call?
Probably, no, I'll give you the number. Just a moment ago. So, look, it was great to see the chairman of Seven West.
Unbelievable supporter of what he's done
and the
here.
chairman of the Seven Group, Kerry
great
Stokes.
sprinter from Preston
He was.
United.
Kerry Stokes and Christine, they've had an unbelievable night. They've just come in to
do
tell
they
us
have any influence on whether you can stay here for the athletics tomorrow?
They do. How much they've enjoyed the night. It's been fantastic. So Brandon Stark, it's another. You did tell me a moment ago how many championships now for national championships for Brandon. So
did I say
you
4?
all Reith in second place and Roman Anastasius
4, so number 5.
Number
so
5.
We saw Stark clear at 2:21, and then Reith was next up while the 100 was on, and he missed. So that was the count-back result, and then Reith and Anastasius from that 2:20 that they cleared during the competition. So I've seen the men's discus final conclude as well. We didn't show any of that, of course. It's been a hectic night on the track. But how about Matt Denny? Hey, he goes again tomorrow in Oklahoma, where he's already set 2 Australian records and just 10 centimetres off the world record at 74.25.
No Australian male has ever held a world record in a throwing event.
Right.
Only one female in 1958.
In the jav?
Yes.
Yep.
The Polish woman who competed for Poland in 1956. So no Australian male. And the last time we had a world record holder in a field event was 1935 in the triple
Emma
jump.
George?
That's women, but men, 1935. So there you go.
That's good off the top of your head,
Here's the
Bruce.
results.
Ayadali was the winner of the men's discus, ahead of Rousseau. The amount of...
so Denny's in rear.
I wouldn't call them useless information. In fact, I'd say it's crucial information that you have and I have sometimes in my head, Bruce, is priceless. It's not useless information, it's critical information.
I went straight to Paul Jeans and David Tarbottom.
World record holders in field events is the sort of information that all Australians should have in their head.
The steeplechase comes up. So the best known names, Matthew Clark, a couple of times the champion, Liam Cashin, Ben Buckingham, Ed Trippus, Jack Bruce, interesting. Mick Stanisek, so interesting. I mean, good flat runner as well, and he had the fast time in the United States just recently of 8:33. So they're the favourites here. It is a little bit of calm after the storm. If you've just joined us, we've seen 2 100-metre races that will live in the memory forever. They were decided by 5 1,000ths of a second, I reckon, and probably 6 or 4 1,000ths of a second. Browning over Kennedy, and then before that, Lewis over O'Brien, and Masters. Great 400-metre finals, 2 1,500-metre finals, distinctly different day, but with 2 great performances for winners. It's just been very special tonight.
I'm not sure if I can separate it from the NEC Classic that year in 1996.
That was
but
enormous.
I think it's up there.
I think there's more depth to this in terms of the performances.
Yeah. Well, yes, Freeman broke 50 for the first time. There was that great 400-metre hurdles, which Simon Hollingsworth was in, and Rowan Robinson.
We've never seen sprinting
1,500
like this.
and 5,000, but it's for a domestic meet that's not a one-day meet, a championship. It's been the best championship couple of hours that we've seen. I think
big build-up.
Yeah.
Lot expected.
Upsets.
But
great racing.
This is not only a good sizzle; it's a good sausage.
Gout's running tomorrow. Does that change your mind?
I wonder if Kennedy will run. I think he will.
He's had a big program. He
I
looks
think
a
he'll
bit
run.
bulletproof.
I think he'll run.
It doesn't really matter, to be honest. I don't think. You know, if it'd be great to see him have a crack. Probably wants to win a national title now. He doesn't have one.
He's hungry. He's a great runner. He really does.
Rohan Browning.
Yeah.
Would you? Well, I know that you're a mentor for him, Bruce. I know that. And
Well,
it's not something you want to.
He doesn't
talk
need
about,
me.
but
He's
no, but you've
self-motivated.
played a heavy hand in like with Ollie Hoare, that they like talking to you and bouncing things off you. We'll get this race underway, and I'll come back to that if you don't mind.
So I wonder what the tempo will be like here, Dave. So we've got 5 or 6 favourites, haven't we? Stanisek comes with really good form from the United States. Jack Bruce is so versatile. He did the steeplechase in Adelaide at the start of the year. It was his first ever steeplechase, and he was reasonably competitive. Ed Trippus has had some big years, hasn't he, and some fast time. Remember in Tokyo how very inside 8:20. Ben Buckingham, of course, had that fantastic run in Tokyo, and then a few things with the officials after that run. And Matthew Clark is such a talent. Look, I'm going to say this with and he'll agree, occasionally in the big meets he hasn't quite done what he would have wanted to do. So, but he's got the talent as we go back to the men here.
So triple jump underway, so I'll keep you up to date with all of that. Matty Clark got sick just before Paris on the way, and I was on the same flight over with him, and he was crook as a dog, and he was just hoping that he was going to recover in time, which he didn't really do. So, but I think you're right. He's got. It's an interesting event, this, because there's so much talent, and I don't think we've seen the best of it in the championships. They can qualify. Stanovic, really interesting competitor. The US athlete transferred to Australia in February this year. Oregon, two-time NCAA finalist.
So he's wearing number 12 on his bib. So Clark leading in the early stages of it's a straight final here. A field of 14, couple off the back early. Clark likes to be pretty aggressive. He, of course, qualified at the last minute with Max Stevens' help, didn't he, in Tokyo in the 2021, or 2020 we call it Tokyo, but in 2021 with the COVID pandemic games. So he's been to a couple of Olympics as we go back to the triple jump.
I'm just looking for the scores on that, so stand by.
So Murphy leading with 16:58.
So you're better at the computer than I am.
No, I've got Lockie Morehouse from
So it's
Australian
not you?
Athletics, so not me. So Murphy 16:58, Shemi James at 16:11, and Aidan Hinson at 16:05. Liam Glue's had a personal best. He's had a good season, Liam Glue.
So it
at
was Liam we saw
16:03
before in the squeeze when the race here was just about to get underway. So we are in the third round, and that Connor Murphy of 16:58 leading in the triple jump.
So here's Stanovic. So he's on the outside in the pink with Clark on his inside. So don't see a lot of him here. The tall figure of Jack Bruce in behind those. So we've got 5 laps to go. It's been a bit of a dawdle so far. They're sorting themselves out. Ben Buckingham in the green strips in about 5th place, close to the plinth. But Clark happy to just take them around at a pretty sedate pace at the moment.
Good field too, which is,
it is.
You know, some of the track classics that we've seen. Fields have been a little skinny, so it's good to see a big field here.
Still Clark leads. Stanovic in second place. Bruce just behind those trippers there with Buckingham. Trippers just up in front of Buckingham, so 4 laps to go. So the water jump on the outside here, so Hinchcliffe in 3rd place here, the 13, and then now moving up is Liam Cash, and his sister ran 2nd last night behind, Amy ran 2nd last night in the women's steeplechase straight final as well. So it's Clark, Stanovic, Trippus, Bruce and Buckingham with 4 laps to go.
So still a big group here, and it's interesting again, like we saw in the 1500s when the pace is not super fast but competitive. Aidan Hinson on the runway in the triple jump, the Victorian World Uni Games finalist. He's currently sitting in 3rd spot. 16:05 in the opening round, his best jump. So bit of an injection of pace as they go down the back here.
Yeah, so Clark and Trippers behind him, and then Buckingham behind him, and then Stanovic behind him, and then Bruce. So the 5 and then Cashin. So the 5 or 6 favourites are now starting to sort out. These laps are a little slower because the water jumps on the outside, not on the inside, so they started in a slightly different spot here. So now Clark, as he see the tempo. Trippers, I've always felt like if Ed could have a injury-free run, he could, and same with Ben, I mean Ben Buckingham as well. Mike, we don't know quite so well. Now Cashin and Bruce have lost contact, Dave. So we're down to probably the big 4, aren't we, with 3 laps to go. As we go back to the triple, here's Murphy, is it?
Connor Murphy. So it was a foul for Aidan Hinson. Connor Murphy, who's leading here.
Seems to like that, Dave.
I need to check, actually, because Andrew Murphy, who won so many men's triple jump titles that I've lost count of them, I can tell you.
His father and coach.
Yep. So Andrew won 13. So when Connor won last year, first father-son combination to win. But Jet Carlin was leading. Did he win it?
He did, but Sean's his uncle.
Okay, there you go.
Sean Carlin, who won.
There was other Carlins.
Yeah, Sean Carlin, who won, I think, 7 or 9, and 2 Commonwealth Games gold medals, didn't he, Sean, in the hammer throw?
So uncle.
Yeah, I believe so.
They're South Australian, so I'm pretty sure that would be correct. But so the first time that a father and son, we'd had father-daughters and the Boyds.
Well, of course,
and
Lewis.
And the Lewises,
yeah,
who all of them won, as did the Boyds.
So a couple of laps to go.
Tamsin will be happy, by the way, that we've mentioned her. We're missing her on...
and her tails with 2 laps to go. So 2 laps to go on the steeple. What she'd be saying right now to the television is, hey, guys, just concentrate on the steeple for a while because there's only 2 laps to go and I'm enjoying it. So what Tamsin thinks we do. So it's Clark, Stanovsek, Buckingham and Trippus into the back straight. And with 700 metres to go, Matthew Clark has led every step of the way. He's a dual champion. He won the Australian title in 2022 and 2024, so in his hometown. In 2024, Ben Buckingham won the title in Brisbane in 2023. So Ed Tripper's off the back now, and Ben Buckingham looks good, doesn't he? He's moved up into 2nd place as we're about to get towards the water jump, and it's as we see the triple jump there.
Shmai James on his way.
Currently in 2nd place still, Dave. So the water jump is so indicative of how somebody is travelling, how they exit the water jump and without breaking stride, so to speak. Clark and Buckingham with a gap over Stanovsek, who just got himself into all sorts of trouble, didn't he? So Mike really, it's like a little punch in the abdomen there for him. So he's now got to pick himself up with a lap to go in the steeple.
Yeah, so the big move is on, isn't it? And this is what Buckingham likes to do, but we know Matty Clark's got a big heart, so he'll try and stick there for as long as possible. Can they just edge away as they go down the back straight for the final time?
That gap's not getting that far away, so both Stanovsek and Trippus would not completely have given this away. The gap's about 7 metres between Clark and Stanovsek. The water jump's going to be pivotal here. So as Dave said, Clark still fancies his chances here. He's led every step of the way until this last lap when Buckingham took over. But Clark's in his sights, and Stanovsek's got a good 1,500 metre time. He's probably too far back, and then Trippus behind him. Let's see how they get out of the water jump. Buckingham was good enough. Clark was okay. Stanovsek hasn't given this away. In fact, he's starting to lift in 3rd place. So we come to the last of the barriers. Buckingham, Clark, Stanovsek absolutely flying here. At the last, he's fallen over. And Clark gets up to Buckingham. Go back to the leaders, guys, because Clark's taken the lead. And Matthew Clark wins for a 3rd time. A 3rd championship over Buckingham. And Stanovsek, I reckon, was nearly going to blow them all away until the last.
Well, Trippus didn't, and Stanovsek did. And that was the difference for 3rd and 4th.
That's a good line. Oh, boy. What a rather sedate race became so exciting.
Well, you were on him. It was like Cole Hocker. You were on him as they came before the water jump. And, Mick Stanovsek, what were you doing? You were charging home. And then the fight out in front was superb.
How big that is for Matthew Clark, though. That's huge for Matty Clark. That's a 3rd title. That's a 3rd title. He's still 4 behind Doc Larkins and a few others, but that's a 3rd title. That gives you belief. That gives you belief when you are past and you come again, because he's had a lot of ups and downs, this young fella, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that's a bit like Browning. You just love to see the perseverance. You continue on and you claim the championship. So Kerry O'Brien was the other one that was on 7 with Peter Knoll, the Queenslander. Kerry O'Brien was a world record holder in this event. 7 titles, but that was a great race. Adding again to the drama that we've seen here tonight. What racing. And again, go down to Nathan Breen in a second, Bruce, but one of the things that's changed in Australian athletics over the last 4 or 5 years is that the athletes just come out and want to compete. You know, there used to be, for a little while there, you'd find every excuse under the sun not to do the national championships. Now they all want to be here because it's the big stage. And Nathan, Matty Clark's got another national title in the steeplechase, which was full of drama.
Certainly drama aplenty in the closing stages there. They wound it up. There was 4 that sort of got away, and then it was just the 2 of you. Just the 2 of you. You and Ben Buckingham. Did you feel the surges? Did you feel it? Because I tell you what, it was hard to pick who was going to win, and you got him right at the end.
Yeah, like I was trying to just hold that like front spot. So whenever I was coming up like next to me, I definitely felt like surging and try and keep up with them. Honestly, when Ben went past me, I was a bit nervous. Like he looked strong, he looked good, and like he's gone well past me in the last 100, like many times. So, and then when I heard like with 60 to go, stand-up set coming home like a train, I think I got a bit lucky hearing a bit of a clang. I didn't see it obviously, but I think I got a bit lucky there as well.
3-time national champion. We know it's hard to win one. You've been to the Olympic Games twice, mate. You just keep going for strength to strength, still loving the sport, still enjoying it because you're performing.
Yeah, I'm definitely loving it a lot this year. Like I feel like last year there was a lot of pressure to make that Olympics, and this year just feels like a bonus year. Like I'm running stress-free. I'm really enjoying it, and I think like that's why I'm getting these kind of results at the moment.
Start off the season well, and tell you what, the World Championships, hopefully you're there. Hopefully you're representing Australia in pushing for the final as well and being up towards medal contention, because you're certainly capable of it. Glad to see you got a second win, and congratulations on a third Australian Open title.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, that's a great run and a great...
And here is that final result.
Yeah.
A great story, isn't it? So well done to Matthew, well done to you, Nathan. So Clark, Buckingham, Trippers, and of course Stanovsek, who, as Dave said, did what Trippers suggests in the final barrier. It was a fantastic last lap and a half. It really was. So lots of PBs there on this spectacular night of athletics. Here we go. So Clark's not done, and there you go. It's hard to, from that angle, just to see how fast he was coming. He'd almost fallen, of course, with a lap to go. The same barrier, and then you can see what it means to Matthew Clark. But it's just a brilliant race. The times were good; they were solid. This stadium has been full in the grandstands tonight, and we've seen so many brilliant
We need to take a break, Bruce, because you've got airline arrangements to make, so you can stay tomorrow. We've already done that all the way to the top of the network. It's a big challenge for Bruce McAvaney. Will he stay in Perth tomorrow? That's still to come here from the Australian Championships. Hope you're enjoying the action. So men's triple jump just reaching the concluding stages. Shemaiah James is in third spot at the moment. That was his 6th round jump, I think. 16.11. Liam Glue, personal best up into second at 16.13. Aidan Hinson was 16.05 in 4th spot, and Connor Murphy at 16.63 is still leading. I think he's got one more jump to come. A couple of others at the top of the runway as well. We've got some preliminary rounds at the 200 still to come ahead of the semi-finals and finals tomorrow. So that will round out what's been an incredible night. So this is Liam Glue. 16:13 personal best after jumping 16:03. Final jump. So came in with a PB of 15:87. So he's improved on that twice with 16:03 in round 4 and 16:13 in round 5 to get up into the medals. Anxiously looking for the score here too. Final jump. Can he do a third personal best? So 15:93. That's been a great series. So he will be in second place at the moment. John Conley on the runway.
Back to the track, we have some preliminary 200 metres to
15:90.
will be the men first.
Best so far in 6th spot.
The next two classes will go through to the heats, which will be held tomorrow.
So the way these preliminary rounds work is that they take the top 16 through on the times, and then they run a preliminary round so that the fancied runners, so Lockie Kennedy for instance, he doesn't have to come back and run this first round. He gets a bye, if you like, into the semi-finals or the heats. Only 2 rounds tomorrow, so they go straight from heats to the final. Gout will be in action there. So Darlene McKinnon on the inside, still give finalist last year. Will be one to watch here. Jake Doran is a scratching.
And so is Thomas Simler, I think, by the look of Dave. So Ryan Atkins, I can see he's 3 from the left. So away they go. So Concesso on the outside. Oh no, break. So back we go. So give us a chance to have another look at them. So it'll be McKinnon on the inside of Victoria, then Clark of New South Wales. Hadaway Victoria with a empty lane in and outside of him. So that's a funny feeling for him in lane number 4. And then Miles, Duggan in 6, Atkins in 7, De Bruin in 8, Concesso in 9. So 3 to go through, and then the next 2, and as Dave said, then they go to the semis or the heats really tomorrow, don't they? They go to the heats tomorrow, and then the final.
We had so
Duggan's out, isn't he? So he's out. So lane 6. So Hadaway, who goes in lane 4, has no one on his inside and no one in the 2 lanes outside of him. You can see him 3 from the right there, so strange position. So your chances of getting through to the heat have improved a little bit as the night's gone on.
So the top 3, that won't worry.
So these athletes all around about that 21.5 second mark, aren't they? So away they go. So Concesso and De Bruin on the outside lines, and then Atkins inside of them, well known in South Australia. Mecklen's had a pretty good run on the inside lane. So into the straight, you can see a slight lead to De Bruin here over Atkins and also Concesso. And on the inside lane, Meckenen's right up there with them. Atkins normally pretty strong late. De Bruin's in front though, so De Bruin and Atkins both go through, and Meckenen's in 3rd place. They will be the automatic qualifiers from the first of the prelims. Around about that time we expected 21.5.
And we mentioned this name earlier, Darren Clark. That's his son, Zen, running there in lane 2.
Okay, so
I just needed to make 100% certain because we haven't seen him much. So
and I didn't really give him much of a call. I would have certainly concentrated more on it if I'd known that.
I was waving vigorously at
for
people.
Those that don't know, Darren Clark is still the Australian record holder for 400 metres. He ran 4th in 2 Olympic finals. He led the final in Los Angeles as a teenager into the straight. Burke Cameron, the mighty Burke Cameron there in those days with his injuries as well. So, and we had a great 4x400 metre team, didn't we, Dave, in 1984?
Yeah.
With Clark, Mitchell, Minahan and Frayne.
Still hold the Australian record?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they do. I reckon they do. 259, 258.
The Silver Bullets didn't get past it?
I don't think so. They got the silver medal in Athens, of course.
Connor Murphy's on the runway as I just go to the national. Let's head down to Nathan Breen, who's at the triple jump.
16:63 is best. 24 Australian champion. He's asking for the crowd support here. The Olympic finalist, 4th at the World Uni Games. He's building up quite the resume, and here he is now.
Got something that's enormous. not quite. But still, second national title, and the Murphy family now have 15
between them.
Of
So
them. That's being a little greedy, I think.
He's got some catching up to do. He's a fine young man. I was lucky enough to go to a lunch with a foundation lunch in Sydney where Jemima Montag and Connor Murphy and Mason McGroder and Jess Hull remotely were the key guests, and Andrew was there as well, and Connor's quite remarkable. Brilliant student, along with Jemima Montag.
Doesn't take after his dad,
well,
when it comes to that.
When they pulled out their report card, I put mine away quickly. So here's the second preliminary.
Matthew Lloyd, he's going to throw the grass up in the air just to test the breed.
Sean Fitzsimons, Timothy Sankey's had a good season. Jack Doney, South Australia, Zach Urback. Kyle Ennis, of course, very good 100-metre runner. Jack McIntyre, Lockie Ash. Of course, the footballer Lockie Ash, and Michael Hanna, well-known name. So pretty good lineup here. Let's see if we've got a full field. We do. So Hannah, Ash, McIntyre, and then Ennis. Ennis will be quick early, you would think. He's the Brit that's domiciled here in Perth. Urbank, Doney. Sankey's been versatile this season, hasn't he? And then Fitzsimons and Lloyd on the inside. First three to go through. It was quite clear-cut in the first with De Bruin, Atkins and Mekinen.
Zen Clark finished in 5th, 21.98. Yeah. It's got a small queue for now.
His father, of course, had the famous Commonwealth Games victory, didn't he? You were part of all that,
3 races in a day, I think, from memory. Or at least a semi-final and a final of the 400.
Yep, and it was fast.
He was a character, Darren Clark.
Yeah, he certainly was.
I can tell you some tales if you want some there, Bruce. How long have you got?
21.5 seconds. Off they go. Hannah and Ash on the outside. And then McIntyre, 3 from the left's had a good run. Ennis just behind them, but he'll run a good Ben Ellis. And then going well is Doney, and also Sankey going well. And then 3 from the right, Sankey coming up quickly. But on the outside, it's Hannah in front. Ennis trying to come through, and also McIntyre. But Hannah was clear there in the end. That was a strong win, and that's quick. That's a fast time. It's not all that. It's a little bit outside his personal best, but clearly a season's best there from Michael Hanna, the New South Welshman, at 21.14. And the wins are all they're inside the 2 metres at 1.6. So they're the perfect wind, you would think, for sprinting. But getting colder, David. It's still, actually, it's 22 degrees still.
Yeah, it's just cold in here because the air conditioning's on high. So we're rugged up like we're in an igloo. So we don't quite know what it's like outside behind the glass. Outside the glass.
It's a nightmare to be in an igloo with you. I hope it never happens.
I'll tell you what, I reckon I'd be good at hunting seals though, so you might change your tune if you got hungry.
Can I tell you, I couldn't hunt a seal at all, but I could eat one if I was hungry enough, but I like seals. 21.14 for Hannah, season's best. 21.43 for Ennis, and McIntyre also at 21.43, which is a personal best. So those 3 athletes will go through to the heats tomorrow of the 200. So here's the women's 100. It was the most remarkable race. So 3 from the left, Lewis. Inside of her, Rizzo. Inside of her, O'Brien. They've all got work to do. Lewis gets up to Rizzo. O'Brien's not quite there. Now the desperate lunge. And Torrie Lewis got there, and Brie Rizzo hit the deck. She finishes 3rd in 11.25. The other 2 women at 11.24. And it was, 4 or 5 1,000ths of a second, 4 1,000ths of a second between Torrie Lewis and Leah O'Brien. What a week it's been for Torrie, and what a week it's been for Leah.
Who was winning at halfway?
I reckon Brie was just in front of Torrie, who was just in front of Leah, but maybe on the inside.
Who was winning the race at halfway, did you think?
For me, honestly, as a caller, I didn't know. I absolutely didn't know, and that's what made it so thrilling. Yep. The men's race was something similar because Browning in the middle, Kennedy 3 from the left. There was not much between them. And at this point, I thought Rohan probably was just in front, and he was. Lockie's been so strong of late. But Rohan holding, and then with that right little dip. And again, it was in the 1,000ths of a second. It was oh so close. Both at 10.01, incredible finish. And Lockie certainly made it. The closest Lockie got to Rohan was in the last stride. On the line.
Yep.
So.
But Rowan's last 20 was the best. We talked about it before the semi-final, how he'd worked on that, and he put it into great effect, and it was able to hold on.
He came here confident, Dave. He came here confident.
So we alluded to that earlier. Because it hasn't been an easy road, and he's seen gout just explode and all the attention, etc. As we look at this start list for Heat 3 with Whistle.
Yeah. And Josh Love's been in pretty good form in Adelaide. Chase Grant's had a good.
So
he
how
came here
confident?
confident, and he's been happy with all the press that Gout's got. He said he's awesome. Kennedy, he's said to me, he's an absolute star. He's the real deal. He said he's the real deal, Kennedy. So I think it's inspired him, and he came here thinking that if he got good conditions in the heat, he was going to lay it on the line. He was going to run every round as hard as he could because he thought he had a chance to get back to that personal best. Look, I spoke to him, I reckon, 4 or 5 months ago, and suggested that he could still break 10 seconds. He suggested he could still break 10 seconds, and that, I thought, was a show of confidence. Well done to him. And to Andrew Murphy, his coach, who we've been talking about, Colin Murphy's father, with his 13 medals. So Hannah leads from Ash. And no, rather, I've got the wrong one
Whistle's
there. So
on
Grant
the
leads from Rogers. Yeah, Whistle on the inside. So Grant out wide, Whistle coming up to him as Cabba, and out wide going strongly as Grant. He's coming over the top of them, and it's Grant first from Rogers, and in third place in Cabba there for the third of the preliminaries. So that time of 21.18, again, some good running. That one was just a little bit breezy at 2.2. So the conclusion of that, Browning runs equally the fastest time he's ever run, the same time that he ran when we all got very excited about having somebody to really watch. He ran 10.01. I think he ran 10.08 in the semi-final in Tokyo. And then since then, Dave, he's had some real battles. I thought he ran well in Budapest. He ran 10.13 in the heat, and he ran 10.13 in the semi-final in Budapest at the World Champs in 2023. Yep. But he hasn't been in the 10.04.
He's got a windy 10. He's got a windy sub 10, hasn't he?
He has a 9.96. Yeah, he's got a 9.96.
So the thing that fascinates me with that, and I know that we're watching the preliminary races here, so we'll give you the Chase Grant there, 21.18, second fastest time behind Hannah. He's a smart guy, Rohan. He's studying, a serious degree, and to be a world-class athlete.
There are those results. So Grant 21.18, he said Rogers at 21.34, and Cabbar at 21.61. Keep going.
To take, takes a lot of commitment. So Law and Arts at Sydney University, graduated in 2023. But he's, do you start your career? What do you to continue on and chase that dream that he's done here and run an equal personal best?
Takes a lot of courage, doesn't it?
Huge personal commitment to. It's not easy to do this sport.
So here's the summary. Hannah, Grant, Rogers. So Hannah and Grant clearly the fastest. And then Rogers, Ennis, McIntyre. And then Sankey, De Bruin, Cabba, Atkins. They're all going through to the heat tomorrow. And they're joined by Mekinen and Concesso. So 11 will go through to the heats tomorrow. And those heats on Sunday will be a real highlight with Gout and
I'll tell you what time they're
Kennedy,
on.
And we're going to take a break. You have a look.
Have you changed your flights yet? The women's to 200s, stand by. We do have to take a break. I'm going to find it. 12:30 for the women, 12:45 for the men.
So that's 2:45 Eastern time and 2:30 women's time.
And the finals are 2:50 for the women and 3 o'clock for the men.
And 5 o'clock.
That's local times here.
Let's take a break and come back for the prelims for the women in the 200 metres.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in-store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you become walking on a dream?
There has been such a buzz in Perth all week in the build-up to the Australian Championships, with one massive day to come tomorrow. But tonight is going to live long in the memory, and we get to the conclusion now with the women's 200-metre preliminaries. So this is the first of 4 200-metre races to conclude the evening. Here's the start list. Brooke Summerfield, New Zealand. Jessica Lawrence has had a very good championships, ran well in the hundreds. Piper Cornelius has also been busy. Gabby Taylor had 2 personal bests in the 100 metres on her way to the semi-finals through the prelim and the heat. Kate Warby, Emma Lee and Sundance Fuller. So New South Wales to the fore, aren't they, with 5 of the athletes. You're talking about Darren Clark's son, was so well known that Gabriella Taylor from lane 5 is Melinda Taylor. Well, Melinda Gainsford Taylor's daughter.
So we've got 4 heats here. First 2 and the next 3 fastest from the 4 preliminary heats.
So from that outside, it's Fuller and Lee and then Warby, and Taylor's got a pretty good start off those very good 100-metre runs, and Lawrence 2 from the right running well, and so Summerfield. So into the straight, probably Summerfield just in front, I reckon, from Lawrence and Taylor, and then out wide is Lee, but Summerfield clearly in front. Lawrence having a good run, Taylor hanging on, but it's only the first 2 to go through automatically, and Summerfield it is, and also Lawrence, and they were clearly in front of Taylor, and then a bit of a bunch there with Lee and Warby, and also Fuller there, and Cornelius as well.
It's a good run. It's been a long wait for a lot of these athletes if you're only running the 200, but if you've been doing the other events as well, the long day, although it is only 7:40 local time. Still feel like I'm on Eastern States time. Feels a bit later than that, but just 7:40, still 22 degrees, so great conditions. A good first bend from, in fact, good only bend from Summerfield and Lawrence, who charged into the straight and continued on from there. It was a strong run from the New Zealander to get the win.
And that time was 23:73. Personal best for Jessica Lawrence in second place. So some good running there, lots of season's best. We'll get those results, and there they are, so confirmed. So Brooke Summerfield, Jessica Lawrence in that personal best, and then you can see some seasonal best for Gabby Taylor. She's had a good championships. Emma Lee as well, personal best for Piper Cornelius, and then Kate Warby with a season's best. So that's the results from the first of 4 preliminaries in the 200. Edwards will be interesting, Dave, because she didn't run the 100. Thinking about the 200, Malat didn't run the 100.
I think Malat's I'm not sure Malat's going to run the 200 either. Oh, she is? Okay,
yeah,
good.
Starlin,
Okay.
Starlin, of course.
Yep.
So those 3 come to mind. They come in fresh, don't they, for tomorrow? Well,
it makes a big difference. And it's the same thing at Olympics and World Championships, the 200 metre. You know, you haven't burnt so much energy in the 100.
So we saw Malat run a personal best here with Starlin, didn't we, in the Classic? I think they were about the same time, and Edwards was in that as well. So they're just 3 to watch out for. So here's the second of 4 preliminary rounds. So it's Dingo Day in 2, Bonzo 3, Hockey 4, Prashiak 5, DeVay in 6, Heath 7, and Quirk in 8. So season's best times you can see on the right. Nobody under 24.3, so 24.34 the fastest we've seen there. Monique Quirk has got that pretty quick personal best of 23.2.
Just going back to those 200 metres throughout the season, Edwards has been the star. She won at the Murray Plant meet, won in Adelaide. Starlin won here in Perth, 22.97. Edwards had the worst race of her season. She was in 4th spot.
And I reckon Malat had the same time,
22.97,
yeah,
yep.
Which is a personal best
Yep,
for her.
plus 1.6, so there's been some strong running. Of course, Torrie Edwards, the defending champion, will return, I think, in the 100.
Torrie Lewis, well, I think to be decided in the morning, I think. Maybe doubtful, we'll see.
Okay.
So away they go. So Quirk on the outside. Let's see what sort of form Monique's in. Heath inside of her, and then Duvet. Prasiak's had a good bend. She's run a really good bend, so she's right in the middle, and so's Bonzo, who's 2 from the right. Quirk probably just leads into the straight. Prasiak's come right up to, and then Bonzo coming through on the inside. Going to be pretty close here. It's Prasiak in front, hanging on. Quirk coming. Ooh, we've had some close finishes tonight. Maybe Quirk on the outside. Nothing in it. Both go through, Dave.
Yep, those 2 automatic spots. Wind is still favourable, plus 1.4.
Had a terrific bend. Kaisha Prasiak there from Tasmania. She's had a good season. Monique Quirk on the outside lane. So probably Prasiak half a stride up for most of the straight. Quirk comes very hard at her. And look, it's the breath between them. I thought Quirk maybe got up, and I think, just looking at that, don't need to really dip here because they're both through to tomorrow's heats. Get home and hard to sleep when you've had so much excitement in your life, but that's the challenge for them. So we'll get the results here. So it is Quirk by 1/100th of a second over Prasiak. So 24.50 and 24.51. Couple of seasons best, and for Trista Hockey, a personal best down in 7th place. So 2 of the 4 preliminary races have been run. As we get to the 3rd one, seen some incredible running by some youngsters. Amelia Reid today, 14 years of age, won the 200 metre under 20 final by such a margin, running quite incredibly. And then, of course, we saw a 17-year-old denied a 100-metre title by a 20-year-old in the most fantastic finish with a seasoned star in the middle of them. So Ella Randanza here, not starting. Kelly McAndrew in 3. Monique Hanlon's been busy in 4. Natalie Otway in 5. Lauren Percival in 6. We've been calling these names in lots of the rounds. Charlize Sivia in 7, and Nicole Berridge not starting as well. She'd had a couple of very good runs. She got to the semi-finals of the 100 metres. So
just got the start list for the men's 200 heats tomorrow afternoon, Bruce, and Lockie Kennedy is there in heat 2.
Along with Aidan Murphy in heat 2 is running well. So Gout's in the first of the heats in lane 7. Kennedy in 5, lane 5, with Murphy in lane 3. And then Caleb Law, who's coming off some fantastic 100-metre running, goes in lane 8 in the 3rd heat. So that's something to really look forward to. Here we go. So this is the 3rd of the preliminary. So Sivia, Percival, Otway, good bend by Hanlon. She's quickly up to everybody's shoulder, and McAndrew behind them. But Monique Hanlon into the stretch has a comfortable lead. I say comfortable, it's not when you're running so fast. So she's 2, 3, 4 metres in front. And then probably Percival, I think, coming through for second. It's a good run. Hanlon looked terrific there. So she's inside 24 seconds comfortably. The wind's still favourable at 1.8. Set it up early and got herself into a dominating position. And that 23.75 is not far outside her personal best. So some really good running there.
So Summerfield from the heat previous, the first one 23.73, Hanlon there 23.75, so she's second fastest so far. The non-automatics, Gabriella Taylor and Natalie Otway, Emma Lee and Piper Cornelius at the moment. Probably got one more to come.
Yeah, so second quickest, nearly a Percival, but PB for Lauren Percival. Both those women born in 2004, youngsters, so to speak. Natalie Otway at 24.29.
I know it's not always possible because, you know, where this championship's held is based on, you know, what state government wants to provide some support, financial and in-kind, etc. But the fact that we're here in a location that's got great conditions is making a huge difference across the board. You know, it's fair for everything. It's good for the distance runners, and it's great for the sprinters.
No, I agree.
And it's Brisbane's a bit like that, and athletics in Australia over the last 10 years hasn't had the best of conditions, but this season, and to a degree last season, but this season in particular has been an absolute ripper. And you get great athletes in great conditions with the great equipment that they've got now with the shoes, and it just leads to great performances.
Agreed. Hewitt in 2 here. We'll get back to that in a sec. Sujaman in 3. Blackburn 4, Angie Blackburn. And Taylor Spackman, who's the Bay Sheffield winner from December this year, and she's run 4 personal bests at 100 metres so far this year. Ella Tobin, Alicia Kramer, and Michaela Seladanakis we saw in the final of the 400. She's such a warrior. Kate Borden. Look, if you're a sprinter, Perth, Brisbane and Canberra are the 3 places if you get the right conditions. And that's why Kennedy's 2026 and Gouch 2030 at Lakeside on that night for the Maury Plant meet was extraordinary running from both of them. It's so hard to run a very fast 200 late at night in Melbourne at this time of the year.
We talked about it the other day, and I think it's going to grow and grow. The fact that the Perth Track Classic is back on the rotation here, and the government has supported it and wanted to do it, it's going to be one of the highlights of the season. There'll be a stampede, not just from here, but from overseas as well, of athletes that want to come and compete in that meet.
So this is the 4th of the preliminaries. And Seladanakis, what an effort by her. She was in that big final of the 400. She's on the left. Kramer's inside of her. Tobin. Spackman out hard. So she was a semi-finalist in the 100 metres. So you'd expect her to be out hard. And Hewitt's having a good run on the inside lane as well. Seladanakis is going to be so strong late. You'd know this from her. And she's pushing hard on that outside. Spackman probably coming through for second. They're the 2 that'll go through to the heat. And that time of 24.19 by the look of it, and again 24.15 it comes down to, and again the wind is very, very favourable. Gee, that's a big night's work for Michaela, isn't it, Dave?
That's fantastic. She must have, I don't know what you do to remove lactic acid from your body, but she'll need it now again, because backing up from that 400 final, and she went out very hard. And she's done well here to get the win in 24.15, season's best. I might just concentrate on the little cues at the moment. I think based on what I've got here, Gabriella Taylor, Natalie Otway and Emma Lee are the 3, I think. Just confirm all of that.
Dave, So Michaela ran in that final, an hour and a half ago, I suppose, of the 400, but Ellie Beer, Bella Pasquale and Amelia Rowe were the medalists there, and it was a fast final. So a real breakthrough for Bella in particular, and Amelia, but Bella particularly. It's taken over 2 seconds off her personal best. So here's the summary for the women. Summerfield and Hanlon, and then Lawrence not far behind them. So 3 inside 24 and a personal best there for Lawrence. And then some good running with lots of SBs, season's best, that's from January the 1st, and also personal best. So I think we've got to a stage where we're almost going to say good night, Dave.
How's your night been, Bruce?
I don't think I've had this much fun in a long, long time, Dave. I can't remember a better night of...
Highlight? Top 3?
The highlight with the 200-metre finals and the 1,500-metre finals. And, no, look, I think in a way Rohan Browning might take the cake tonight because of the story, but he's got so much opposition. It's just been magnificent athletics, big crowd, and the tsunami wave that has been Australian athletics now for a little while, that is in full force, will continue on tomorrow when Gout and hopefully Kennedy take this track.
If we don't see you, enjoy the footy, but hopefully you might. It's still not done, is it? There's a lot of discussions going on.
You've been
the highest level.
You've been at your best tonight, Dave. I've really enjoyed it. So thank you. Hope you've enjoyed it at home. It's been fantastic, hasn't it?